Hey guys, what up? What up? What up? How we doing? We have, well, another stream. Today we are going to be reacting to Ziz's video. We have, in regards to that, I haven't watched the interview. I had some stuff I needed to do IRL, hence why I'm late. But all that is sorted out now, and yeah, we're gonna react to this. Also, in case you guys haven't seen the video I made for the specters from yesterday, they're pretty good. But as you can see, I'm not using them. They are currently disabled, sadly. It's actually kind of funny the way they were disabled, because if I were to do this and I on reserve up to 100, I can just infinitely click this. Just infinitely keep going. I don't know if this will create some kind of bug, but basically they've been disabled. We can't use them. Wait, so if I did that, it's for some reason disables those, my warriors. I don't get it. I just noticed that right now. Anyways, that is just by the way. So we're back to using storm mages. But that's a bit of a heads up or an update, I guess. But let's see the interview.
I'm ready to start. I'll do just like a quick intro and then we go. But yeah, thank you so much for joining me here for a podcast after the launch of Point 2. This is Jonathan and Leon, for those that don't know, directors of JGG. And yeah, we're here to talk about the launch.
Yeah, I mean, well, you know, it's always good to have a chat. You know, obviously it's a bit of a contentious launch in some ways this time, so I'm sure there's going to be a lot of questions about that. But you know, it's always good to have a chat.
Yeah. No, I do have a lot of questions, so I think we'll just get right into it.
Sure.
A lot of people are pretty unhappy with the current state of the game, especially like our relative power to the monsters earlier on.
Yeah.
And obviously we are finding some builds that are feeling okay and that are stronger, but I'm asking, are the slower and more challenging builds the intended pace of the game?
Well, I don't know that. Once again, so I mean, we get this question a lot, right? Of just the like, what is the pace of the game supposed to be? And I honestly find it hard to answer that because of the way that like there isn't really a like an obvious way to even quantify that, given that players have so many different abilities. What I will make all I can say is that if people are unhappy, then we will keep on improving things until they're not unhappy anymore. Because ultimately we want to get the smooth progression where, you know, you start the game, you feel weak, you get stronger, you get stronger, you get stronger, you keep on feeling stronger and stronger.
I mean, yeah, this is ideal for any ARPG. That's what you want. But like, where we started off was not we feel weak and we're getting stronger. This season, where at least when it came to minions, right, it was you just don't exist on the planet, and then you you try to get upgrades, and then you feel a bit better. Then you hit Act 2, you get to Keth, and then you're back to you're falling even further down on the power chain than you ever were, and things are just not dying anymore, and you have to spend like 5 seconds on every white, actually more than 5 seconds on every white park, and it's like that is not feeling weak. That is just being being abysmal. So maybe it's a problem of where you start off, but that was not the grass to grace fantasy. That was like whatever is below grass to grass. Like the grace is the grass, and then you're just starting below there and you're trying to get to the grass portion. Like it doesn't feel good.
Like you have to have that like progression where you know you're feeling more and more powerful as you're going through. So if you're not feeling that, then that means there's something that we have to improve and get better.
Yes, which I agree.
Like it really comes down to like, okay, if you're talking about a weaker build, like, well, what build is it? And you know, like then we'll be looking into that and seeing what we can do to improve it. Like we just have to go through these things one at a time.
So I think right now the problem is that it's almost every build this week for a lot of archetypes, and that it's more like it's definitely in the minority that people are like, oh, I found something that works. So it's like almost like the reverse there. And I guess I'm curious, like what amount of time are you expecting people to take going through the entire campaign, or on your own test run, or like when you're doing test runs, how long do you take on a first campaign run?
You know, I actually haven't measured that on the current like version, and it doesn't necessarily always work that way. Like the number of times I play through the full, and when I say campaign here, I'm talking about 6 acts, not just 3.
Yeah.
Like if you're talking about the amount of time, like doing that, like I might only do that like that full run like 2 or 3 times in total as we're developing a class.
Yeah.
Which
like,
makes sense.
Much more often, I'm like either testing this part or I'm testing that part or whatever. And I honestly am not sure exactly what amount of time that.
Running 1 or 2 times makes sense if you're doing okay. This is the first iteration. Let's test it. Acts 1 through 6, and then when you get to the point you're happy with, you test it again. Like the two ends to see like. Because like at that end, you can still see its shortcomings and maybe still have things to improve on, but you get a holistic picture of how ready it truly is. So if that is what you're doing, and that's the right call, but I mean, all depends, right?
That's taking. But like as I said, I don't know that like the time. Like the thing is, the presupposition with this question is that like you know that we have a goal in mind for the amount of time for the campaign, and the implication of that is that the campaign itself is not fun. But it's like if.
Let me let him continue. The implication of that is not that it's not fun. It's that the game starts in the end game, because that's where you actually get to farm loot to get your build to the point where you want it. So being in the campaign means you are not in the end game, and if you spend too long out of the campaign or out of the end game, then you are not playing the actual game, as a lot of people like to say, and that's just the reality of it. The end game is where like the campaign should be fun, right? It should 100% be fun. But you're playing PoE for 100, 200, 100 hours a season, not for the campaign, but for the end game, because the campaign you've played through it multiple times. There's only so many times you can play it before the novelty runs off and the honeymoon phase ends, and now it's just like you're doing this because it's something you do. It's not bad. It shouldn't be bad. It shouldn't be good. I mean, it should be good, but it isn't going to be good. Odds are, you ideally want it to be just okay. Like it's not an inconvenience. It's just okay. PoE 1 campaign, in my opinion, is just okay. It's like it's not an inconvenience to have to get through all 10 acts. Like I don't see it as that. I enjoy the 10 acts when I'm making a character, and that is evident in the fact that I do a lot of like. I like the grass to grace feeling, and I basically never have a character start from. I never respec a character. Every single build I have, I create a new character for it, even if I am going to twink level it, even if I am going to, I don't know, I already have the gear pre-arranged, whatever. I still start from the grass to grace. Like I still do the whole leveling. Like I have 2 Templars from Frisia for a reason, right? I could have just respect my absolution and gone puppeteer, but I wanted a new character.
If that's the implication, then we just want to make.
I'm pretty sure I have two infernalists in. Oh no, I have 2 witches in standard on PoE 2, even with its extended campaign, because I had a demon form and I had a minion, and even if we could respec ascendancies, I still would have those 2.
Make that fun, right? You know, it's like the campaign should be fun to play. The amount of time it takes,
I agree,
to me, is not nearly as relevant as just make it
it's not as relevant, but it is relevant.
fun. Right? If you aren't having fun, we want to make sure that it is. So
Good.
like
That is
when
fine.
like, okay, people are saying like we don't like the Act 3 areas, make those shorter. It's like, well, what amount of like I don't think that quantifying that in an amount of time is the right way to look at it. It's like, here are some areas that are unfun. I'll make those areas fun, and then whatever the duration of time that takes will not be bothering you.
What do I think? That is honestly whatever the duration of time that is, but it wouldn't matter because it's fun. I don't think that is going to be entirely good. Or I'm not good. I don't think that is entirely true, because like I said, the real game starts in the end game. So if this feels like a slog, I mean, okay, that actually does feed into his point where if it's not fun, then you know, yada yada. But at the same time, the different zones being as long as they are add into the time it takes to get back into that end game. So any one zone that feels like it's going on forever, sometimes the solution is genuinely just to pull it back, to reduce it, you know.
And that may result in the areas becoming shorter, but making it shorter is not like it isn't a time metric that we are looking at to determine whether or not the game is good. It's, is the game good fun to play? So like that I guess is kind of the way that I would
Which
look
is
at it. And that's,
fair.
I think what
That's
puts
fair.
us a little bit, like when it comes to communication with the community, like people will have their opinion about what they think is the reason that the game isn't fun, and they might be right or they might not be right or whatever, but at the end of the day what we're looking at is just like, okay, you're obviously having a bad time, we want to fix that, so we're going to look at like here, like, so what we'll do is we'll be like, okay, so you're saying Act 3 isn't good, we'll look at Act 3, we'll look at the reasons why it might be bad, we'll fix those reasons, and then that may or may not reduce the time, or in this case it definitely will, like it's shortened it by a lot, the, you know, and then, but to me it's like, the frustrating thing is when you go down a dead end and you're like, okay, you know, like this is, you know, this is bad, or and then like you have to respawn, or in the area doesn't, you know, like the area despawns, and you're like you have to do things again, and that kind of stuff, right? That's
Yeah,
the
I
stuff that
agree.
people don't like.
Like the changes they made yesterday, I like them. Not because they affect me, I'm already done with that part of the campaign, but it's just I like the solutions, and I mean, to be fair, it's like you can obviously make arguments that they should have already cut out those parts that that were cut out, like the dead ends that were created because they cut out content from for the early access. That would be fair to say, but at the same time it's like, well, at least they identified it and they fixed it. So W changes.
And so that's what we sort of look at. And so then when it coming back to builds again, once again, it's like, okay, if you're not having fun with your build, then that is a problem. We'll fix that. But it's not like there's a correct pace for the game to be played at as such. We just need to make sure that you're enjoying yourself.
Well, I guess the follow-up to that was I, along with many others, were not expecting a nerf to just how the campaign felt in general, right? In the last interview I heard, it really sounded like the intention was to target things at the top end. But there were so many things that nerfed us during the campaign here. And
well, the thing I would say about that.
I would like to finish.
Sure. Okay.
A lot of people are really wondering about the long-term direction for the game with that in
Wait, what was the question?
there were so many things that nerfed us during the
Okay,
campaign.
the nerfs.
And
the thing I would say about that.
I would like to finish.
Sure. Okay.
A lot of people are really wondering about the long-term direction for the game with that in mind, because they were also not expecting that. So a lot of people are wondering if
the campaign, to be clear.
That was going to be my question.
That was not our
okay.
intention.
So
yeah, we
should be more
that.
powerful than we currently are during the campaign then.
You should like to fuck.
I will have to look at specific cases, right? Because like that comes down to like okay, so like we already did something about that, right? Where we like nerfed Monster Life, and it's possible that we'd have to nerf Monster Life again if that's still a problem. Like that's the kind of thing that we can do. But the thing is that like as I said, like the first thing we heard when everyone was saying this, the first thing we thought was like, what the hell? We didn't even nerf the campaign. Like literally, that's what all the developers were saying. We didn't nerf this. Why is everyone?
You can't say you didn't nerf the campaign, but you nerfed so many things that are used in the campaign. Flame Blast has a cooldown. If anybody used Flame Blast to level, that's been nerfed in the campaign as well. Minions had their damage and survivability reduced at all levels. That is a nerf in the campaign. So I don't know what you mean you didn't nerf the campaign when you nerf the characters who would be going through said campaign. If you nerf the character, if you nerf our characters who are going through the campaign, and you don't nerf the monsters, you nerf the campaign. I think it's safe to say.
Everyone's saying we nerfed it, and so like then it's like, well, we found a few things, but like we're still looking for what those things are. And, like it's not always necessarily obvious with all the changes that you make and things, because I can absolutely
Which makes sense.
That our goal here was nerf the end game, right? Like nerf the well, no, it wasn't even nerf the end game. What it was nerf the things that were trivializing the end game before you've even managed to get the like your items and stuff like that.
So nerf the early end game, like the mid game,
like just the really trivial easy shit. Like that was our intention.
I mean, that is a fair goal, and I think there's merit to that. But the patch notes I read did not look like they were nerfing that. It just seemed like they were nerfing all the way through. Like, Minions did not need survivability nerfs in the early game. We didn't need damage nerfs in the early game. Those things were nerfed for all minions. Ice mages were nerfed on the day of the patch. Literally the day they got nerfed. Between when the torrent went live and when patch and when the actual like Steam patch came in, they got nerfed. Like these things, you can't say you're trying to nerf the mid to early to like the early end game and then nerf the entirety of a skill scaling. Spark got nerfed. Early, mid, end game, all nerfed. Doesn't matter. Like, if you hit Archmage, sure, that's that point, because Archmage you don't get until Cruel even. So like, okay, fair. That's Archmage. You get like to like Cruel 5, Cruel 6. If you say you nerf SRS, that's nerfing the early game because we get SR. You might be hitting the early end game because SRS is there, but are you forgetting that SRS is literally there in Act 1 to help us get through the early game? Now, if you only nerf SRS past like level 20, then you can make the argument that yes, we are nerfing the early end game. But you nerf it from level 1 all the way through level whatever. That is not nerfing the early end game. So like, if your goal was to nerf the early end game, that those patch notes were not it. That was there's a very big disconnect between what you say the goal was and what you actually did. Big disconnect there. Just saying.
I mean, there were some blatant.
And obviously, just saying that it's not like very literal for everything because it's a blanket statement. There are things they wanted to nerf at all levels. Archmage builds, mana stacking, they wanted to nerf that in the high end, but they also wanted to nerf how quickly they ramped up, and they wanted to nerf how high it can go and how quickly it went there, or how quickly it could go up. So like, I can understand that. I can understand like other kinds of nerfs as well. All right, these are all things. Oh my god. I just came up with a very disgusting build idea. A very disgusting one, and it's not even a minion build. But anyways, I'm digressing. This there are things they wanted to nerf all the way through, and that's fair. I just don't think, like, at least y'all should keep in mind, I'm talking about these patch notes from a minion point of view, that it just doesn't make sense from the changes minions got, because we got bamboozled with those nerfs. We got, and the worst part was like we saw we were getting nerfs from the patch notes, but we didn't even realize just how much we were getting nerfed until we actually saw the numbers, because that was it. Do you know what it means to have literally like have 90% less damage in the end game with characters you have in standard? 80 to 90% less damage? Like, the fuck? The things were killing 80 to 90% weaker. The bosses have like half health, so let's just say they are 50% weaker for shit. Let's say they are 50% weaker. All right, and it's not like the bosses have half health. They just reduce some bosses' life. It's only like the trials that had double health. So like, those are the only ones that actually got half. Everything else was just reduced. We don't know the amount it got reduced by, but we just know it was reduced. And then you tell me this new state where I have 90% less damage, I'm supposed to be able to complete this content where you didn't nerf it nearly as much? How? Like, how? And even then, that was like these are builds that like at their peak. They've used all the scaling vectors. So now that they've used all the scaling vectors and just seen 90% nerfs, how are they supposed to? How does everything else that leads up to that peak feel? How is that supposed to feel? You know, it's like these are all things that these are all things that you as a player are going to feel at all levels. But then if the high end is weak, it doesn't like if you the high end like if the high end isn't absurd, then getting to that to that very, very, let's say, humble high end is going to feel like trash because you are not there yet, and even that is like whatever, you know. So either they like it doesn't sound like the goal they had was corresponds a lot with like the changes they made in at least when it comes to minions. From other builds perspectives, I mean, Flame Blast is a thing, but why don't we talk about it?
Fuck ups.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, so
Speaking-
speaking, I mean, there were some blatant fuck ups.
Yeah, yeah.
Speaking bluntly,
Yeah,
right? Like
I
the minion change was just bad.
Thank you.
And when you say the minion
Thank
change,
you.
are you referring to the rare minions or referring to the player minions? Because those are both. Both of those were
both
incredibly
were
terrible.
just fuck up.
Yes, those were just fuck ups.
Thank
And the thing
you.
is, it's so
I
easy
can
to
agree with that.
fix,
They
but, like,
owned
that's
up to it.
Well,
That's fair.
We have a bit of a, and look, a lot of it is just because there's a little bit of like, it's early access, so we're allowed. But we like are firing from the hip a lot here. And the stuff like that, like let's get it in there, let's try it out, see how people think, and if it's bad, we just undo it, right? Like we do regress on a decent number.
I don't know how I feel about that. Because like if you have it, like it's fair to have the idea of what the change you want to make is, but I think you should have some sort of numerical idea when you hit nerfs like that, because if you make people, let's say, 90% weaker and then make them stronger, they are going to remember the fact that they were 90% weaker. And even if, like, yeah, this is an early access, it's fair for it to be early access, but maybe it's just we've been spoiled by how Path of Exile typically handles balance, in the sense that for the most part we don't just get egregiously nerfed, right? We're not used to these levels of nerfs going from one season to the next. Like, yes, some builds will get absolutely gutted, but some other builds will rise up in power, and you can, if you really wanted to, you could still stay at relatively the same power level if you just adjust like a different build in the same archetype. But like in this one, like for example, with the change, the blatant fuck up in quotes, there was no build to pivot to. There was nothing. I tried, like, from experience, I tried every single minion. I tried snipers, I had tried arsonists. I have a 3-socketed arsonist, 3-socketed snipers from before we even had access, like before I had access to like a good amount of like lesser jeweler orbs. They both felt ass. They just felt ass, man. I tried them, I tried frost mages, everything just awful. So like going from the leveling experience of the original game when we had no idea what was even going to be ideal to this new one, it's like what do you call it? I felt like we had like it felt a lot better to level up even without knowledge of that state of game than it did to level up in this state of game with all the knowledge we had. That's how bad it was. Because not in PoE, knowledge is power, literally. You know how to do shit, you will make leaps and strides faster than the people who don't know. I mean, the acknowledgement is saying minions were not intended, especially. Yeah, they've acknowledged it's not intended, but what I'm more so just what I don't know how to feel about is the shoot first, ask questions later. That, like, listen, this is what she said.
People think, and if it's bad here. And the stuff like that, like let's get it in there, let's try it out, see how people think, and if it's bad, we just undo it.
What is the idea behind going that far and trying it out with the minion change? Like, unless it wasn't tested to see that it was that bad or something, but like, what is the idea behind you wanting to do that to then get to the point where it's as bad as it was before, and then you realize you fucked up massively? Do you get what I mean? It's like, what is the idea behind the nerf being that extreme to get what we had? You know? But yeah, that's just where I'm at. I don't know what the thought process could be to even begin with.
Do it right. Like we do regress on a decent number of things in the first few days of a release, and so yeah, there are some pretty blatant fuck ups. So yeah, that's exactly what happened with the rare minion life. It was like, why are now? I don't know why it felt this way, but 100% it was the case that the minions was, for some reasons, the rare minions were surviving longer than the rare often, and it's like, well, they don't have anywhere near as much life as the rare, and then again, once people got enough AoE and all of that, it solved it, but it was just a bad experience. There was just nothing good about that.
Right.
As long as you acknowledge
There
it.
was definitely a compounding of a few factors that were like on their own relatively small. But the thing is that and this is the question that I have is that like if people are still having a bad time during the campaign, if they're starting fresh now, because bear in mind as well.
I mean, I'm not starting again. I can't talk about this current state of the campaign. I know, like, once I unlock Storm Mages, and they had nerfed monster life, it felt good. Like, I was blasting. Like, if not for Storm Mages being as effective as they were, I would not have made it through campaign. This is me being very honest. I would not have. That's just the truth. Like, if my experience leading up to Storm Mages, if I had to continue with that, I would not have continued. Like, just straight up. I'm a content creator. I want to make content on the new game. Like, I want to. That is how I grow. I make content, right? If it is such an awful experience that I don't even want to do that, I think that is very telling as to how bad it really is, right? Like, genuinely, if I wasn't a content creator, I wouldn't have played past like 3 hours on day one. Maybe longer, because it was in Keth that I was in Act 2 that it really started feeling shit. Act 1 was kind of fine. Honestly. Like, it was manageable. I didn't mind it too much. Act 2, I will never forget Keth, because that was the zone I really felt like, what the fuck am I doing? Like, it really just felt like shit in Keth. So, like, that, I wouldn't have made it past there, right? I would have gone 1 to 2 zones feeling that way, and I was like, yeah, fuck this, and I'd have logged out.
Well, that people will have an experience and then we'll change the balance behind them, and then they still remember that the experience was bad and they're not playing it again to know that it got better. So the thing is, if you're playing it again and still having a bad experience in the campaign, then that would be a thing where it's like, okay, well,
like that, I can't speak on.
Actually, like, we have to find where they are, because I don't know that there's anything intentionally done there that we're sort of aware of left. And I think,
I mean, this is fair. They have made a good number of changes.
Yeah.
Sure. We'll go for it.
So
what is them?
So the number one, especially to me, most oppressive thing is the relative speed of monsters compared to our abilities to set things up.
You know what?
Whenever you're
But that's not
kudos for that one. Kudos for that.
No, but
yeah, it was
that's
problematic
because
before.
it doesn't matter if it's changed or not.
Yeah.
Sure. But what I'm saying is
It's problematic.
Okay, but so this is an
Well,
example.
I think that has changed.
But that's just an example of something that's bad. So what I'm saying is that's not a thing that changed. So, like, if you're talking about, like, is it your intention to nerf the campaign?
But
then
we
no,
are
because
weaker now,
we
right? A
didn't do
lot
that.
of skills.
But if you're saying that's bad, I mean, that's a different question, right?
Things are lasting longer, and as such, we have to deal with the BS a lot more. The faster mobs before might have died before they were too problematic for us, but now we get swarmed. We literally just get swarmed, and now we have to try to kill them before we die, but we have less tools or less damage to actually stop this encounter, you know, the right way. So it ends up being
a lot of skills are weaker now, right? They were tuned down on a lot of things, and things that people are starting with weren't necessarily strong. So that relative speed of the monsters feels extra bad. Like,
yeah,
you want to set up these combos and stuff, right? Where we're throwing down like a cyclone and trying to do like a combo move, but the monsters are way too fast. They're rushing us. It's not even like the bosses are the main problem, right? Like, if you're seeing like clips.
Yeah. So let's talk about the monster speed thing. So one of the issues that we have is that if monsters are slower than the player, then combat is optional. Like, it's just 100% the case. Like, you cannot.
Okay.
What if the monsters are slow, like, anytime the monsters are slower than the player, then you can just run past them and they serve no, like, they don't, like, effectively you can just choose whether or not to engage or not.
okay.
And, like, I don't think that kind of gameplay is good. Now there will probably be.
Why? What is wrong with being able to run past a monster? Like even as is, it's technically possible to still do it, right? Early act it's not, because you have fuck all movement speed. But what is wrong with being able to pick your encounters in a game that's meant to have intentional combat? If it's supposed to have meaningful combat, you're supposed to do things intentionally, then I think picking the right fights and knowing the fights you cannot win should be part of that decision making process. And if we have no tools to choose to not take the fights, then how meaningful is the combat? Look at Elden Ring. You spawn your Elden Ring, and I think there's that whole knight on this horse in the first zone. You can try to fight him. You might have a rough time, but you can try to fight him. And if you're good enough, maybe you win. But like, you can also skip him. And I don't think skipping him until you're stronger is a bad choice. I mean, they've brought up they've wanted things like that, because they've mentioned in past interviews where let's say when they were playtesting PoE 2 with the PlayStation executive, right? They were talking about Beira, the ice witch in Act 1, and they were like, you can go, but you can always just leave, like, and get stronger and then come back and do the fight, stuff like that. Like that is an approach to the playstyle they want, it seems, right? So if the combat isn't optional, or not, it's not optional, if they are faster than us and we can't choose our fights, I don't know, I feel like it detracts from the experience, personally.
Some areas, and the thing is, a lot of the time when people talk about stuff like this, it's like there'll be a few areas that are bad. Like, I know there are definitely a few areas where like too many of the monsters are fast. So the Faradin are a good example of that. Where like, when you
mosquitoes,
go to
the giant mosquitoes,
the last areas of
and whatnot.
The Faradin are just really, really fast. And
the dreadnoughts
slow in the area, and so that's an example where like we probably want to make some tuning there.
To get more specific, like I have someone right now literally going through the areas, all areas in the campaign, and listing all the areas that
person just got a shout out.
High number of monsters that are too swarmy or too fast.
Right.
They're doing it literally as we speak up, and my intention after this is to go through. And so, like, I mean, a good example is like the canopy, right?
Yeah,
the canopy.
sure.
The monsters are real fast, and then not only that, you're in a ritual with them in a tight, confined space, and you end up in this kind of moving around with packs. So if you're not fast enough to kill everything, you just get absolutely swarmed.
I guess I'm
but just to continue with that though.
Ritual is a big offender. I really hope they make a change to ritual and where it can spawn, because it's the smaller areas are very obnoxious.
Never be faster than the player and that kind of stuff. And it's like, well, if we did that, then the game would feel pretty lame. So it really is a question of like targeted changes, like finding where the worst things are and then solving that issue.
I really disagree with that. So you were saying like if the monsters are slower than the player, then combat is optional, but like, it's an ARPG. We want to kill the monsters. That's where all the loot is. That's where our XP is. Like, sure, you'll have some speedrun scenarios where people are running past them, but usually what ends up happening is that we're running past them, bunching them up in a large bunch and killing a bunch of them, and that just feels really good. That's a core part of ARPGs for a lot of people. So I don't think that being faster than the monster is as bad as you think it is. Like, we actively want to kill monsters. That is the entire premise.
I agree with this here, honestly.
Well, I don't necessarily disagree with you that gathering killing is fun, right? And you should still be able to do that. But as I said, I don't think anything about the fact that some monsters are faster than the player prevents that. I don't think you can have areas where everything is slower than the player. Like, it really isn't that great. In PoE 1,
I would say if you can have areas where everything is slower than the player, then you can at least make it so only one or two monsters in a pack, in any pack, or even in any scenario, is faster than the player. Like, let's say there's this one pack that has one monster that's faster than you. You're not going to run into like 3 of those packs together, right? You're going to run into that one, and then you run into another one in a bit. Like, you can do stuff like that. It doesn't have to be like every single thing is trying to bomb, like just beelining straight to you, and they can all get to you faster than you can run away. Like, because in the current state of PoE 2, I feel like there are more monsters that are faster than you than there are monsters that are slower than you, which is which is awkward.
In the distant past, we had that problem, and it just meant that running past monsters was the thing you did all the time. And then there were some changes, like, I don't know how many years ago it was, like, what was it, 4 years or something like that? When was the Act 1?
I
Like,
don't remember.
like, we made changes where we made a lot of monsters faster than the player. And at the time, and that wasn't negatively perceived at the time, it just made the monsters feel better that we had there. So, like, you absolutely can have monsters faster than the player, and I do think it's important to have those kinds of situations.
Well,
Like,
if you're
it
talking
just
about
shouldn't be that it's it's just that, like, you need to make sure you're getting the balance right. And I think that that's like a running theme with PoE 2 in general, is that the target to hit is smaller. Like, because if we want the combat to be more engaging, then that means there's a smaller target that it puts more pressure on the balance to be right. And so I think that's the main issue that we're running into, is just that, like, it's okay if everything, if okay, so this is sort of a larger topic, right? But effectively, it's like in PoE 1, there are so many tools that the knowledge ceiling is absolutely astronomical. And so you have a situation where a good player can completely dominate everything to, like, the absolute nth degree, right? Now,
Yeah.
what that means is that you've got a scenario where the game seems like an impenetrable mountain to a new player, because, like, if you don't know what you're doing, the game is just like impossible to understand. And so
Okay.
there's all these tools that you can use to improve yourself, but the existence of everything like that, and like having such a huge skill ceiling, means that you can just trivialize the game right at the start. And so, like, what that also means though is that, like, if we get balance numbers wrong, like if a monster has like double life by accident in PoE 1, it like doesn't even really matter.
Experienced players will kill it, new players might not.
Whereas if a monster has double life in PoE 2, it matters a lot. And so what I'm saying is that the threshold for what is right is like way tighter in PoE 2, and so that means it will just take longer to balance and get it all correct. But it really is the case, I think, that that it's getting all those numbers right that kind of makes it like that will make the combat ultimately fun at the end of the day.
Honestly, Jonathan made a really good point here. You really did. Like, I understand what he's saying. Just so long as this current iteration is not, or like the experience we had was not, like, basically it's an adjustment field. Like, you don't know exactly the right balance to make it feel optimal, and obviously they made it way too overtuned, right? But on the flip side, when they do fix it, you know, I do see it being fun. But that said, when on the topic of speed, which is how we got here, I do think there are still way too many mobs in a per pack situation that are faster than you. You get into Keth, you're dealing with so many beetles that you can't outrun. Same thing with and all those tiny beetles, you can't outrun them. It's just not possible, and they swarm you. There's so many, and especially with the small beetles, they explode. Like, they do big damage, right? And to be very fair, that is the same case. PoE 1 has this with those sirens that someone explodey, those red squid things that explode. PoE 1 has it, but the big difference between PoE 1 and 2 is PoE 1 has counterplay to that. If you get swarmed by them and they're about to explode, you can frost blink away, you can flame dash away, you can do something before you eat shit. But in this one, you're kind of stuck with dodge rolling in a situation where they might box you in, so you can't actually dodge roll, or they might just catch up to you anyways because you're dodge rolling. Like, dodge roll doesn't slow you down, but it doesn't speed you up either. So if you dodge roll, they're just gonna meet you where you land. Like, they're just gonna run at you still. And you're still in the exact same danger you were in 2 seconds ago, where they're about to explode. So maybe it's a case of those kind of situations need to be balanced in terms of speed. Like, those encounters, they need to reduce their speed, and it's just a case of they haven't actually done that. In which case, again, I agree with Jonathan here. It's a very delicate thing, and PoE 2 is much more, it's asking a lot more from you combat wise, to where imbalance is very noticeable. So,
and like, if we're doing our job correctly, then we'll still have this situation where a good player feels like they dominate and a bad player feels like they have a good time, but we won't have a situation where if you're a good player, the combat is so trivialized that you literally never have a moment where you're in any danger or have any kind of like level of like sort of interest going on. And I think that's the worry that we have when we're looking at things is like, if we get to the point where like a good player never has to face a single challenge ever, then I don't think that that's going to be a game that will ultimately be fun in the long term. And so that's kind of like, and like, so that is.
But here's a counter argument to this. If the good players are experiencing as much challenge as, like, let's say as we experience right now, because I think they intended for good players to have less challenge than we actually experience this time around. But if the good player were to experience a shit ton of challenges, then the average person is experiencing even worse. Like, if this is a bad analogy, but if rare monsters feel gargantuan to a good player, then it's not outside the realm of, you know, possibility that white must feel as gargantuan to like casual landies. So there's a balance to be had where, like, yeah, the new player, like, it's the experienced players are going to find this easy, but we have to still make it to a degree. Like, maybe this one situation is like challenging and meant to get you, even on an experienced character, and vice versa. Like, because then if the experienced player has an easier time, the casual players also have an easier time, or you can't have difficulty on one and the other one doesn't feel it, you know.
To me, the reason, like, what I fear happening if we just like say, okay, we're just gonna like lower everything and make it easy. And that, once again, that isn't to say that we shouldn't necessarily, like, maybe Monster Life does have to come down. Like, if we're in the wrong band, we just need to lower it, and that's fine. Like, we will get to the point where that is fun, but we'll do that by making, while still.
But here's a big thing about the balance they are hoping to achieve. If they want to really get monster balance as much, like, to the level they want to, like, to where it's exactly right for every single situation, they can't not make continual changes over the course of like a season. They can't leave those kind of balance changes for huge content releases. They can't do that. You can't get the optimal balance that requires so much tweaking from once in 4 months. I mean, you can, but like that means you're releasing by like 2050, right? So like that means they are going to need to put a lot of effort into actually getting the balance right, and that means continual and frequent updates on monsters specifically, or on monster encounters, and of course more testing. That is why they over-nerfed Best of Both Worlds. I mean, over-nerfing, they went too far, and at least they've acknowledged that they went too far. I think this is actually a decent spot for them to figure out, like, to actually make those more frequent changes to monsters to get what feels right to the average person. And honestly, you can just have a few people who are friends, even in the community, who you know are casuals, and then you just keep in touch with them, like ask, okay, how did this feel, or just keep up with how their experiences are, or have some sort of feedback channel. Like, you know, I don't think they have that for like the vast majority of players, but like if they had something like that where casual players could just, you know, answer questions, a survey if you will, but like then you have to incentivize people to actually take surveys, and like nobody likes surveys, so there's that. Because then you can buff regularly and not run into the backlash. Like their philosophy has always been nerf hard then buff, rather than the other way around, because nobody likes being nerfed. And I agree. I mean, feedback forum exists, but like nobody. If I post on the feedback forum, in my head, I'm throwing this into the void, and nobody's actually going to see it. This might not be true. They might actually be more in touch with that, but like that is the perception I get from, you know, feedback forums. That is just so flooded that they can't keep track of it, and they're not going to see it. But anyways, their philosophy has always been over nerf and then buff up, which honestly, it's like it's not the worst philosophy. But sometimes you just have to bite the bullet and not go as far as you might be thinking, because in this scenario, it really hurts the game. Like, I'm like, everything aside, whatever, like, changes they made have been good, all of that, it really hurts 0.2 because so many people logged in and just logged out, and now like they wouldn't have as much data as they could have had if they had things like not quite as far, right? This is just the fact. Even with all these changes, there are people who are done for the league. They are not gonna play it, like, just period. It is not gonna happen. So maybe it's one of those situations where, like, yeah, it happened, it sucks, yeah, it does suck, but hopefully next time they just don't go as far. Like, if you want to do massive nerfs across the board, it's fine to do massive nerfs across the board, just taper them. Don't just go from 100 to 20 for a damage number, you know. Say go from 100 to 50, see what that looks like. Then next league, go from 50 to 30, see what that looks like. Then 30 to 20. Like, you don't have to take this wild, like, I think it's the degree of the nerf that really bit them in the butts. It's just too extreme. It was too extreme, and they obviously could not get enough testing done internally for just how wide of a variety like things that were getting affected would be. But though I still have no idea how like minions made it through, because like anybody playing minions past Act 1 would easily tell that this shit ain't right.
Making sure that we have a good experience for you know, like, ideally for everyone, right? Like, it should be the case that is balanceable to that way. It's just a lot harder in PoE 2 context.
Well, I think a large portion want like bosses to be what is the challenging content, whereas right now it's almost the reverse, where there's so many clips of like people like dodge rolling away from like packs, right, and they're getting chased down, maybe not having a counter.
White packs,
like, oh my god!
White packs were the true and like uber bosses.
I sort of disagree on
league
Act
starts.
1 changes in PoE 1 not being negatively received. I do remember there was quite a lot of people that really didn't like that because of what you mentioned with like the fast trip monsters is generally a bad thing. So I definitely do disagree with that.
Just because I'm like to have things to actually go and start to address. Like, can I get a gauge on what you think is like where in the game it starts to become a problem?
Here, I wish I was the person they asked this question to. I can show you the exact zone where there's some problematic shit right now. Act 3, anyone you want to do. Act 3, Cruel Act 3, doesn't matter. The Drowned City past. I don't know where it is. Drowned City past. Okay, this present actually. Present is them dead. It's the present one. In this zone, just before you get to the apex of filth, there is a checkpoint. And in that checkpoint, there exists this large square. And this square has monsters that are like walking on hands and legs, but are kind of human-esque. And these fuckers don't play. These guys are like 2x your movement speed. And I think I had like 20% movement speed. I can't outthrow them to this moment. If I go there now, I will get rushed. My minions will kill them, but like I will get rushed. You would see just the difference between my move speed and their move speed. And granted, they were looking for a challenge there. It was obviously set up to be that you got swarmed and you panicked and yada yada. But I think like that zone, that area, that one encounter needs to be tuned down a bit. Like, if you cut their speed by 33%, right? They would still be considerably faster than us. They would still be considerably faster than us if you were to cut it down by 30%, and it would still be challenging. So like that is the first example that comes to my mind, at least. This guy helps Thorn builds speed run the zone. Oh, you love those. Are you playing a Thorns build?
Problem, or do you think it's like just straight out of the gate?
Straight out of the gate. Like even the second zone, like the first zone might be okay, but the second zone with the wolves, it's like pretty like instant, where I don't feel like
really
that, like ARPG playstyle.
But won't we be
I haven't seen anything about Thorns. What ascendancy?
hurting more players than we're helping with that?
By making
Like, won't
monsters
that
slower?
immediately make it? Yeah,
It feels good on bossing? Okay, I'm kind of curious. What is your biggest source of thorns? And like how do you scale it on the tree? Warbringer, okay.
won't that immediately mean that like
By making
won't
monsters
that
slower?
immediately make it? Yeah, won't that immediately mean that like a ton of players who actually enjoy the game because the combat is engaging immediately what doesn't it kill the game for them?
Crit multi.
What I'm saying is it's easy.
Is it considered a guarantee? Okay, crit chance. Okay, so it can't crit. I think in PoE 1, it's secondary damage, and I think because of that, it has a base crit chance of 0. So you can't even scale crit unless you use like things like brittle and whatnot. 3 uniques and base crit is 31. Oh shit. Okay, that sounds very interesting. Like I hadn't heard anything about thorns in PoE 2 yet. And it trivializes bosses. So that's kind of cool. Maybe I'll look more into it after this video.
Easy to say you make the game easier and everyone's happy, but it isn't the case.
You can deliver thorns. I saw a thorn support, so I figured like that support was like dead on arrival because thorns would be in the same state they were in like PoE 1 where it just wasn't scalable to the point where it would be meaningful. But it sounds like there's actually a lot more support than I might be thinking about. So maybe I'll look at what Warbringer provides. What is the biggest thing Warbringer provides for you?
Like a lot of people prefer the game to actually have some challenge in it.
It should have challenge, but it doesn't need to have the giga movement speed. Like you can have challenge in other ways. You can have monsters that are faster. It just shouldn't be as many and like as frequent as it is now. Multiply the scaling of affixes by 3.5 for thorns and armor break.
Here's the thing, right? So every night I go home and I play.
Oh yeah, because you can armor break in the reverse direction, right?
And it's like if we made it so that there wasn't any challenge for me in Act 1, I wouldn't play the game anymore. But that isn't helping anyone, right? Like I need to keep playing the game every night to actually enjoy myself. It's like if I'm not enjoying myself, then it's like how can I even develop the game correctly? So on some level, it's like it has to be fun for.
I mean, this is fair, but like there's a middle ground. That's all I'm saying right now. There is a middle ground.
And I know that if you if you get to the point of having like everything just be trivial, it's like, well, okay, like why am I even playing this anymore? So that there has to be some level of challenge. Now,
there's just a lot. I just thinking more on this specific. There's a big spectrum here. Like for example, I know I have seen the feedback of Act 1 minus canopy and mana. Feel generally good on the pacing, the speed of monsters. Right. You feel like you can almost do no-hit runs, is like kind of what people have said. And then you get to Act 2, and it's not too bad at the very start. And then you get to the like Halani gates, and it's like, okay, now everything's gone off the reservation.
The Pharaoh didn't have a problem.
And then you get
and the Titan Valley
I've seen a decent spectrum like that, and I 100% want to fix that. Like. Right. So that's why I was asking you for your example, because there's just a lot of people on the different spectrums here that want different things, and so I'm trying to understand what how much we would need to change things for the discussion with you as opposed to with other players.
Right.
So that's all I was asking.
Oh. Added thorns from scavenge plating, so being able to armor break without needing to use a separate skill lets you focus on defense skills and hit control. Oh, Thorns has Leech? There's a lot of passive tree and stuff for Thorns. Matthew made a setup in 0.1. Oh, okay. That's cool, honestly. I had no idea. Thorns. Maybe I look more into it. Maybe that is something that could interest me as a build, to be honest.
It could be slowing down those extreme zones, and I think there are like 10 of them. And I think that is at least something hopefully a lot of viewers are going to be happy to hear, which is like, okay, cool, they're going to address those.
I will say this to Mark's point, that when I think about the campaign, I kind of have an aggregate feeling of how it went. So if there's one zone that's very problematic and I haven't like mentally identified that zone is problematic, I would just feel like on average I felt X way, or I felt like this was the situation when in reality it was maybe the last zone. Like for example, I remember I went to and they've made a change on this, but like Ignak Duke zone, all these zones from in Act 3, once you leave town, all those forest zones, they just feel too big. They have like different points of interest. It's kind of get very obnoxious trying to find them. It feels like light radius to where to see objectives is too small. So like you're looking for this. Also, I think that might honestly be a thing. Light radius for seeing objectives is too small. With this current size of the mouse, I think it needs to be much bigger. Or at least like 20, at least 33% bigger, just so we can at least identify from further away, because there's nothing worse than leaving an area on your map fogged, going around and exploring the rest, then you realize that other corner of the map is where the quest objective is, and now you have to start jogging backwards, like if there's no checkpoints, or maybe it's the checkpoints that you should have gotten is still in that fog of war. So like nothing feels worse than that. So I do think that's one more change I would like to see. Just overall buffing the base light radius of seeing objectives in the campaign. I think that would also help a lot, because that is part of the reason it feels unfun. And I think that those are the kind of things that make me agree with Jonathan in some ways, where he says if they can address the things that make the zones less fun, then the time it takes to complete would matter less. It's still, in my opinion, it still matters. I don't know if he thinks it wouldn't matter at all, but like it still matters. But like if I can see where I'm going from much further away, not necessarily like unfog it, but like just make the door show from further away, then I can kind of, then I'd have a much better time. Right now, there's so many situations where I leave, I take some fork in the road, I explore it to its entirety, and I'm just thinking to myself, please don't be that fucking corner that I can see at that other end of the map, and I'm just checking all the nooks and crannies of this end so I don't accidentally leave anything again. But like I'm just looking at it like, please don't be there, please don't be there, please don't be there. And what do you know, it is there. 9 times out of 9 it's there.
So the Dreadnought,
right.
Utsal, you've got Canopy. We're going to start. Those are the most egregious I'm listing. I'm not saying those are the only problematic ones.
Yeah.
And then you got areas like Titan Valley, which is just like riddled with annoying monsters that are just like out of control.
Yes. Well, yes, because you have so many monsters there that you just can't damage until you walk up to them, like the golems that's basically spawn. They construct themselves, and the most annoying of them is the sand one that just has its antenna up and you just don't know, it's just there chilling. And then it's like, it's so obnoxious having to go through Valley of the Titan with those guys there. Not to mention Valley of the Titan actually does have a decent amount of like places where you would benefit from that light radius I was mentioning. Like every single objective has a checkpoint. If you could see that checkpoint from afar, you could actually identify where the objectives were, and it'd be less likely you left it in the fog of war. And as such, the zone just would naturally feel like less of a chore because you're seeing this much sooner. So like I think that might honestly be part of their middle ground, buffing that. It's not obvious the stats solution, but like I think that would be a fair change.
And you've got heaps of this. We start there, we keep working backwards until we catch as much as we can. And it's going to be a lot of different changes. So one could be, okay, like, why is it that there are 6 different varieties, of which all are just, as you've, you know, heard people mentioning, and I think I saw something that you had thing, which is they're playing PoE 1, I think, which I thought was a funny comparison. Yeah. Which I'm like, yeah, okay, fair enough. They need to, not every monster needs to slow down, but like, for example, some of them can be fast, and maybe the answer is, okay, they should be weaker. So sure, they engage you, but they die quick. Or maybe the answer is like, there's too many of them. And then in a lot of the cases, it's going to be like, okay, here's 6 different types of packs. Well, 6 of them are fast. Well, that's a problem. 5 is fast. That's a problem. 4 are fast. That's a problem. 3 are fast. That's probably still a problem. But 2 are fast. That's probably more acceptable. So you get 2 really slow, maybe 2 fast, 2 kind of in the middle, and you get some big slow monsters, some small monsters, and that distribution isn't quite right in a lot of zones. And so that's why I asked, because I would say some zones have a nice here are the slow monsters and here are the fast monsters, and it's kind of cool. You get this like up and down pacing, and it can feel kind of fun where sometimes you're on edge and sometimes you're just obliterating things. And then you get the ones where you're like, holy, I've just been zoned 3 zones in a row where I'm just on edge, getting swarmed, like absolutely, and that creates
the manner in Act 1 is like that, where you're always on high alert because it has so many obnoxious mobs, from the guys who die and leave those blood puddles that just do obnoxious amounts of physical damage dots, to the iron sharpshooters who I don't know, every single time I take a projectile to the face I feel it. Like, and they be shooting these projectiles when they're not using their beam. Like, oh my god, can we breathe, please? So, but that is not necessarily a bad experience if you can kill them quick enough. But like, if you can't kill them quick enough, then it becomes very obnoxious very quickly. So I do think there is a level of challenge that is fine if you have a certain level of power, and not fine if you don't have that level of power.
It's this extreme negative feeling of like, I can't do the things that my skills want me to do, and that is bad, and that I definitely want to fix that, and I want to fix that imminently. Like, I'm going to immediately get onto doing that. So there is a huge range of spectrum of players that want different things here.
Yeah.
And I want to at least address that thing, because I know that's just bad. Like, I think that's bad for everyone. I don't think that's bad for some people. I think that's bad for I mean everyone. It's for a huge majority. So we can start there for sure.
But to be clear, though, like we still do need to have some monsters that are faster than player. It can't be that none are. And like things like the wolves in the second area, like if we didn't have that, then I think that you wouldn't even, like, once again, you wouldn't get the feeling of like you would immediately out of the gate have the game as just trivial. And like I think that really would hurt the game a lot. Like I think that would be a big problem. So it's really just a question of like, if there are parts that are frustrating, we'll address them. But like it isn't the case that just everything needs to be slower. It really would hurt.
So I think
there's another thing you.
I was just gonna say, I think there's almost like 2 different player bases, where there are a lot of people that just want to blast and maybe have challenging bosses, and then there are people that want like the entire gameplay, every second to second moment, to be like very engaging. So it's I guess like
I don't know that I agree with that either, because I don't think it's so binary as you say. Like there is a middle ground that will work. Like I'm almost certain that there is, and the way that you get there is by just looking at the individual cases. Just
The people who want to blast, like this was PoE 1, honestly, speaking to some of them, I do agree that there is a middle ground they would accept between PoE 1 and current PoE 2. I just think the middle grounds that would exist, that would please a vast majority of them, would be one that doesn't have nearly as difficult combat or as mental work that would go into the combat, and I think that's what it has sounded like GGG is going for. So I don't know if it's a middle ground that they would be happy with or they would be willing to implement.
just fixing every one of them until like the rough edges are all sawed off, sanded off, and then and then it kind of works. And like you'll get to a point where like you just don't get frustrating experiences anymore because we've managed to sort of fix all of those cases, and that point won't be in the situation where just.
And honestly, what he says makes sense, but at the same time, it's low-key a fairy tale, and here's why. In the ideal universe, you will get to the point where things like everything feels smooth and every almost like balance is gotten down to the letter and whatnot. But with how often PoE is as a game evolves, I don't think it's possible to have that level of iteration unless you're making like consistent changes. Like every week there's a patch, adjusting monster numbers and whatnot. I don't think unless you're like tweaking to that level, you will get to the point where everything in the game feels balanced. Like, because like think of it this way: if right now the monsters are balanced, next league there's going to be a balance update and builds are going to be thrown out of whack again, and that is going to create new issues with monsters, and now you have to reattain this level of, it's like for any of you who have played RuneScape, it's like comp cape, the completion cape. When there's a new quest or a new thing that comes into the game, you now have to go complete it to within a certain amount of time to regain your comp cape. It's like that. You would have to, with the new patch, you guys now have to do those balance changes again whilst also working on PoE 1 and PoE 2, and I just don't see y'all as having the manpower to achieve that. So it would be nice if you got there, and for a game that doesn't evolve or that doesn't change as frequent, like if we didn't change as often as PoE does, it would be possible. But for a game like PoE that is constantly changing every few months, I don't know that it's going to be achievable long term, at least. I did a forum post about how to improve effectiveness while keeping tension on miss and improve defensive effectiveness. Yeah, I personally think the way to do it is make it, at least in the context of like a boss fight, is we don't need one shots all that much. Make it a war of attrition. Make it so I don't want to take all that many hits because I will run out of flask and I will die, rather than, oh, you stood in this mechanic, you're dead. You won't regret reading. We can check it out after the video. We have a long way to go in the video. Remind me though. If you remind me, I will check it out.
Everything is slow. Like we really will still have a level of engagement there.
I guess the problem with everything being so fast, and part of why I pointed out like everything almost, is because it's such a heavy focus on combo gameplay right now, but it feels like the speed of the monsters are heavily incentivizing like one button builds. Like as soon as I could, I was like, the less I can do, the better everything will feel, just because I don't have time to set up combos. We're getting completely overwhelmed. That's why I pointed out everything as a bit of an issue.
Well, it isn't necessarily the case that you have to use a combo on every.
There is something awkward about pack sizes in certain areas where sometimes the pack size feels like it's supposed to be in PoE 1, but we don't have PoE 1 tools to get rid of that level of swarm, which I think is it was a big thing when I was using like non-storm mage minions and I hadn't like leveled up as much, where there's only so many enemies you can kill at any one time that having 20 enemies on your screen means you're getting overrun. There's no two ways about it. If your skill is only hitting like, let's say 2 enemies, because I think storm mages start off with 2 chain, or let's say 3, let's say that's where you 3, whatever, we can't see the scaling, so I can't really say, but let's say 2, and then they throw 20 enemies at you, you're only doing damage to like 2 enemies per storm mage, and the storm mages aren't one-shotting them, and even if they were, with enough pack size, it becomes quick to overwhelm. So there's also something about PoE 2's pack sizes where sometimes it feels off, and sometimes it feels like this should not be, this is too much, especially when leveling. Like there are multiple situations where you feel like, where you get overrun. Like for example, big example, the Blood Thief Queen. If you don't know who that is the beetle in the very first zone in Act 3 that poops out mosquitoes. Now the mosquitoes are squishy, you can kill them, right? But if your skill has like it's like slow hits or not that much AoE, you will quickly get overrun and they will surround you. So this is you. This is you. They come from here. If your one hit doesn't clear off a good chunk of them, they are going to hit you, but then because there are so many, they end up surrounding you, and all of a sudden you can't even kill all of them with your one big AoE, which by the way, they can be stunning you out of the charge or whatever, because now it's all around, and they don't want, I don't say they don't want to give us that level of wave clear, but like those are the situations that can quickly get problematic when it comes to pack size.
Every monster, like if you've got stuff that's fast, you don't use combos on that, and because it's disrupting you. But then also it is also important that monsters do disrupt your combos, because otherwise your gameplay just
The
degenerates.
big
into
green
doing,
queen
like,
as
1, 2, 3,
companion to be
1, 2, 3,
specific.
1, 2, 3.
The
Like,
mosquito is bugged and spawns minions that are your enemy. They also make loot on. Oh. They drop loot? Holy shit. Interesting. I wouldn't be surprised if somebody decides, oh, we're going to make, I don't know how you would do this, but I don't know. You somehow find a way to aggro on something that, because you're not doing damage, right? You aggro on something, she spawns the minions, and then you have minions to take care of it, so you just go AFK and things are just dropping. Turns AFK, farms it. Exactly. So like you just have her aggro on something that you're not doing damage to. She does it and you kill it. I mean, but yeah, the companion, that is not bugged as a spectre. That's one of those funny things. It is actually not bugged as a spectre. If it summons the mosquitoes as a spectre, the mosquitoes are your friends and they go fight enemies, right? But as a companion, apparently it's bugged. I heard about this from elsewhere as well. So like, the loot level is equal to area level. So if you can somehow achieve this inside maps, ooh. But yeah, hopefully they patch that sooner rather than later.
like the monsters have to be able.
Not to mention it's just awkward that the companion is pooping out enemies. Like, that's weird. You can create your own enemies basically.
Like, there has to be situations where your plans are disrupted in order to like have a situation where you can respond to things, like you actually get some counterplay on stuff like that. And so the monster designs have to reflect that on some level. But like, it's always an amount, right? Like, there's an amount of that you need, and there's probably too much of that going on. But you still need an amount of that, or you know, it just becomes all flat.
We've I mean, we've been talking about, like, look, the last few days we've been talking about some like pretty extreme considerations and things, and like, you know, talking about the monster life is the main thing, because which you could argue is player damage, right? They're obviously
Well, it's monster life is the easiest way. If everything is too weak, then monster life is the way to solve it.
Oh yeah, if there's a few outliers of builds that are find the tricks to do good, then yes, it is. I bring all players up or bring all monsters down. They're the same thing. And like, we have been talking about a lot of this, and like actually going like, what would we be willing to do here? How would we be willing to change it? What are we willing to test? What are we willing to try? And like, there's heaps of things on the cards here. Like, kind of honestly, everything's kind of been on the cards, as long as we don't feel like at the end of the day that we've taken the teeth out of the game in terms of difficulty. Like, that is what's important to us, is making the game still have a feeling of hard, being difficult. And I would say out more than just bosses. Like, it shouldn't just be that the bosses are the only thing that's difficult.
Sure.
And we certainly don't want it to devolve into what I would argue is, you know, well, I know this is like way further away, but like, you know, again, we're talking about changing. It could be changing anything here. The one thing I also worry about is getting to the thing where I would argue a lot of the difficulty in PoE 1 outside of a lot of the boss fights is just like,
They're monsters.
you occasionally just instantaneously die to something and you're like, I don't even know what I died to.
Yeah.
And a lot of that is where you get like, it isn't necessarily from monsters being too hard, and it is often from just like spam and too much stuff going on, combined with like daemons and volatiles and all of that. So
Yeah.
making sure we avoid that as well. But it does mean in the sense that then you kind of get that like, okay, you have to have it be that you're engaging with the monsters for it to be difficult.
That's a
Which
fair
kind
take.
of means monsters do need to actually pose a threat, and you need to be able to see what they're doing and react to what they're doing. Now, I wouldn't say that's universally perfect, but that's an argument for like, you know, not wanting to.
You want to see what they're doing and then you run Valguards? I mean, you're not gonna be doing much seeing, that's for sure.
Get it to the point where it's too much of that, just like, well, I guess that's an argument for de-swarming things, as you said, which I agree with, by the way. It is like an important thing, because it is kind of getting towards that, and that contributes towards where things are slow and stuff. But I wouldn't personally argue that every zone feels swarmy.
How would you guys feel? I don't think I would like it personally, but how would you guys feel if like pack sizes were less? Loot is this. Let's just say in this hypothetical, loot is the same, pack size is less, so you don't get swarmed as much, and you can but then it takes slightly longer to kill the monsters. So on average, let's just say in this hypothetical, the packs stay the exact same in terms of clear time. You're not spending any more time per pack, but you have less odds of being swarmed because there are less enemies, but those enemies take a slightly longer to kill each, which averages out to be the same as it would be, you know, you get what I mean. So do you guys think you would prefer that as an iteration, like less monsters that are healthier and like would last a bit longer, or is more monsters that are squishier better? What would you guys prefer? Which mosquito minion? Hang on a second. You see here, this is the fun part about having a Pokédex. These guys summon mosquitoes, and those mosquitoes, if this is a companion, those mosquitoes are enemies, but if this is a specter like this, the mosquitoes will be friendly. That's the one fun thing about having a Pokédex like I do. I just have like a bunch of random specters. I want to mix, to be honest, with some packs have fast minions and some to be tanky. I like variety. I actually, that is honestly very fair. I like variety as well. And any new discoveries? None so far. Haven't been on much today. What specters are you using currently? Oh, I am not using specters. I was using specters, but then GGG disabled the specters I was using. Like literally within the hour of my video being posted, it just got disabled. I'm like, okay. So like I'm not currently using specters. Like this is the specter I'm using. You see how I have no minions and I currently have spirits? Watch this. Somehow I just lose my warriors, by the way. I don't know why that is a thing. But like they just don't spawn. My specters are gone. Disabled. I can't use them. I keep in mind this is a 4-link, like, or a 5-link rather. I invested into a greater for the video that you guys saw. And I just can't use it. But I mean, I'm not mad. I probably wasn't going to use them too long term anyways. But yeah. 3 hands got disabled. That's weird. Wonder if it's something in settings. All right, let's continue.
I think there's a swarmy argument. I 100% want to focus on solving first, and then there's
Oh yeah. To answer my own question, I think if we had to deal with swarming and not getting swarmed in the context of PoE 2, I think it's better if they were slightly less monsters than they are now, that are slightly tankier, but like not so much so that it feels like white like I don't want to fight one big white monster. That would be obnoxious. But like just slightly less and have them be a bit tankier to where I don't feel like, oh, I can't even dodge roll because I can't even cast a spell because before I do it, I've gotten hit and stunned or something, you know, that kind of thing. Which minions are you currently using? Storm mages. They are, in my opinion, one of the better minions to be using. They feel really good from the moment you unlock them. I can't. Only other minion that really competes with them right now is Valguards, but the difference is with Valguards you don't see. I don't know which of them I would say has more damage. I haven't tested Valguards in a long while, so it'd be hard to do a fair comparison. But as of when I tested in the campaign, Storm mages did feel better than Valguards.
certain things are fast and certain things are slow, and maybe there's that. So yeah, I'm not entirely sure where I was going with that, but I just want to, I guess it's more just giving my sense of where I want to make sure we don't end up is in that place, just to make sure, and we want to be real careful about not getting to that point. So I would actually say we're probably a bit too far there in a lot of the areas, but I don't think it is a universal problem right now.
I think also, especially, even though warrior is, or May skills are particularly strong now due to being able to use a shield, but he can feel very...
I feel like this league, I'm going to make a ballista build, an artillery ballista build for the Lich. I got a very genius idea, and I realized that ballista, I could make it work with ballistas. So there's odds I'm going to do that.
very bad that like every
That's just random.
like, has a downside, whereas isn't really the case for the other builds, where like with maces, it's like, yeah, you get 40% increased damage, but 5% reduced attack speed. And reduced attack speed, especially with all these combos, can feel particularly bad compared to others. I would say like maces are kind of good right now, but a lot of that is a shield.
I actually do think there is a bit too much of the... I actually like a little bit of like, he may be a cluster or two having the kind of upside downside, but it's honestly something we've, aside, you know, obviously keystones have upside downside, but yes, there's true that probably there's kind of too many passives, especially in the warrior section, that are a little bit too...
You know, I wonder what Jonathan is thinking right now. He has a very, like, right now, he doesn't look happy. And I don't know why. He could just be listening. This is his default face, but like he genuinely doesn't look happy right now.
Giving downsides, where it was something honestly that's a bit experimental to PoE 2. Like,
yeah,
we didn't have that in PoE 1.
He doesn't have his usual curious look on his face. He looks more upset.
And maybe we went a little bit overboard with it in that part of the tree, but I don't hate it as a concept. I think it's just that it's a little bit too saturated there. I will agree with you there 100%. Yeah. I would say, as people hopefully would know, we're going to iterate on that passive tree a million times, so yeah, it'll find its sweet spot for sure, and it's definitely not there yet.
I do think it's important though that like keystones can be felt, and so
well, we're not talking keystone.
Sorry, I didn't mean to say keystone. I said notables can be felt. And so part of the reason for the upside downside thing is that like it lets you do a larger damage bonus because it's got the downside, and therefore you're going to really feel that damage bonus.
No, they are good. So, like, I think it's the frequency of them in that part of the tree.
But I'm saying that you can find another way maybe to do that, but it's like I do think that like having that feeling of like I really felt that node is something that we like that is a thing that you do get,
I mean, I can't agree with this simply because there's only so many sources of increase you will get to where you feel it. But like, odds are, with how rare attack cast speed is, you will feel it. You will feel the downside a lot. Like, there's one wheel. Let me think. Let me find one that has upside downside. There was one, I can't remember which one it was. This guy, reduce attack speed. Yeah, this guy, reduce attack speed, right? It's 40% damage increase. That is nice. You will feel 40% damage increase, but you also feel the 5% reduced attack speed. And it is fair to say, like, yeah, you will feel it, but like at the same time, where is it? The attack speed you get from like big clusters are like 5% increase. So even the ones that are just like positives are like just countering the downside on this. So it might be a case of the downsides are just too extreme. Like if you think about it, if it takes a notable elsewhere to counter the downside of the notable you just took, that is very impactful. Like if the downside to have, if you took away the 5% reduce and you give me 30%, I'd be fine. You know, I would still feel 30%. And even when you look at the concept of increased damage, when you're pushing 500, 600, you're not going to notice 40% increase as much. Now, I don't know how viable getting to those levels in current state of PoE 2 is, but that's just an example. When you get to enough increased damage, you stop feeling it as much, but like you never stop feeling reduced attack speed. You really don't. It just, it just compounds because you could be much faster in attacking, but you're not, you know. So I think I would honestly sometimes prefer just having weaker notables if there are no downsides, you know. Like I think for the most part that makes sense. There's some that make sense. Like I think from what I remember, spaghettification has gotten changed, but like the downside on this guy felt fair-ish. Like minus chaos stress is you feel it, but like it's not a downside to where you just can't to where it feels obnoxious to make up for. And not only that, the upsides are the upsides as of last season. I don't, looking at it now, it still seems very good. So the upsides are worth the downsides, and the downsides don't feel obnoxious to the playstyle. So like it's a downside, but it's not obnoxious to the playstyle. For like this guy, it's obnoxious to the playstyle because nobody wants to hit slow. You can say the hits feels like it has, you know, big bonk, but like nobody wants to feel slow. Like that's just the situation. Even if you're using two-handed, you understand that you're going to be slower than someone using a one-hander, but you don't want to actively make yourself hit slower. Even if it's bigger damage, it just feels bad, especially when you have to deal with like even if you one shot every single pack you run into, you still have to hit them. You still have to charge up the hit, or you still have to do whatever. And if it feels like a slog to just use your skill, that's problematic in my opinion, at least.
That, you know,
that is important in our passive tree philosophy. Yes, is
Right,
that the before and after of taking a notable, especially the first. Obviously, nodes become less valuable as you get higher level because they're just saturating into a bunch of diminishing return. Well, not diminishing returns, but more like, you know, the 500 to 520% increase is going to matter less than the 0 to 20 and whatnot. But especially for the first chunk of the game, we want it to be that every notable is felt. Like you're like, I definitely now can.
This is a notable I did not feel. Did not feel. This was the first notable I felt, and that's because it's revive. Again, I felt revive. Didn't really feel. Kind of felt. I felt this one. And then this only became noticeable once I actually got like other sources of res. That was when they all collectively started getting noticeable. But just taking this notable, didn't feel shit. So maybe the vision is kind of off for minions in the current state, at least, because like I didn't feel those things.
And I would say, yeah, a lot don't hit that mark. Some do, some don't. But yeah, we've been trying new things there, so
Yeah.
bit of a pivot.
Yeah. So the next question, I want to talk a little bit about the fact that you have only done like the crazy large changes between seasons, and you talked a little bit about that you felt forced to treat the game like it was released. Are you still happy with doing only large balance changes between patches, or is that something you would maybe revisit with something like every 2 weeks, especially with like a warning period, like changes are coming in 4 days?
it's hard. I don't think that you can just nerf people in the middle of a league no matter what. Like, we get highly punished for that. Look, I mean, people are going to be unhappy about nerfs whenever we do them, as you know, like as we can see. But like, it is actually strictly worse if you get nerfed while you're playing the game. Now we're in a position now where, because things like are probably possibly undertuned, that we can just do mid-league buffs, and so that means you'll see way more patch changes happening now, because like it's okay to do major buffs during the middle of a league,
which we
just can't do. Yeah, which we're doing.
Honestly, I agree with that. If I'm playing a build actively, even if you give me 2 weeks heads up that changes are coming, if I like my current build and you're just going to say in 2 weeks this build is dead, don't touch it, I'll be honest, it feels like a log out angle. Not because, like, in the reality of the situation is I as a player would probably get tired of the skill before that 2 weeks runs out, and I'd be looking for something new. But just the fact that I could be having fun, and now my fun is time bound to where I have to do it within a certain amount of time, I just don't want to. I wouldn't want to engage with that. So I agree with his point where nerfing people mid league just doesn't work. Like, it's an EA, but if you wanted to have like the if you wanted to embrace what the community has been saying about like more frequent patches, you would have to make those patches less meaningful. Like you can't have like wide swinging in like power. You can have like, oh, this lost 2% damage, this lost 3% damage, this lost this lost that, but like very, very small fine tuning. You can't have nearly as much impactful nerfs. Like you can't just nerf Herald of Ice. Like they could have nerfed Herald of Ice Ratona because that was obviously unintended. But like you could, what's a different example? Archmage. You couldn't just nerf Archmage because I mean you technically could, but a lot of people would be very upset, and rightfully so. They'd be very upset at that, you know. So I don't know that more frequent patches where like when it comes to big ass nerfs is necessarily going to be a good thing for them. But what I will say is you can have, and there can be an in-between where maybe the nerfs come once in, let's say a league lasts 4 months. Once a month is more reasonable instead of once in 2 weeks. You have it releases today, these are the things that are good, these are the things that got nerfed, then you play again. But the thing about it, here are the games that I know that do stuff like that. League of Legends does it, Deadlock does it, but the things that these games have going for them that PoE just doesn't, it doesn't take nearly as much time to get a build running. Like you hop into a game with nothing and you get everything you need for the character in the next 30 minutes, and then the game is done and you start over. PoE is not that. So having your skill just become like, you're going to alienate the casual audience, which is actually unironically a big part of PoE2's current player base. Like the casual audience should not be underestimated. We got a lot of casual people with PoE2 launch, and that's really good. You wouldn't want to alienate them where now they just feel like they can't play the game because they only play on the weekend. So like in literally 4 play sessions, they have to figure out a new build if what they're playing got nerfed. Like it's not gonna feel good, you know. So like even that isn't like that viable. Just thinking about it a bit more. So I don't know that they could have it so that you could have like let's say this Dawn of the Hunt, right? It's a major content release. You could have major content releases more frequently, but then that interferes with PoE1, and we probably don't want to do that. So this is one of those situations where I think it's like damned if you do it, damned if you don't. There's no winning. You get fucked, basically. Like I don't think there's any decision that doesn't leave people feeling a bit salty, so to say. What supports do you have on Storm Mages? I have a guide video on it in case you want to watch it, but we currently have Arcane Temple, Control Destruction, Feeding Frenzy, and Minion Mastery. And my tree looks something like this. Again, all of this is covered in the guide. It's even where I'm going to, everything is in the guide. If you want to play around with like minions, I recommend checking out the video. And if you have any questions, let me know.
I generated a relatively large list yesterday,
Yeah.
which I know we have that whole philosophical discussion earlier about player power. Well, like there are many builds, many skills that are underneath, because obviously otherwise I wouldn't be have spent a good chunk of the day going through and assessing what needs to be increased, right? So like I don't want it to take as like I don't want people to take away from that as being like no, we're happy with the current balance. Like obviously not. We're still going to make changes. We're still going through everything and
that's
we'll
good.
get to that sweet spot for sure, but like
I mean, it's going to end up feeling like a season of buffs this time, and the reason why it'll feel that way is because like the medicine has gone down now we can start on all of the actual like all of the positive buff parts. And so it's like the last season we just weren't even in a situation where we
I just realized Tengen, your name is from Demon Slayer. I was like, this sounds familiar. Why does this sound familiar? I just realized it.
It's like you
the Hashira, right?
We genuinely tried to. We genuinely tried to. We had this plan of like bring all the top end outliers down and then make sure everything is feeling good in the middle. And we started with the bringing outliers down, and then all of a sudden, and this is why the patch notes were so late, we were like, oh no, like we're like running out of time here. Like we thought we could get through more of the balance and start bringing more things up. We didn't get to do all that we had hoped to do.
I think that means you'll set a date way too early in the process, or I reserve the next comment I was about to make. But it does mean that you set that date way too early in the development process. That's what it sounds like to me, at least.
But like by that point, it's kind of too late, and so like we're going in, and then now our idea here is like we thought we were. I like literally up until the last minute, we're like, okay, we're gonna keep going. Right, let's start buffing. Let's look at weak things, and like it just ended up being too time consuming. And so the answer here is now though, it's like, well, let's just keep going. And so obviously the first few days is really like looking at all the player feedback and going, what are the biggest problems, right? And this is where you get the Act 3 changes, you get the minion builds, you get the big things. And we are trying to address all of that. And I understand just game-wide balance is a big thing.
Mhm.
But now it's just going to be like, all right, this skill. Like, let's go. What are we changing? Going through literally every single one on every single skill tree and every single reservation. And then we're going to go, okay, well, you've still got Blood Mage and Acolyte of Chiola sitting there at 0%, 0.1% played. Okay, well, clearly not doing well enough. Let's target that and just go on and just keep... We're just going to keep iterating through until we can get as far as we can. And
I wonder if there's going to be any point this season where they make a change, like changing an ascendancy node on Acolyte of Chayula or Blood Mage, because those ascendancies need work. Oh my god, I don't know how they weren't like really high on the priority list, but like, god damn, they need work.
maybe we catch everything, maybe we don't, but like the intention is to not stop just because the release day happened. Like we had a goal, we didn't achieve that goal, and so we just need to keep going.
And do you have like a rough idea? Like you were saying you were working on a lot of things to be buffed. Do you have a rough idea on how early we could be seeing those already?
Well, we'll be seeing them continuously. Like okay, so this was a
2 days.
Yeah.
Okay,
Like this was a
perfect,
funny
that's
thing
what I wanted.
because okay, like so like one of the things I think that was majorly misinterpreted, that things we're working on post, was like this was the things we were working on that day. Like literally that was that day's worth of work that we were talking about. And then the next day it's like, well, now we're doing this Act 3 stuff. And like today we'll be doing a bunch of other stuff. And like, you know what I'm saying? It's like every day we're going to be like continuing to iterate and do stuff. It's like,
That's
so
good.
the idea that someone's like, oh, they're not even acknowledging this thing. It's like, well, come on. We've literally had, like, that was one work day.
Yeah.
You know, like there's more stuff coming, right? Like,
Which
you know.
See, there, I don't blame the player base, but I also don't blame GGG. That is fair, but they didn't communicate that in the what we're working on. Because when I read the what we're working on post, my idea was this is the things they're currently working on. I don't know that this is going to be what we're working on today, and then there's going to be like they're all going to be done today. Like when I saw the minions being buffed, like as what we're working on, I thought it was going to come out like within the next week or something. Like it's going to come out at some point. I didn't think it was going to come out as soon as it did. Like, and it came out like that night or something. Because in my head, I'm like, okay, this will take a while. It's fine. At least they're aware of it, and at least they're working on it and stuff like that. So I think that was on communication, and I think they could have better communicated that this was that was like, oh, we're working on this right now, and it should be out. All these shady should be out by, you know, maybe not give any hard dates, but like they're going to be out something more concrete and as soon as possible. You know, give me a quick second. Okay, we are back. Jeez, I kind of hit my monitor, and now they're kind of just not slightly aligned. So let's just adjust it real quick. It's a tiny adjustment. Bro, can you move? Bruh. I know I haven't adjusted your height in a bit, but like, goddamn. Alright, well. There we go. Okay. Now we move it. Yeah. Perfect. Alright, let's continue.
We need to be more clear about.
Sure.
We'll try to be more
Right.
more specific about that. But yes,
I mean, the one that I found the most funnier with that is it's like I'm like, okay, we're gonna look into all this Act 3 stuff, but in the meantime, we'll just add some checkpoints. And it's like, the reason I put that in there is because like that's literally a thing we already noticed was bad, and it's not like hurting anyone to add some more. So it's like the idea that we're like, oh, we're just gonna solve the whole thing by adding checkpoints was like ridiculous. Like
Yeah.
obviously that wasn't the case. It was just like, here's just the thing that I can just tell someone, hey, go do this.
Hey, Jonathan looks better. He looks less upset. Cool.
While I'm looking at this, and like
It looks like he's back to
so
his
they did
usual
that,
self.
So then that'll go in the next version. But like it's like then it's like the next like 4 hours after that, I'm like sitting there going through areas and trying to work out what's like what needs to improve about them.
Yeah, so checkpoints is kind of something I want to talk about with the large zones and stuff. And you made a post yesterday talking about that several Act 3 zones would be reduced in size. But as a core idea, is Path of Exile 2 being aimed more at like doing one long playthrough and finishing up one character rather than do like 5 to 10 characters and the people that are playing thousands of hours per year?
I mean, that's once again, it's not like I'm not targeting one or the other. Like your second, I mean, like if you're doing multiple playthroughs, the game is a lot faster just due to the like items and stuff that you have. Like that is definitely the case.
Well, a big thing that's missing.
Like, making multiple characters in a league is certainly something that I expect and want you to be able to do.
Yeah, so but here's the thing. If the campaign takes too long, we're not gonna want to make multiple characters, okay? Like something's got to give. Like I'm not saying the campaign should be 1 hour long. Like it doesn't have to be egregious or anything, but like it also doesn't need to be like that is where his first point at the start of the interview where like it shouldn't matter how long it takes. That's where I disagree with him from. Because if I'm going to make up multiple characters, it does matter how long it takes me to get to the end game. Because once you've gotten to the end game, that is the game of the season, right? You want to get there because in PoE 1 you have your King's March to deal with. You have gold. Yeah, that is an extreme example, I know, but like that's just there. In here, in any other league, you get to the end game and you have your base currency. Odds are you can afford twink uniques to speed up your leveling. You just want to get to the end game so you can actually play and engage with the end game mechanics, do the content you like, and make currency and kill monsters basically. And there's something about campaign and having to do like point A to point B that takes away from the joy of, to a degree, not completely, but like I can agree that it takes away a bit from the joy of just straight up killing monsters on repeat.
A big thing that's missing comparatively to PoE 1 is our ability to speed ourselves up, right, on our second characters. In PoE 1, you have things like 7 League Step and stuff like that. And at least so far, we don't have that many alternatives for that. And our movement abilities are completely different. No Quicksilver. So even though like we can kill the bosses faster, but since the zones are so large, we can't get like the same amount of speed on our second and third character onwards that we would be expecting in PoE 1.
Well, is the zone largeness issue I mean, Act 3 was the one I would say that was like pretty obvious as far as like things like that go. But if it comes to other zones, it's just a question of what are those zones and which are the issues. And like also the other thing is that like usually
it's not about zones, and here I disagree with what he's saying, because like it's not about these zones. Because if your goal is for the campaign to feel a certain way and to be fun, that is fair. But like that means you can't go ahead and make zones smaller, because you would be changing that initial experience that you so wanted to get to. So I would say like like what this is saying is like speed up your character so you get through those zones quicker, because those are the zones, period. Right? Those are the zones. It's not changing. So you would want to be faster, but like aside damage, you're not really getting faster. Unless you go like Queen of the Forest, but you can't really go Queen of the Forest on most builds.
Generally speaking, like once you know how the zone works, there are
Those zones are not easy to know how they work.
ways then to like to
Hey. Yeah, there's actually something very valuable in what he just said that I just realized. If you know how the zones work, there is a very big possibility that he knows how the zones work, because I mean he was involved in their design, right? So there's every big possibility he knows how the zone works, and as such, the zones don't feel as big when he plays through the content because he knows where he's going. So then his thing for having fun would be, what am I engaging with on my way from point A to point B, and is that fun? And from that point of view, it makes absolute sense. Where his standpoint makes absolute sense. It makes perfect sense. You know, but when it's like you don't know how the zone works and you leave that little fork in the corner and you go exploring just to find out it's where you started from and you have to backtrack, that's when you start taking IRL attrition damage playing the game, you know?
to know what you're looking for and sort of how to go places and what to do. So to the extent that isn't the case, that's why like when we're looking at that's why when we're looking at Act 3, it's not just make this zone smaller. It's like what's actually the reason why a player who is experienced is not able to find the thing that they're looking for, right? And that's where we come to like
light
there's this
radius
whole area over here that you could just walk
light
down and you have
radius,
no idea
just
whether or not
saying.
that's important or not. And
Think
so then you end
about
up doing
it.
that and it just wastes a bunch of your time. But like the intention is to make it so that like if you know what you're doing, then you know where to go and like you don't have a problem with that. So like that's why a lot of the changes in Act 3 are just like, okay, yeah, like you randomly get bad luck, and then the Chimera wetland has the stupid Y fork thing in it, and like takes ages to go one way or the
Yes, he mentions the Y fork. Thank you. They are aware of it at least. The one pet peeve I have, they know. Kudos to them. They are actually like, kudos to them. You know, kudos. Credit where credit is due. In this, okay.
The other. It's like
Enough
you
said.
get rid of all of that stuff, and then the zones won't feel so large because like you'll know where you're going and you'll know how to get. You know, it kind of works out that way.
But I do know the layouts, though, and they are very large, even with knowing the layouts, just because our movement speed is like relatively slow. Like even like Matlan waterways, before they're getting reworked, hopefully the rework makes them a lot slower. But I know exactly where I'm going. I'm not like backtracking into the wrong area.
But Matlan is a very large.
A lot
That
of these
area in
zones are very long.
particular, like I understand that area is a challenging one, and it's hard for us to actually fix like trivially because just the way that the level generation works there, there's not an easy like. It's not like okay, like other areas we can change the layouts very easily because like of the way that our generation works, but that area has a very fixed type of layout, and so it's going to take more effort, which is why
You might have to like remove
have
chunk.
an immediate like thing I could do that day to sort that one out. But like I understand that that's an area of concern for people.
Maybe
But,
it's
like,
possible to
once
remove
again, it's
chunks,
like,
but you know, I don't know
that's
how
a
it works.
specific area, and I wouldn't say that like that the issues that area has would apply to the whole game. You know, like that's just an area, a specific problem for that particular
So,
area.
is speeding the player up an option? Like, is that something you'd be willing to consider?
Well, it sort of depends on how it was done. Like, we've discussed some things in that area, like before. I'm not necessarily against that, but it would have to be done in a way that didn't compromise the combat and compromise like the like it shouldn't be the case that you. Because this is the issue with this, right? Is that speeding up the player is if you speed up the player to the point where they're once again faster, then always faster than the monsters, then you get back to the like combat doesn't work anymore, like combat is optional kind of like situation again.
But on our
So,
second
like, you
characters,
have
I feel
to-
like that
you
should
have
that
to
should
find
be
a way
fine
to do
still.
that wasn't going to like break that as well. So there might be something we can do there, and we've kind of been discussing that. Because I'm not exactly wanting to subject people to like running when they're not doing anything, right? But it's just a question of finding a way to do that that's not going to.
It's hard to say anything specific because like there's a little bit of like the moment we say a specific solution,
Yeah.
people might hold us accountable to that in a degree, and
And like
hence
we
why
haven't tried it yet, so we
but
can't.
we
Like, commit
have
to
been
something.
talking
Yeah,
about
yeah.
it. We
Yeah.
do have some options we want to try. We just don't want to talk about them before we try them.
Right. Okay.
But like, yes, I agree. Now,
Mm,
you
that's
mentioned one
fair.
other thing there, just because I don't want to gloss over things too much, which is you mentioned the Twink unique problem.
Yeah.
Which is 7 league steps. There are many, 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 many more items in PoE 1 that you can use to streamline the efficiency on reroll. That is still very deficient, yes. It will come in time, I assure you. It's just a matter of we did higher level uniques this time. Obviously, they're not going to have low level item requirements. Maybe next time there's a more even split. I don't know. We just need to keep going with the uniques and we'll eventually get there. We do have some designs that achieve specifically the low level high movement speed boots. We do have that as a thing that I definitely already have designed. I think it's just waiting on the art and then it's going to go in. But yeah, there's going to be a lot more of those coming over time as well. Like that will
That's
solve
fair.
itself in due time for sure. And
But is there like the question is okay? So is for damage, the twinking situation is not bad right now, right?
it's
Like,
not
for
as
damage,
bad. It's not
it's
as
not-
bad.
it's not
Again,
that
you
bad.
can kill stuff
It's
fast.
it's the movement speed specifically that we're
And the
talking
fact that
about.
we don't have movement abilities, like in the same way, like there's only so much speed
Bl-
you get with
I'm-
shield charge. Like if I'm doing like a third or fourth character, I can definitely get enough damage, right? It's rough on my first character,
But you
but
don't
at least
have to use movement abilities as the solution to this, and I would prefer that that wasn't the solution because then you end up with a kind of like pretty lame sort of gameplay thing going on there. Like, there's going to be a better way to improve that without having a movement ability
As
be the
said,
solution.
we have some things
yeah.
on the cards.
Yeah, yeah.
We just need to test them out and try them and be able to actually have a good argument as to why they why they are good, and we convince ourselves,
Right.
damn, we should have done this before,
Right.
or they're bad, and we're like, here's why they're bad, and we can explain what we tried and why it's bad. But yeah, again, it's we're always a bit on discussing what those will be because. Yes, again, they're being held accountable. People get their hopes up for it, and then we have to say it doesn't work. So, like, there's a little bit of like, let us just try these things, and then we'll see what we come up with, and we'll tell people the moment that we have it. But again, it's not a piece of. It certainly is something that's come up, and will come up every single repeat of the league, and so it's not like off our radar by any means.
Okay, that's good.
Completely
so I
fair.
see a bit of a different question, but on console, debuffs have the option to be at the bottom of the screen. Could that be a toggleable option for PC? Just can be rough to like
I'll look
move
into
your
that.
eyes.
It wasn't on my radar. We might be able to do something.
We
like that.
have a full buff UI rework going on at some point soon. It was planned for earlier,
sure.
where like so this can be part of the consideration, I guess.
Yeah.
But yeah, our UX guy's currently working on. Has it on top 5 of his list, kind of thing of things that we're going to just do to improve the system.
That wasn't to do with moving them, but we can add that to the list of things that we
Yeah,
might.
I mean, it's the whole.
If
They
people
go,
like it, we
they
do
can
it.
go behind the boss's life bars and
Yeah.
all that problem. And hopefully, if it's good enough as well, we can port that to PoE 1 because it's a more egregious problem there for sure.
Yeah, it's obnoxious there.
The next question is about,
Trying to play Herald of
in
Agony and
PoE1, we
your
have
virulence
a
is
lot of
literally
player
just stuck there.
agency
I
over
don't know
how.
what.
Question is about in PoE1 we have a lot of player agency over how we solve early problems. Like the skill tree has a lot of temporary fixes for a build early on, where if your gear isn't up to scratch, you can get 30 to like strength dex int, you can get leech, you can get resists, even like specific ones like fire, cold, lightning, etc. You can get very easy access to fixing mana and stuff like that. And a lot of things that are like temporary fixes that you later on fix with gear. And the crafting bench also helps a lot more with that in PoE1. And I know runes are meant to be the solution here.
You just don't have as many
we don't really get enough
solutions.
sockets early on, we don't get enough gear early on, and we then don't have
Yeah, sockets
anywhere
are a
at all to
problem.
really fix this.
So why is it that you're not getting enough sockets early on?
Well, they're just not dropping. Even if you're checking the vendor, like I'm checking the vendor every time I level up. I'm disenchanting everything. I still don't get enough because the game is very difficult right now. So you try to keep getting gear upgrades. There is not enough loot. There is a lot of people complaining about not enough drops.
I don't get the same experience of not getting enough socketables personally. Like, I would say that probably
my boots, I use one pair of boots for the majority of the campaign. I doubt I still have it. Those boots never end up with a socket. Why? Because I didn't. Whenever I had a spare artificial orb, it would go somewhere. I was like, I probably should do this for my shield. I want to replace the shield too soon, so I'm never going to bother about the shield. But sockets were a problem. I can say that much. Personally, not because I was very and keep in mind, I was very conservative when I used artificial orbs, and I was always talking about or thinking about like, what do I want to balance? Or do I want to get regals now for crafting, or do I want to go for sockets, like which makes more sense economically and even just like for progression? Most of the time it ended up being sockets. But I think a big problem with that as well is maybe your willingness to go to town. That might be a part of the root of the problem, because I notice that when you're picking up gear that is going to end up being disenchanted for sockets, in many cases it is going to be a chess piece, it is going to be a two-handed mace, it is going to be a crossbow. These are things that take so much inventory space, and you can only pick up so many, and the vast majority of PoE players are not willing to pick up, like to go to town that frequently, and as such we are leaving like socketed gear on the ground because it's obnoxious to have to go to town every like 5 rooms or 4 rooms because our backpack is full of crossbows and two-handed maces which take up all the space. Like, so I think that might be part of the problem, and I don't know how you fix that. Maybe I don't know how you fix that. Like, if you increase the amount of shards you get per socket on an item, kind of fixes it, you know, but I don't know that it's a perfect solution or anything like that. I assume you're loading in. Thank you.
80% of the gear I'd be wearing pretty much through the whole campaign would have sockets like in there. So like if that's the case, then like there must be something I'm not understanding about like why that people are feeling that way, because that's just like a totally different experience than what I see when I'm playing myself.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to.
The intention.
Sorry, go on.
The intention is that you use socketables to fix those problems, and it is fundamentally identical to the crafting bench as far as the resultant, like ability to fix issues on your character. Like there's nothing about the crafting bench that really changes anything that way, other than it's being less intuitive to use for new players.
Well,
no,
it is a lot
really
stronger.
I disagree with Jonathan here, because the crafting bench offers a lot more. It offers a lot more. I want to say flexibility and whatnot in getting the things you need. Example, there is not a single attribute rune. Try as you may to find one, it doesn't exist. There is no rune that is, oh, this guy is, this is glacial, and this guy is, let's say, dex or strength. You can't get that. Those are, I think those aren't even soul cores. Those are just like things that lean a requirement to something else or something like that. But the TLDR is like, those are soul cores. Soul cores aren't really accessible in the early game, so like those don't really fix it. All you have are runes, and runes don't fix attributes. Just one example. You can also get, I'm not entirely sure if you can get hybrid res. I think hybrid res might be betrayal. I think hybrid res might be betrayal, but you do have access to attributes. If they give us attributes access on runes, I think that solves a good chunk of the disconnect we as players are feeling that it feels like GGG hasn't acknowledged yet about why the crafting bench is not is generally more fondly regarded. I don't think if you made a crafting bench and you gave it the same options that we currently have for runes, we would still complain. We just need more runes. But the another difference is runes take up space. Not everybody always wants to pick up these runes and store them and all of those things. Whether or not socket table can replace crafting bench is separate from which runes should exist. You just said what I was thinking. Oh yeah, okay. But yeah, it's like it doesn't matter if you have a crafting bench or not, if it doesn't have the things we would need to cushion what we need at any one given time. If I need dexterity on, like, a big example, I'm finding runes yada yada. Let's say for this hypothetical, which is unrealistic, I have every single rune in the game starting out Act 1. When I am encouraged to go this route, and then I realize I need a green gem, and the only way to get a green gem is dexterity, and I have to wait this long to get dexterity, and the only way I can get it, if not waiting this long, is by dropping gear that has it. That feels bad, you know. If at any one point you, and let's not even get started on stat requirements, but if at any one point early on you need dexterity and you're up to a certain level of, let's say, your main stats or intelligence in my case, and you cannot take off any of your intelligence nodes because you're using the highest level of skill gem you currently have available to you, so, and you need every single node to be going in there, now you're caught between a rock and a hard place because you can't use that green gem. You can't benchcraft dexterity, you can't replace any rest for dexterity, you can't do shit, you just don't have the dexterity, and there's nothing you can do about it. Like, that, I think, is the fundamental issue that GGG glosses over when talking about the crafting bench solution, because it's not, in the way I see it, at least, it doesn't matter that there is, if you use the bench to achieve it or if you use the runes. They kind of touched in it, they kind of addressed it when they said, you know, the runes weren't impactful enough, and they made upgrades to it and how they could get like higher tiers and whatnot. But a step further, honestly, I might have preferred if they just like kept runes the way they were, because like they were kind of fine, but like instead of adding like tiers, they give us like attributes runes as an example, or they give us like other things we may want to solve with the crafting bench there, you know. And let's not even talk about the fact that like summoners and spellcasters don't have access to any martial runes, so we can't easily get stuff like cast speed, you know. That's also there. Attack speed. Now on martial weapons it's not a problem, but on spellcasters, it kind of is. We only have armor, we don't have any offensive slot that will take runes.
Well, there's the power. Yeah, there is the power.
Well, okay, so sure, there's the power, but like, I mean, that's
like literally, if runes are supposed to replace crafting bench, then what they've done is they've said spellcasters don't deserve to have a crafted modifier on their main weapon, and that just doesn't make sense to me. Like, I understand, like their argument for it, I think they said in a past interview, was that, you know, it's to create what's the word, unevenness, I forget the name, just like asymmetry. That's what they said. Well, it's to maintain asymmetry, not everything should feel samey and all of that, and I can get that, but when it comes to something as basic as like something like runes, in this case, so replacing the crafting bench, why would you tell me that I can't craft a mod on my weapon, but if I was using a martial weapon I would be able to do that? Like, there are other ways you can make this feel asymmetrical than preventing me from accessing this key. Like, literally, like, we have access to no offensive modifiers. There is literally spirits as an option on a soul core that we just have no access to as summoners, because it's on a martial weapon and we don't use martial weapons unless we're to use like a trench timber or something, you know.
different question again, right? Like, if you're talking about fixing problems, then that just comes down to the values on the mods. and like what those should be.
Which aren't
But-
necessarily right.
Right, but the thing is that it's supposed to be that you're getting enough sockets to be able to do that. And I mean, I don't buy stuff from the vendors. Just as a qualifying thing, that I don't buy socketables from the vendors and do that thing. I know people do that, and that's not a thing that I'm doing. I mean, I might do it like if I've got like a stack of 9 shards and I'm like, okay, I want a socket right now. I might like do that, but generally speaking, that's not what I'm doing. So like, there's clearly some disconnect here, as far as like what the amount of loot that you're getting versus what I'm seeing, I suppose. So like, I guess I just need to understand why. Like, why does it feel so different for
It
different
might be
people like
quite.
that?
It might have a relatively high swinginess or something that we need to find a way, like adding more. Like I know something that was suggested was adding more artificers orbs to fixed quest rewards through the game to minimize the RNG outcome.
Right.
Because we
That
added those quite late. We
Yeah,
didn't
yeah.
end up putting them in
It's
any.
true. So that's something that we could definitely do, which would mean you just get more of them during campaign, and I'd be totally open to that. Like, that's totally reasonable.
A second thing I'd like to do soon is explore. I mean, sort of unrelated, but is that well,
me a
casters
second.
don't have
Yep.
their weapon crafting.
Yeah.
All right, I'm back. So where were we?
Is that well, casters don't have.
Yep.
Unrelated, but is that well, casters don't have.
Yep.
Their weapon crafting
Yeah.
bench.
And we do
because-
need to
and
we
so
do
we
need
wanna
we
add
do need to
sockets to
fix
caster
we have to add
weapons.
sockets to caster weapons. That needs
Thank you. Thank you.
to come as well.
crafting
Yeah.
bench.
And we do need to
and
we
so
do
we
need
wanna
we
add
do need to
sockets to
fix
caster
we have to add
weapons.
sockets to caster weapons. That needs to come as well.
Now there is one slight concern that I have seen echoed in a decent bit of feedback, which is that the runes are, which is mitigated with more artificers orbs for sure, but the runes are creating a bit of a sense of making it like the PoE, the thing with that the PoE 1 sockets created, which is like replacing items becoming slightly harder.
Yep.
So there's a little bit of just making sure we're careful about that as well. But being able to have more artificers orbs and thus socket more gear will mitigate that, so that when you get your upgrade, you're able to add a socket to it.
But I would say that it's definitely the hard-coded drops that would be the thing that, because if
Yeah.
it's not happening to everyone, then it is a thing that will that would be better off solving that way.
But yeah, the caster weapons getting rune sockets and rune, obviously runes for them, and adding more deterministic artificers orbs to the campaign is certainly two things on my immediate radar.
Those are good
to help at
fixes.
least
I
mitigate some
agree.
of this.
I'm happy with
a
that.
quick review on the power pass of the runes as well. I just don't want them to be too much about giving damage, but it might be a lot of the more utility and defensive ones are just on the weak side, and those can certainly come up immediately.
Well, the problem that you have, once again, is that, like, so I sort of mentioned this earlier, but if the tools that you have are too powerful, then the people who know to use them
Yeah.
are benefited to a larger degree compared to the people who don't. And what you're doing there is, then you end up in a situation where content will, be like, it's just a new player goes into this and it's like, well, I didn't.
While I agree with this sentiment, there's only so much you can, I guess, withhold without losing depth in the game. And I think it would be a genuine shame if PoE as a whole were to not strive for some level of depth. Now, it doesn't have to be convoluted depth where beast crafting and harvest bench and delve can all do the same things. But at the end of the day, one thing that has been very key feeling in playing PoE is that as you get more knowledgeable, you are rewarded for that time investment in getting knowledgeable. And I think that should not be downplayed, because that sense of progression is still important in the journey and in keeping players for a long time. Now, of course, I'm not saying it should become like as on new player friendly as PoE 1, but like this shouldn't be an excuse to not make like the game deeper. Does that make sense? Like, you know, not adding things because newer players would, it'd be like a barrier to entry for newer players is not, you can't start off there in a game that's supposed to grow, because things are going to be added over time, unless like you're going to be removing things just as frequently over time. The reason he's going through is why they made lesser runes a thing. Yes, they made it so a thing because they wanted it to be like more powerful. They wanted it to feel like, they wanted it to feel more impactful, and they wanted it to feel more, I guess, crafting benchy, where you could craft multiple tiers. Of course, I think you can 3-to-1 these guys as well, so you can spend 3 of the same currency to get a better roll and yada yada. He simply asked me why runes, a start of game mechanic, should not be so powerful that if you miss them, you get screwed in Act 1 or 2. That is a fair take, but like, that is a fair take. But like, at the end of the day, one problem they sought to cushion, or to a problem they sought to fix in terms of PoE 1 to PoE 2 was the feeling of not being able to replace your gear because you had a certain gem combination, and the gear you're going to just doesn't have that, until you found one that was going to be an upgrade and had that, or you were able to get those sockets and colors to the right combination. You just would ignore upgrades because they just wouldn't fit. And if you make it so runes are found less often, or say like making runes being found more often is obviously the play, if you can. Not of course they don't go overboard with it, but like, I'm fine with their change to Artificial's Orb. I'm fine with their change to lesser runes. I'm more thinking just I would like more. I would like it to be able to solve more things. I think that's where I'm at. I just want it to be able to solve more things. That is what will get it actually feeling akin to the crafting bench.
You know, be like, it's just a new player goes into this and it's like, well, I didn't know about this, and then like you get screwed over. And so like things like
there are ways to make the game deeper without making it so, oh, you don't know about this, you're fucked. It should be, oh, I know about this, so I have an edge. But if I don't know about it, I am still fine. That is where I think they should be aiming for.
Even nodes on the passive tree can be this way, where it's like, okay, well, you had to know to pick this, and if you didn't know to do that, then you're screwed, right? Like, that's the kind of thing that's like a bit of a problem. And so that we just have to be really careful about that. And like, that's actually one of the reasons, by the way.
But here's the thing here regarding the nodes on the passive tree. By putting downsides on like notables, you create a situation where sometimes those could be pitfalls for players, and they wouldn't even realize it for newer players, of course.
That we just have to be really careful about that. And like, that's actually one of the reasons, by the way, why lesser runes exist, because if you knew to put a lightning damage rune in your weapon, then you would just like completely like ridiculous compared to anyone who didn't know that. And so it's like, you've got like, it shouldn't be that just a single, like, if there's a tool like that which you just with knowledge alone, it's like you're completely like you're completely overpowered compared to other people. So you just have to be like, we just have to be really careful with that stuff.
Well,
it's important. It's also
oh no, you go on.
it's just important to make sure that the solutions are very front facing, because that passive tree stuff, you know, in PoE 1, sure, I agreed, and it seems obvious to a bunch of people, but then also there's two problems going on there in the PoE 1, which is it adds to a sense of complexity, because it's like, here
new players don't like looking at the PoE 1 skill tree because it looks very complex, and they might not realize those solutions are there. So like it is fair to say, like, if that is what you're going for, you know, it's fair to it to not be on the skill tree, but that doesn't change the fact that those solutions should exist.
The things you must know before you start playing to have a good time. And I know that's one small piece of that puzzle or that problem. And the second thing is, in looking at PoE1 from that crafting bench, is that the crafting bench is in your hideout and not in any town, which I agree is a downside. Ideally, it would be more in your face. And so, like, a lot of people just forget to use it and forget that it exists. And that is a thing where, like, again, if you know, you know, and you have a good time, and if you don't know, you don't know, and you like, suffering. So whatever the solutions end up being, we definitely need to make sure are like very.
I will say this: when I first started PoE, the concept of the hideout made absolutely no sense to me. Like, I had to go here for some bench that could give me resistances, but like I had no business being here otherwise. But it was different from towns for some reason, and I somehow had to always come back here. Like, this is me talking from like the mind of like how I like my thought process before I got to maps. Like I like once you get to maps for the first time, you spend all that time in your hideout, you get very accustomed to your hideout and becomes like, it literally becomes your hideout, becomes your home essentially. It's your in-game home. But like, as a new player fresh into the game, you don't care about your hideout. It's nothing. It's like, it's just there. It's like, if they put a crafting bench, it's kind of awkward. So that is a good argument against the crafting bench. But like, again, we haven't really talked about the variety of things you could do with the crafting bench versus the rune system.
Front face.
And it is, and to be fair, from a new player point of view, having too many runes can feel overwhelming. But at the same time, if a new player is only looking at the runes he's picking up and he's checking them out, he would have an idea. Okay, resistances are here. If the narrative for runes was, if you have a temporary problem, runes solve it, then whenever they need something, even if there's no rune that solves it, they know to check. Like, okay, they're keeping all the runes in this one tab. Oh, they need resistance, they'll go search resistance. They'll say, oh, res. If they need dexterity, they'll go, oh, dexterity. Oh, life. Oh, mana. Oh, like, they'll just go search. And if it's not there, it's not there. But like, that is one of those things where you can say, okay, maybe newer players won't know, but like, at that point there's no middle ground to be had, because now you're talking about people who are not picking up loot because they're that new to ARPGs or something, or they're not storing it, or they don't know how to search. Like, you know, there has to be a bottom line or a floor for where you think the new players would fit in. Because at the end of the day, you can make the argument that new players wouldn't know to socket runes into their gear easily. That's an easy argument to make.
In your face and are like, here's clearly the very intuitive way to solve these problems. So that's just an important piece of like philosophy we need to make sure we maintain.
A lot of that can be solved by. And
you can also make the argument that, oh, with knowledge, you know to pick up gear that has a socket because you can disenchant it and pick out an artificial shard from it. But a newer player might not know it. Like, the argument goes so far that it doesn't really help anybody.
Through quests, though, right? You can have an NPC early giving one of those
at some point.
Telling you, like,
it's good to always think about it.
For more damage.
It's good to have. It's good to have to consider the point of view, but after a while, like, it shouldn't be an excuse to not do certain things. Is kind of what I'm getting at.
If you're using a bow,
it would. I mean, surely, if the runes are there to solve problems, then ideally, we're not telling you exactly which one to use, right? Because it should be dependent on what your problem is. But we do need to make sure that people have got enough artificers orb to make sure they can do that. That's the main thing that I would say.
Yeah, but you were talking about the problem that you're rewarded for knowledge, which I don't think necessarily is a bad thing. I think that is a good thing.
No, you 100% should be rewarded for knowledge. The question is, what is the degree of the reward? Because if it is as high as like the point where, you know, just knowing this makes like doubles your DPS, then like that means that you know, yeah, like the way it means that the balance has to be
on
like,
people knowing,
like monsters would have to be harder if that was the case. And so it's like, I don't think that can be something that, like, we don't want to have to make the monsters harder, so therefore, like, we have to just be a little bit careful about that
there's a fine
stuff.
line there for sure.
Right.
But Yeah, there's some improvements around here to be made, and there's some good takeaways from that anyway, right? Like when the determinism for sure, and I think it's also a matter of like, okay, I think there is a guaranteed rune from Ogham Village. Maybe that's too late. We should be doing that like earlier or having more of them. You know, again, more of that deterministic outcomes, but also maybe knowing that you're going to get that in advance would be helpful. I don't think we quite have that displayed, so it's like you know, some of those like the world map icons where you go and get a specific reward it's not necessarily explaining to the user what they're going to get, and so they might just be like, it's just another one of those. I don't need another tier 4 skill gem, but they don't. That's because maybe they think it's that. So yeah, bit of information improvements and a bit
Yeah, I
of
would
just,
like to see more information on like what the
some
things
power
actually
adjustments,
give.
some more determinism, especially with Artificer's Orbs. I actually 100% agree with that. I think if we hadn't have added that system so late into the development, we would have actually put that more throughout 100% anyway, so we should just do it now. But yeah, well, 100% some improvements there.
Another thing I'm curious about then, I asked about the skill tree. Do you feel like the skill tree gives a good, or does a good enough job of doing temporary solutions right now that you can later out gear, or like, is that something you'd be open to looking at?
Well, our core philosophy there was that the gear should give you base stats and the tree should multiply them, which makes the tree implicitly worse at then solving the problem. So the intention there is that now whether or not I would say we haven't really rediscussed it since then. I still believe that's a great thing to have.
Okay.
Grant, the other thing that just as a side
Okay,
note,
here's something. The skill tree is amplifying what you get from gear. That is fair. But like in the current state of the game, getting ideal gear, like the gear you want, is on the harder side. There are ways you can go about trying to do it, but at its core, it is on the harder side, right? So having a situation where there is no way to get life regen, as an example, outside of your gear, like flat life regen, and instead the tree just has % increased life recovery rate or whatever. While it is fair, it also creates this very heavy reliance on items that, quite frankly, early on, you don't have that much of a say in what you get. Good example of this is, like I said, life regen is one, but like spirits. There are certain scepters I got during the campaign that just by spirit alone I couldn't use. It might have had plus levels. I mean, there was this one time I even switched from a plus level and plus level with some spirit for a different scepter, which obviously was a better base, so a rattling, and it had a bigger spirit. It didn't have plus levels, but like I can't get the spirit I was lacking for the extra minion I needed. I can't supplement that anyway. That was meaningful on the tree at least, and the one that was on the tree was being multiplied by the gear, so the gear was doubly important on what it had. So if we are that reliant on gear, like you know, the attribute thing, it means the early game is always going to feel very rough, because statistically that is when you have the worst gear. That is when your gear is at its randomest. Your stats are all over the place. You don't really have the things you would want to multiply on the tree. So that obviously is going to, I don't know the solution to this, but like just looking at it from an overview level, it means that early game can be very rough.
note is that there aren't runes that give you attributes, right?
Correct.
And so that means that you can't solve attribute requirements with runes, which is something that I brought up a bit ago, but like we didn't have time to look at what the implications of that were.
My sole fear with that is that it means that it is even harder now to replace an item with another item.
That is the concern.
Yeah, it is. That's why like something like 30 dex, 30 strength, etc. was obviously very nice in PoE 1. And it does feel a little bit like, oof, I wish I didn't have to take that, but that gives you like incentive to fix that through gear later. And obviously we have so much resist on the skill tree in PoE 1 too. I remember like, because the first time I played PoE 2, we didn't know anything about the skill tree and stuff like that. And I remember thinking, I was in like Act 2 somewhere, and I hadn't pre-planned my day, I hadn't like looked at the data mines or anything like that. So I was like, okay, let's go look at the skill tree where the resists are, because I'm like 10%, 15% on the different res, so I'll pick up 15 on the skill tree. And there was just that one in like warrior left start, and I was very surprised for that. So like, what's the reason for not having that much resist on the tree?
Because once again, as Mark said, the tree is the theory of it is that the tree enhances what your items are doing, in order to make the items. But I mean, look, there's something to think about again. Like, it might.
So here's the thing about the current state of the game, and the tree arguments, or not, but the tree design. A big problem I personally have with this skill tree is not necessarily that it does too, like, I mean, it doesn't do that much, but like, my biggest problem with the tree is like, when I was making my POB to think where I was going with this skill tree, I wanted defenses at some point that didn't rely on gear, because of how hard it is to plan around deterministically perfect gear in this game. Crafting isn't yet at the level where we can have consistent good 5 mods on an item. Like, at some point you have to prioritize, oh, I want life and mana, so that therefore my resistances are not going to be as good, until I get to high budgets. But I need to cap my res anyway, so my res will be the priority and life and mana will have to suffer. But if I cannot get a defensive layer outside of life, as an example, then it's going to feel very rough going through without those defensive layers. So I was looking for like defensive layers, and obviously I went block, because block is a no-brainer. But like, there's just nothing in the way of defensive layers that I could employ, you know. Think block right now with this build, we're using Eldritch battery, so we have no ES, so we can't really scale with all these increased ES nodes like we would have access to otherwise. We don't have access to anything life related. I'm not going an armor build because I do want ES on gear because Eldritch battery. So this means I have to take damage from life, from mana, as my secondary defensive layer. But here's the thing, I can't take this node because it has less mana recovery rates, and that completely games this guy because of the lose max mana, right? So I have to get the effect that, or at least simulate the effect that this has, without going all the way for this. And for that, we're employing like damage taking from mana before life on multiple different sections. We're pathing to one here, and this gives us about 34% damage reduction, which is nice. But for someone who wants to prioritize mana above all, I can't really do that. So I just have to prioritize life, because without life I die. And if they are equal, life will run out before mana does in this scenario. But in the ideal scenario, you would want your mana to run out before life does, because you're stacking mana. That would be the ideal case. So can't get my ascendancy because trial crashes. Can't get my ascendancy because temple has too much HP. What do you mean temple has too much HP? Do you mean like your 4th ascendancy? ES is still king, mana. I mean, ES is still king, but the reason ES is still king is because of all these nodes, and these nodes don't exist for life. And I understand their reasoning behind not putting it for life. I just don't know how I feel about it. Like, if I were to go ES, I'd have points I could use to enhance my defenses using that in place of, like, let's say offenses or whatever else. But like with mana, if I could get my mana to a point where it was slowly recovering with this guy, and I could get the number to a point I was very happy with, I could just decide that that's what I would do. But I don't think I can do that. Like, there aren't that many sources of increased mana. There's increased mana here. There's like, I think one. This is one increased mana. This is reduced mana. Where is increased mana again? Increased mana here. Increased mana here. This is okay. This is increased mana and life. Maybe I have to pick this as well. Like, this is so much point investment for, because I had to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for just that. I don't need any of the stun threshold because I'm not ES. Like, it just kind of feels bad. Have you tried using Indigon? And because armor life bad. Oh, you are a Spectre wizard. If a Spectre has a spear, does his attack count as a spear attacks? I guess it depends on what context. If he has a spear, it probably just counts as an attack and not a spear attack. But this is regarding what context. Is there like a companion, or is there something? Or caltrops? It probably wouldn't. I can't imagine it would. Let me just quickly search what caltrops do. Projectors from supported skills trigger caltrops when they reach the end of their flight. But this says supports range spear attacks, so no, it wouldn't count for minions. You wouldn't be able to use this for minions. Nah, you wouldn't be able to use it for minions. Yeah. Even if you were to get a Spectre which would bypass that requirement, it would still never use a spear attack. It's basically just looking for if you do it, so...
There might be something to that we should be reconsidering.
Yeah.
Like
we'll 100% go have a discussion about this afterwards,
right.
for sure. Like, I certainly have a whole bunch of thoughts on this real quick, and yeah, I definitely want to go over it and just reevaluate this, because we did make a lot of these philosophical decisions, right? We were like, tree should multiply, obviously, aside from attributes, and gear should give the base, and like, you know, because an alternate solution might just be that the resistances given by the runes are like way too low as well.
My personal opinion on this is, I think in the current state of the game, we can't have that too much, because in PoE 1 it'd be fine, because literally I can make a POB like this. Give me a second. I'll open up a POB of a PoE 1 character. I can make a POB like this, where it is very, very suffix, like it's very, very heavy on like the things it requires. This is a strength stacker. It needs strength up to a certain point, so it needs to get strength here. It needs to get these hyper specific things. But I can make this knowing full well that if I really needed to, I can make these items in game. However, in PoE 2, I can't do that without being omega rich. What do I mean? Trying to craft a +2, a +2, +3 minion amulets with Giga Spirit, Giga Life, and then res. You would have to use omens that are just unnecessarily expensive to do this. If things were cheaper, sure. But they're not. Like, we can if wishes were fishes all we want, but the truth of the matter is they're not. And so long as they're not, then I have to understand that, oh, some of these things I will skip out on because it's just not feasible that I would get them in the current state of gear acquisition and getting the stats you need and all of those things. And I think that's just a situation that might solve itself over time as the game develops and more crafting options are introduced, therefore making it so we have more options available to us, and that would then make it so that the omens that are so expensive drop in price, and maybe even just making omens more what's the word, more common would also help with those situations where you can actually craft gear to a degree to get some level of determinism in getting like actual relevant stats on your gear. Because like, I'm not saying we should all be able to get T1 on everything, but right now it's hard to even get 6 usable stats on an item with 3 stats that you really like, you know, without just going through multiple bases and trying again. And I think currently the best way to do it is recombination, where you recombine 2 items together to get like 2 mods, and then you just craft from there. Like you exalt slam, maybe try to chaos or use witlings, do whatever you need to do, but you can get those 2 guaranteed mods and then go from there. That's like probably the best bet right now.
Well, right, like that's certainly, because if you think of like the tree for one on obviously PoE 1, and you combine that with the crafting bench on PoE 1, like the amount of resistances you're getting there, even from the lowest tier crafts and the tree, is enough to certainly be able to solve any problem. So there's a little bit of just like making sure we don't want to make it too trivial. So
Well, the other thing as well is that the monsters are balanced, assuming a different amount of resist than they were in PoE 1.
Yeah,
so
this is
that,
true.
Like changes things a little bit as well.
This is true, but in the end game, you want to have everything.
You have like high resistances through the game necessarily. Like the expectation is that the expectation is that you should be able to get through from merely overcoming the negative resistances you get from going through the acts. Like if you're at 0%, you should be like that should be enough, and then any improvement you have over that is supposed to be just like something that's making your character better. But if the monster life or monster damage is not calibrated correctly, then it won't feel that way to the player. But like that was kind of like balancing around 0 was like another idea that we had to try and make it so that you always knew the amount of resistances you were supposed to have. Like being that like if the number is red, you need more.
Maybe, and this is just a thought, it probably has its downsides as well, but like honestly, we have no idea what this is going to be. Probably fixed with more experience, but we have no idea what's, I guess, balance, what's res amounts different stages of the game are being balanced around. And this is most especially obvious or in the end game right now. I mean, like in tier 5 maps, tier 7, yada yada, I'm just going as high as I can for the most part. And what I can tell you is I would really love more chaos res. It's not easy to get. It's very difficult to get chaos res, right? Bye. I will finish this video today, most likely. We don't have to end stream now, do we? So like, I'll finish this. I do need to eat at some point, but like I can eat while watching this. But anyways, what was I saying? If there was a better way to communicate what damage level, what resistance amount a certain point in the game you're in is balanced around, we might, even if it's just like temporary, it might make players feel better about not being capped res. Because like, I don't know, so I just want to have as much as possible. But like, if a cold attack then one shots me, I'm thinking, I guess no. But like, it might still be the case, and that was just like an overtuned rare with like certain modifiers and yada yada. But like, I don't know for a fact that I should still be at this level. But if I don't have the tools to like if I'm at that level, I clearly don't have the tools to get better. But do you get what I mean? Like it creates a kind of weird dynamic there.
Or if the number is not red, then you have enough. Like that was kind of the theory in order to make it more obvious. What people are supposed to do there.
The other thing about the tree that can be a bit tricky here is that when you have that problem, like you probably have that problem immediately where you're like, oh, I'm dying to all this fire damage. To this boss, I don't have enough fire resistance. The answer can't be like, okay, I need to look at my tree and get some fire resist, because that's too late, right? Like you need to solve this problem more immediately.
Right.
So having a more immediate solution is ideally what it would be. So ideally there you'd be like, okay, I'm going to swap this item for this item, and or maybe put this rune in, and now I might have another go and have a good time. Where if the answer is like, okay, there's resistance nodes over here, I just need to get 6 more levels so I can get them to then go and fight the boss. Like, I understand there's a level.
You have
of,
a
like,
valid
obviously they're
point
good at
here.
forward-thinking problem solving, but like when you're like in the moment and you're like, damn, I'm struggling right now. What am I going to do right now? It needs to be a more immediate solution, and that's where the passive tree solves it in one regard, but doesn't solve it in another regard. And it's important that yes, the runes are there to solve that problem, and certain items are there. And sure, it's easy. It is not necessarily incorrect to say that those tools aren't as readily available as they should be.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean that's
I
the fair
also
take.
think part of it is that we're definitely not dropping enough gear. Like the state of my gear, it's quite rough. Like a lot of the things I've found throughout the campaign ends up being 1 or 2 stat items. if
Yes.
that.
But isn't that just the? But like, okay, but this is the thing I would say about that is like, okay, when you're saying your gear isn't good enough, you're also just saying the monsters are too powerful. Like it can just be the monsters. Like I don't think that it needs, like, it is. There's an element here of like you might just be conditioned to wearing rares in every slot all the time, which doesn't have to be the case.
Well-
like the gear power is entirely.
Here's the thing: you can't have resistance. You can't have 2 resistances on a blue item. So if you want 2 resistances, you need it to be rare. Just straight up, right? Straight up, that is the situation. You need at least 2 items to have double res. If the monsters are doing too much damage because of whatever, we cannot deterministically guarantee that we have the resistances we need. We can't even swap resistances. So like, there's that. So I disagree with what he said so far, but let's finish listening to him.
Relative to monster power. So if you're saying your gear isn't good enough, it doesn't have to be the gear needs to get better. It can just be that the monsters are too hard.
Sure, if you like.
Okay. He went in a direction I wasn't expecting to, but like that is fair if the monsters are too hard. But like, there's no immediate solution for the monsters being too
If
hard.
you're talking about also like damage and like I said, speed, but okay, can you give me an idea then? On, like, when
that's
do you
important though,
think
because
the
one
player...
of the things that PoE 2 has gotten us is that you're not just saturating on rares like halfway through Act 1 anymore. Like you actually do, and what that actually means is that you have situations where you change from a rare to a magic. In some cases, you're like changing around your gear through the campaign, and it results in way more like gear upgrades as you go through the campaign. Like there's way more often because you'll downgrade to a blue, but then you'll find a regal and you'll upgrade it, and then you'll add some more mods and so on. And like the amount of gear changes that are happening through the campaign is very, very high. And so if we just dropped more gear, then we would lose out on that. And whereas if we lower monster power, then you're improving the we wouldn't need to do that. And once again, that doesn't necessarily say that the gear is in exactly the right place. But what I am saying is that like it isn't just buff items. Like it is a question of player power relative to monster power.
But the thing is, like, we aren't switching out gear a lot, though. I think a lot of us feel like we're like finally finding, let's say, like a glove.
I used my one scepter that I made in Act 1. I used that to like tier 2 maps. I use an Act 1 level 5 discipline scepter all the way to maps. Let's just let that stew.
With 60 life and 15 fire res, and then we end up keeping that all the way until maps because we aren't really finding anything else. We have very little currency to
Weightings might need to have adjusted.
craft with.
Maybe that's it.
A lot of people also reported finding like a large chunk of their majority of their currency in Act 1, where maybe people find as much as like 3 to 10 exalts in Act 1, and then find 0 in Act 2 and 3. So it seems like very, very early heavy.
I can't really explain why that would happen. Because like the gear, like the way that loot drops doesn't change. The only thing that changes
Number
is
of
the
monsters.
magic and rare monsters that exist. And so over time, the amount of loot you get increases through the game, just because the number of rare and magic monsters increases. And due to the way the currency drops work in PoE 2, the more of those you get, the more rare currency you'll get, which means that like it just feels like you get more currency. So like that isn't a phenomenon that I understand for sure. like you should be getting more currency as you go through the acts for sure. Like that is as far as I understand.
Several
Thankfully,
times I've been joking about making new characters to farm currency, and a lot of people like said they agreed. So
Thankfully, we can relatively easily, if we need to, pretty much after this, add some logging for that and go and see what's actually happening. Because
But that is unusual. Like I can't explain why
yeah,
that would be the case.
I concur. There isn't. It shouldn't work that way. It shouldn't be that way. So if that is the case, which isn't necessarily true, but it could be, we should never. We're never going to rule out any bug or unintended thing where we can get some logging for that relatively fast and just check the data and actually see what's happening.
But I also do want to understand why some people feel like they get a lot of currency and others don't. Like I just don't understand what can be the responsible for that.
Maybe
because, like,
I mean, it can't be random rarity, but like rarity
like-
might play a role in that.
I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't
Because
say
like you
that
get random gear, you might just have one piece of gear that was nice and it just has rarity, and that's nice. Mans is convinced it's rarity. It might not be rarity. It genuinely might not be rarity. Rarity might play a role, but that might not be the whole story.
I want 6 mods, I can get them, but I would say that I'm using exalts like all through the campaign. I'm using regals all through the campaign. I'm like rolling like from up from whites to rares like pretty continuously as you're going through. So like there's something odd about that I need to understand.
yeah, I mean, even like I would say
Data.
myself, I got very like few regals and stuff to use. Like definitely was not on the rich end during the campaign.
Well, how many is a few?
I'd say through the campaign, I dropped probably 4 regals.
Well, hang on, but we're not talking about dropping only. We're talking about disenchanting too, right?
So because of crafting being so RNG, I will generally have opted in. I've tried both, obviously, between like disenchanting, but I find that I benefit more from gambling than from actually trying to crafting. My experience with crafting is picking
Well,
up
if
every
you're-
blue, looking for one stat, regaling, and then that missing and the item not being usable. So
If you're not disenchanting rares, then you certainly won't get a lot of regals. Like
sure,
that is
I've
the
tried
case.
both.
Right.
So basically, this makes a very good point, and that is he is using the regals to try to get the items that are good. Like if you regal and you don't hit something good, you're not gonna go further with it. But that obviously means that he's going to be lower on regals. And I think Mark is looking at it like, if you're not disenchanting, you're not gonna have regals. Like, yeah, fair, but like he is. He's just using them, and the odds of, and if you were to regal, like at some point, like personally, I just stopped regaling, because if you had to regal every single potential upgrade, you're going to run out of regals, and then when you find one that's really juicy, you might not be able to regal it. So I 100% get where this is coming from.
Well, I can't say much as to that, but like that is the reason you don't have regals if you're if you know, like that is where like the primary source of regals through the campaign would be disenchanting. Like that isn't to say that gambling isn't better, maybe it is, but
Right.
you know, like that it does explain that particular one currency item at least.
It's also quite a few alchemies and stuff as well.
Yeah, alchemies are kind of not really intended to be that common anymore, because the intended way to go through to rare is more via regaling. So like alchemies are like relative, like alchemies are the kind of like, oh awesome, I got an alchemy. That's like a kind of that's the uncommon thing that you do occasionally, not the like kind of common work.
So chaos
you're
is
doing all the time. So like yeah, it should be that the regals are the primary source of
Chaos is in
crafted
PoE 1.
rares,
Yeah.
in that regard.
Well, the good benefit here is we have so many players right now that we can just get some data and get some analytics very, very quickly about what this actually is.
Yeah.
And you might find that it's just very sensitive to, you know, there's always just going to be a portion of unlucky players and a portion of lucky players. Like, I
Yeah.
definitely know that there's a lot of swinginess, of course, and that can happen. And again, that it might just be that. And I know you've probably played more than most, so arguably you should have the you should have the most amount of data from a purely anecdotal perspective. So, you know, you probably have the best average going on, the most accurate average, I should say. But that being said, like we have the capacity to look into this very quickly, and we can
Yeah.
do so probably even today and figure out what's
Awesome.
going on and whether or not it meets our expectations. So.
So The next thing I want to ask you about is the ailment thresholds. You have like how easy it is for the player to be stunned, player to be frozen and stuff. And I would say that feels a little bit overly punishing when we don't have as many solutions or tools, right? Because we have one charm slot, and it is quite difficult to get a second or third. And that's competing for freeze immune, stun immune, poison immune, ignite immune, and chaos immune. Chaos resist. And bleed. Now, I would say poison, ignite, and bleed from the monsters don't actually do that much right now. But if it did, like this would be a very, very heavily competed for, like singular solution to doing anything with that. And as an addendum to the question, I wonder, would you consider letting belts get more implicit charm slots based on item level? So like maybe at like 50 plus, they have 2, and at 81, they get 3.
I mean, we probably will increase the number of charm slots. Like that is something that we like kind of were intending to do and never got to yet.
Alrighty.
I don't think that the ailment threshold was in the right place before. Like the effectively ailments didn't exist before we changed that. So like we needed something that was going to actually cause them to happen. Like, you know, during the campaign before you got frozen like 3 times the whole campaign, it kind of was a bit. It was a bit silly.
Do know we didn't actually universally double the stunning. I know you mentioned that just to.
I mean, all I can say is all you had to do last season was run a tower and you will get frozen. That's all you had to do. Run a tower. You get frozen, I guarantee it. Or am I bugging? You run a tower, you're getting frozen. Either by the Val Flesh merchant, as I know him, the ghosty dude that likes to go intangible and then come out and show ice waves and whatnot, or the Eye of Winter guys. Like there's just so much cold damage that you will get frozen if you just run a tower, especially with the tight layouts. Probably less of a problem now that they've made tower maps a whole lot more variable. But like when we had that singular tower, it was an every tower situation for me.
It was ailments that changed, not stunning.
They stun you more as things get higher level. The expected amount of stun threshold you should have goes up. So it's not, but it's pretty minimal throughout the entire campaign. But what we also increased is the you gain a bunch of stun threshold when you get light stun, so you have way lower probability of getting stun locked. But then I would also point out, like, some of those charms just suck because it doesn't even mitigate the stun that stunned you. And that is just something that we initially did, and they were like, oh, we need to change this. And then
I agree. That is the one reason why currently in the game, I do not even consider anti-stun charm as an option for my charm slot, because what it does is once you get stunned, it prevents further stuns for like 2 seconds or a second. And if you read the patch notes, you would know. I think right now they made it so your 50%, was it, what was the stat again? Like, I don't know, like let's say 50% more stun threshold if you've been stunned for every time you've been stunned recently. So the moment you get stunned again, you're already less likely to get stunned again. And if you get stunned one more time, then you're even way more less likely to get stunned again. So in a way, it's already base mechanics already acts like anti-stun threshold or anti-stun. So I would never consider the stun charm unless it was cleansing the first stun to begin with, and you wouldn't have to feel the initial stun. Then it would be a very competitive charm option.
Just got lost in the weeds. So like the other thing is changing those and I know the resistance ones work this way as well. Like those just need to also cancel out the thing that caused it, or mitigate the thing that caused it, and those where some do and some don't. So that needs to change 100%. And then yes, we need more slots. I think we're actually going to support up to 6 slots. That isn't to say that everyone will trivially have 6, but there is UI for it.
6 is only 6 is a thing you might be able to do with uniques and stuff like that. It's not something that you get.
But it was certainly our expectation, or intention, I should say, that we give out.
I don't know how I feel about this. On the one hand, 6 charm slots feels like it would be nice to have. But on the second hand, if it's a unique that allows us to have 6, and they do not give us the implicit charm slots of higher item level belts, then we're fucked. That belt just becomes best in slots, and since it's a unique, it will probably have max charm slots anyways, and that's it. Then all your belt would be is it would be a it would be a charm slot item where you don't get resistances unless the unique belt has resistances. You don't get life unless the unique has life. You don't get mana unless the unique has mana. It's just that your belt slot is for the unique, and that would suck. So if they are considering 6 charm slots, i.e. whatever the unique they're talking about, plus the item level, I'm down for that. But if they don't consider the item level, then it's just going to suck. It's going to be even worse than now.
More slots so that
Or it's going to be
people
even
are running
more
One is not
mandatory.
what you should be running. Like 2 certainly at high end minimum, and like probably 3 and like sometimes 4 wouldn't be unreasonable.
Okay.
But it's interesting that even the ailment threshold change we made has not really affected most of the ailments that you just said. Like you just were saying that, like, you know, that bleed, poison, and stuff are not really doing much yet.
It's not big. It's not big.
Like
They're
that
getting
wasn't
applied.
Even, like even halving that number apparently wasn't enough to make those be a thing that you need to care about. Like only Frozen is the one that really can't.
It's not about the. See, here's the problem. It's not about that they aren't being applied, because what ailment threshold makes it so they get applied. It's that they get applied, but they don't do much damage, so we don't have to care about them yet. If they did a lot of damage, this would be a very different conversation. And to my knowledge at least, ailment threshold doesn't contribute to the damage that is done. It just contributes to the chance of applying said ailment, and then it was the hits damage that would determine how much damage that ailment does. So halving it even further does it, like, we're getting ignited, we're getting bled, we're getting poisoned. It's just the hit itself wasn't that problematic to begin with, so, or not all the time, but like most of the time it wasn't even problematic to begin with, so the ailment as a whole would not be that impactful. And because there's only like a max of 1 poison, then because there's already a poison, or I guess it takes the highest damage one, so there's that. So all this to say, I think having the ailment threshold has had a big impact. If you want to make them more dangerous, it's about fixing ailments to begin with, because ailments are currently in a woeful spot.
Kind of changed, I think, and like for the most part, you actually notice the stun thing is separate. It's not part of the ailment threshold change.
Yeah, I mean, but if they did do a lot of damage, that'd be very overwhelming right now, and things we can deal with.
Well, but I mean, yeah, like it's not like we want it to be overwhelming.
It's a
but
bit of a
we want
different.
it to-
It's a bit of a different game,
Right,
Like
but
when
we-
you get the mod and modifiers and map mods and everything
Right.
involved.
Sure,
Yeah.
sure. But you know, it does need to happen sometimes in order for it to actually be something that's worth mitigating. So now we just need to look at the actual, the
Wait,
charm
wait,
stuff
wait,
as well.
Jonathan, wait, hold up, don't go. Wait, hold your horses, chill. Let's take a breather here. Let's not do anything too hasty, okay? Let's dial it back a bit. You haven't given us the ways to mitigate this, all right? So let's breathe. Let's remember that we don't have the charm sockets to even give them if they are problematic. So how about you give us the ways to mitigate it, and then you make it problematic? How about that? Just let's not go too far yet, okay? Please.
And do you think the implicit will be tied to item level at all? So it'll be something that you don't necessarily have to do a crazy investment or a path on the tree?
I don't know what the answer to that is. I have to think about how we want to introduce that. Like that is one way. I mean, but there might be other ways. I just have to look at that.
Heads up, base type is not the way, because that just means that one base type would be premium, and we then still have most people not having that one base type. So that wouldn't be a solution I think would be that good, in my opinion.
The other thing is like charm.
As an example.
There's a level of like reviewing charms in general is just how, you know, aside from how many you have and not just their implicit, like their base value, there's also just like, I'd say a lot of the modifiers on them are just absolutely like nonsense. It's like, oh, recover 4 mana when it procs. It's like, okay, thanks. That's not a useful thing to happen. So there's a bunch of affixes there we just need to make better as well. And
I agree.
Would probably do that at the same time.
Affixes,
Unless, of course,
the
it's
affixes
gonna
need
take
work, because
longer.
like I remember the first time I saw
rather just get-
like the guard affix on the charms, that is an affix that is an affix that I loved, let's say, at first sight, right? but the numbers you would get for this guard were just woeful. Guard is a buff that absorbs damage from hits, taking damage for life or ES. This is basically akin to guard skills in PoE 1, except, you know, except this is from charms or whatever. It's not really a skill, it's just happens. So this was something I really like the idea of, and it would be something that I would love to be able to use as a defensive layer as an example. But currently, let's just pull up, like, let's just show how woeful they are. Where are charms? Are charms not here? I am blind. Do you know this? Guard. Look at that. Is this in the game? I mean, this is actually not the most impactful number, seeing as we can't scale guard. But at least it's something. I've never seen this number in game. I always see 2 digits. And I can't be the only one that's only seen these numbers. Like, I don't think I've ever seen a 209. Maybe I just stopped picking charm. Like, I have never seen this. Like, I have never seen anything near this. Like, ever. When talking about guard. So, I don't know. Maybe. We'll see.
Get out the number of charms first. So, yep.
Yeah.
What?
We'd rather just get out the number of charms. There's a bunch of affixes there we just need to make better as well, and we may as well probably do that at the same time, unless of course it makes it take longer, in which we'd rather just get out the number of charms first. So yep.
Yeah. Okay. Good. So it sounds like the number of charms is a priority. I like that.
Masteries.
Need
I'm
that.
a huge fan of those, especially for temporary solutions. Is that something you're open to bringing back in PoE 2?
I'm not a huge fan of them because they ended up.
Let me give my opinion on masteries first. Then we'll hear what he has to say. Masteries are cool. I don't know that I would like them in PoE 2. Here's why. In the current PoE 1, as a minion enjoyer, there are certain masteries that are, at least in the current iteration, if they could make it so it felt better in PoE 2, then I'm all for it. Now, as a minion enjoyer, you would see that there are different masteries that are very relevant for minion builds. Now, the problem with these masteries that I have is they very quickly limit what you can do with your tree. As an example, let me actually use this build. There are many minion defense masteries I really want on this setup, but I can only really go for convocation because I cannot really take the points required to get a defensive mastery elsewhere. So I would love Lich. I can't get that because the next minion defensive cluster is like here, there's here. It's so far away, right? So if they were to make it so they work differently, or like they wouldn't require, like, because they all require 3 points. Like, almost all require 3 points. Like, you have the occasional ones that require only 2 points to get your mastery, but they require investment before you can get the mastery. And sometimes I pick these 3 nodes just so I can get the mastery, knowing damn full well, like, I don't want to use those points, but like, I just need a mastery, but like, I have to because of the mastery. So like, I think right now, if it was between masteries or no masteries, if they were to find a way to make it better, sure. But if not, I don't know.
Up devaluing the notables a lot. Like, the notables became really bland when masteries were introduced, and it's like, and it also means that like the where you are on the tree didn't matter as much either, which like kind of wasn't amazing. So I think that we like prefer to have it be a situation where the notables are more interesting, and I do think that in PoE 2 the notables are very interesting. Like, it's something that like I think that is notably.
And here's, you just say notably, lol. And here's the thing about notables: if notables are good, you can anoint a notable that's going to be really good for your build, but you can't anoint a mastery.
Too, the notables are very interesting. Like, it's something that like I think that is notably good. So
more work
like,
to do there,
yeah,
though.
but
for
there is
sure.
more work to do. But I don't love the way that the masteries kind of like blandified the notables, and so yeah, I think we can. That's probably. I think I prefer it. Just putting the power in the notables rather than the masteries.
But I don't feel like they're directly competing at each other, right? You can still have like really interesting masteries and notables. Like those notables can still be super interesting.
I mean, there's only so many stats that can exist, but I mean, look, fundamentally everything competes with every other thing because of the way that, like, you know, due to mod dilution. So like you have to, you know, you have to budget that in some level. Otherwise, you just get a situation where you've got so many effects on your character that like everything, that like nothing, no one thing matters at all. So like that's, you know, just.
I'm a bit more torn about this one personally because I do agree there are downsides, but on the other hand, it's the one that added it to PoE 1, so like I'm a little bit like.
Well, I don't think it was obvious.
His brainchild.
At the time what downside that would have. I mean, that was certainly not something that I would be against.
There's
at
also
all,
just like the passive tree is like overwhelmingly complicated to people,
Right.
and so having this extra layer on it was probably my biggest thing of like,
Right.
oh no, we made the thing that scares people the most more scary.
Right.
Because there's this extra layer that they have to, an extra keyword they have to know about, and that was my main thing of like, maybe we should just simplify the thing that is like the scariest thing. Like that was a big argument to me, but there are, you know, there's intermediary grounds there as well, but yeah, there's like downsides to it for sure. Like I agree. There's also maybe a way to make them work. I don't know.
But I mean, what's the goal of it, right? Like, if the goal is to give you temporary solutions, then we don't necessarily have to solve it there. We could just solve it in a different place, and then it wouldn't be necessarily something that's
That is also true.
That's going to give you the downsides that we see that those ones having.
It's also
is
just
always true.
as a player, it is just very fun. Like I absolutely enjoy it. And it definitely, I can tell you, it does not make me feel like notables are devalued. I was even more exciting because you get
It's
it
hard
when
to
you get the
identify
notable.
that in the. It's hard to identify that in the moment because like, you don't notice the lack of something you don't notice the lack of something of what something could have been in the same way that you notice, you know, like the thing that's in front of you that you're enjoying. You know what I mean? Like it's harder to appreciate the fact that the notables are less cool in PoE 1.
Sure.
Like, because you're not thinking about that. You're thinking, I want the.
I mean, you can at least rest assured that we're going to think about why they were important and what we could do to solve them, whether it be that means or another. Like, the good thing about these is all of the things almost everything you bring up is going to result in some sort of multi-hour discussion between us over the next week. So,
That's good.
well,
Well,
which is the huge benefit of these things for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, and again, thank you for doing it. But the next one's something I care a lot about, especially as a hardcore player. Defenses seem very undertuned compared to offense.
Yes.
And just like anecdotally, if the two options, right, if we look at it in a bit of hyperbole, where I get to watch like tankiness be out of hand or offense be out of hand. So like literally somebody walking up to a boss and one-shotting it, or looking at somebody standing there be immortal, right? I always think like if one should be out of hand, it's more interesting when the defensive one is out of hand. You still get to see the boss abilities and stuff like that. It seems so much easier always, and I think most patches have been like this, where it's always easier to scale offense rather than defense. And I wonder a little bit how you feel about that.
Top of my head, ARPG players like to go like damage. That's just the truth. They want to see things die. So you can't deny them damage. But I'm a defense enjoyer myself. I hate dying, so which is why just earlier in stream I was bringing up some example with the tree and how I couldn't find defensive layers to add without gear, you know. So you can already tell what I think about this.
Well, you're not wrong that often the best defense is stacking all of the damage.
Yeah.
Can't kill you if it's dead.
I mean, we've suffered from this for a long while. It is ultimately a consequence of just having the game be, like, again, talking about the hip firing and things be a bit unregulated with respect to the levels of uniques and builds and stuff going everywhere and hard to think of it all. And like, but it is generally true that we have more offensive. I guess people find damage in general to be more fun as an investment avenue.
That
for
is
sure.
the real thing, is that most people would prefer to invest in offense generally.
I
Like,
agree
that
with
is
that,
mostly the case.
but then
Give us the
shouldn't
options.
Shouldn't defense be even more encouraged then for the people that want to? Because even as a hardcore player, I almost feel like it's the opposite. Like anecdotally, for example,
I will bring up the exact same thing I said before. I looked at this passive tree, and all I could think about was how there was nothing I could go that would increase my survivability all that much. Literally nothing. Like I get block chance here and that was it. I'm trying to increase my max hit and I really can't. The only way I can do that is maybe going all the way here and picking up max res. It's just like I'd have to spend like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 points to get +3 to all max res. It's a lot of points and a lot of travel to begin with, since I don't have anything else here that's really good except maybe this guy. To cap my block, I would have had to go like all this way just to get this block wheel. On top of that, too many points investment. I'm not getting enough. I wouldn't be getting enough value from all those travel points. Maybe there's some like minion stuff here, but like that's about it. I would like maybe life regen as a defensive layer. I don't have access to that because everything here is life regeneration rates. There's like one, maybe like, is it life recovery rate? I don't know. It's like there's definitely like life regeneration rates or some areas where you can get this, but like unless you have it on gear, it's useless. And I can't say I'm going to be prioritizing on gear, so I can't say that I will have a good start of it. So it's not something I can invest in on gear either. So like again, it's just there are no options available to you, to the people who are looking defenses in PoE 1. You can choose to go suppress, you can choose to go block, you can choose to go life, you can choose to go mind over matter, you could choose to go ES, you can choose to go some weird Eldritch battery mind over matter combination, you could choose to do max res. All of these have some scaling that's available on the tree. I know in terms of gear, of course, there are more uniques. You can make your specters take more damage, and you can do like there are a bunch of different things you had available to you on the skill tree. Is the TLDR of this round?
For point one, and full disclosure, I have not been able to get to Arbiter yet, right? We're very early in the league, so I don't know if you made them do less damage. But in point one, other people were doing some testing, and I asked softcore players to try a little bit, and there were people that were getting one-shot by Arbiter moves with 15k life. Some that are like kind of hard. So as a hardcore player, what I felt like then, I was like, well, and since I can't really tank, like there are multiple moves here that I can't tank, not just like one big telegraphed one shot, but there are multiple here that I can't tank. So what I did to overprepare instead was I went in with so much damage that I just one shot the boss, which is a little bit deflating for me. I would say Arbiter was one of the least fun bosses, whereas I would way rather go in and be so tanky that I can make a few mistakes, and then end up leaving.
It's quite hard to split the difference between being tanky and being immortal. Like, surprisingly hard to get that right. And when I say that, it's because you can regenerate life very quickly. And so if you don't die, like, okay, and the other thing as well is that boss abilities that do those big hits take a long time, right? And like the bosses often can't hit you again immediately afterwards. It's like they'll do their big ability, and it's not like it's going to just immediately follow up with something that's good.
This is not entirely true for Arbiter, because I'm pretty sure Arbiter has a mechanic where you're supposed to be following like circles, and you're supposed to stay in the circle as a safe zone. But then there's like one circle that he's going to throw and basically insta death beam on just before the circle's insta dead beam, so you kind of have to get the timing perfect, being outside the circle as he throws it on the circle, and then quickly going in the circle, which the timing is way too slim for comfort and yada yada. So like in those situations, like it doesn't feel good that you can't make a mistake. And of course for Arbiter specifically, the timing on that just was too egregious. I think there needs to be more delay and like just actually like more time to reacts. It should be less. It should be more forgiving
Gonna chip you down either.
in stuff like
Yeah,
that.
but
And there should be more heads up, because like every single time I saw it dead because of it, I thought it was bullshit, because it just felt like there was barely any telegraph there.
No, but what I'm getting towards is that if if you don't have something that's going to do a lot of damage at the for those big hits, like we just have to be very careful, because like if like let's say that one of those big hits did only like, you know, a third of your life, you know, something like that. I don't think that then the boss would ever be able to kill you ever, because it would have to effectively be able to do three of those, like of those things before you can regenerate them. So what you're really asking for, and this is something we discussed a lot in the past, by the way, what you're asking for is for a more attrition-based gameplay style, like a more MMO style.
I agree.
So-
That's what I would like.
What you're really saying then is that you want flasks to do way less regeneration, and you want regeneration to be controlled way more in general, and then have a more attrition-based gameplay style. And that kind of...
Why? Why? Aren't we limited by our flash charges anyways? Why? I'm confused. Why?
just isn't be controlled way more in general, and then have a more attrition-based gameplay style. And that kind of just isn't a PoE way of doing things. Now, like, I mean, that could be a thing we could change to. Like, that would be an option that we would have, but it would be like... It would be the balance change of the universe to do something like that. Like, it would be a complete redesign of all the damage and like bosses and like the whole way everything works. Like change to more attrition style would just be like a you know, an apocalyptic level of balance change compared to what we have, for sure.
I mean, I'm not 100% sure I agree with that. And I was going to ask, do you think the goal of a difficult boss should be to kill the player or to deny the player the loot?
I don't understand what that means.
So when you're leaning more towards attrition-based gameplay, right, you're recognizing as a player that you've entered a fight that you're maybe not fully ready for, you're maybe getting the boss to 30%, you're not able to finish it, and you're like, I have to leave. I have to leave this fight, I'm not strong enough. As opposed to punching the player with death, you're already just taking away the loot anyway. There's not an XP loss anyway at the moment.
I mean, that's... I guess we're not thinking in those terms at all. Like, we're just like... But okay, sure, you're talking... Okay, like... So that question, I would say, only makes sense in an attrition-based gameplay context, which is not what we have. So, like, it kind of means that, like, the boss doing abilities to be able to, like, the boss trying to win is, or like, and trying to kill you versus denying you the loot isn't a different circumstance unless there's attrition, which we don't have. So, like, you know, it's so what I'm saying is, so what are you not agreeing with then about?
Well, I think you do have attrition-based combat on a lot of bosses, right? Because there are many of the like campaign bosses that don't necessarily have one-shots. But even just on like as a Viper, as an example, right? I was having a like quite long fight because I wasn't particularly powerful at Viper. So I think I had to reset 7 times without it killing me, but 7 times before I was able to actually kill Viper on my build because I was running out of flasks. You don't have a good way to regen them during the fight.
So I'm not when I'm talking about attrition gameplay, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about attrition in the sense that your life pool is something that goes down over long periods of time rather than something that moves around.
Well, it effectively is through the flask, right?
Well, yes.
I was no longer able to recover.
So yes, to the extent that we have attrition-based gameplay, the attrition is through the flask. You are correct. Like, attrition via flask is what we have. What I'm saying though there. Well, okay, sure, fair enough. Like, yeah, the flasks do give you the attrition, and so therefore
The campaign is quite attritioned.
It's just that
the kind of cap comes off, so to speak, at end game, where like
Right.
it can be very.
They start one-shotting you.
It's certainly the case with a concept like Leech, that the moment that a boss can't one-shot you at all, which.
Well, okay, like if you removed all sources of flask charge gain out, like that you could do in a boss fight, then you could probably reduce the size of the big monster hits.
Well, Just to
Why
check
not?
real quick,
Why not just make it so? I mean, if you made it so flash, I mean, I think they're already difficult enough, and they require a decent amount of investment to be able to reliably use them in the boss fights. So I wouldn't say like nerf the amount of flash charges you can get in a boss fight, but like at the same time, it takes so much investment to get to the point where you can actually have like really good flash up time. Like think Pathfinder, so many, because like I theory crafted a build like that last league. Pathfinder had something called flash life charges. I know there are a couple of nodes like this guy that gives you some charges per second. I know there is a node like, was it here, flash charges per second, and then you just have to like giga increase flash like recovery and flash charges gain, and you have to do all these things because like I said, I theory crafted this, so I actually, that's why I know where these nodes are. It takes so much investment, including spirit, by the way, because there is like I forget the name, but there are like 2 spirit things that would affect flash charges. There's one that makes you recover more life, more flash. Let me see. There is one that Ranger Alchemist Boon. This makes it so you have flash charges gain per second, and it increases the recovery you get from said flasks. And then there is, I believe, a support gem, Herbalism. Do I have an aura? Yes, I do. This guy increased recovery from, which is not charges, but like you would have to invest, like if you want to be a flash charge build, you would have to invest quite a bit into it. And I think if you put that investment, you should see the payoffs in that regard. And if you can be tanky on top of that, then I don't think there's a problem in that. If it takes investments, which currently it does, because if you just have the 0.2 per second node on the flash charge, if you're chugging flask potions or flask, if they're not gonna, you're not gonna last through the fights.
Just because specifically talking about Arbiter, there's kind of a few things going on. Like, it is the intention that the skills, and which it happens in the game and PoE 1 as well, and like some people might argue it's some sort of bad design or not. I kind of like it. There are other skills that are more like your personal agility or dexterity based, and you have to avoid them, and that's like, you know, stand in the elder donuts and the, you know, the dances and the like move into the lanes and the, you know, bullet hells-esque things where it's like that's not really your character as much. Like, are you thinking those are fine, or are those, whether or not they're exactly tuned in this context, like in terms of timing, but are you okay with the idea that those kill you and you don't get to make, like, whether or not they could be more lenient is a different question, but like, are you okay with those killing you and kind of your defenses don't really matter? Like, are those the problem? Is what I'm just trying to understand exactly what skills are a problem.
Yeah, so for the Arbiter, I feel like there are multiple, right? You have the corridor move. That was pretty much always a one-shot, right? And sometimes, obviously, like you were saying, that wasn't like the main topic, but they can spawn almost too far away. I remember seeing a clip of like Quinn running slightly in the wrong direction, and then he sees the corridors the other way, and he's like, "Oh, it's over for me." You have the Arbiter move where he does like the fake out meteor, where he starts like firing the beam into it and stuff. I guess the way, like, as a player I would want defense to be is the more I invest into defense, the larger my room for error should be, which is where I'm feeling there's a big disjoint now, right?
I can agree with that.
And then I'm entirely incentivized to go full offense because I'm still having enough defense that those mid-range hits and small hits, they're still not one-shotting me. So all I need to be able to do is tank them, and then I just don't have an option for huge one-shots at all.
Okay, so yeah, I understand the point from
Basically, if we invest enough, ideally we can get to the point where we can tank those abilities, because that would then be a way for a player to engage with those fights, which I think should be a valid way to approach it. Now, it shouldn't be a case where every build can just do it, like you just plug and play and everybody's tanking it while doing a billion DPS, you know. But like, if you decide you want to invest in it, I think it should be an option.
Point of view from that one.
I think I've always made this argument, and Arcane in chat will probably remember we've had a few conversations like this where I'm just like, I think you should be able to scale your defenses if you're like sacrificing giga offense, like you're sacrificing so much offense. I think you should be able to get your defenses to the point where you can tank anything the game throws at you. And this is true in PoE 1 to a degree, where you have those builds that are doing void maps, and those guys are basically like immortal or next to immortal. There are probably still some things that might kill them, but like for the most part those guys are there. But I would like the upper end of defenses to be able to tank what the game can throw, even if like your ZDPS. And alternatively, like, I mean, the damage is always going to be a thing. Like, ARPGs are built around damage. People want to kill shit. But like, I would ideally, like in my head, I would like it shouldn't be easily achievable, but I would like that to be some possible. Because like in many situations, it's just not possible. They create a one shot that you, no matter how tanky you get with what the game provides, you just cannot tank it. And I don't like the idea of that.
The main thing is just we're going to have to be really careful with the balance to make sure that it isn't now just like, you know, 20% of investment of the way there. Now you don't get one shot by them, so you just hold down, you know, whatever button on the boss or whatever, and now you're leeching permanently and you're fine.
Yeah,
that's the concern. So like,
yeah, I can agree with that.
Is it like universal? Okay, like for example, would it be okay that, I mean, look, the corridor, let's use that as the example. So the corridor obviously has some like, okay, it's too hard to get, we need to probably improve the way the lanes spawn such that you don't get into that situation where like, this is literally impossible for me to run there unless I have X or Y. There is the thing where like, okay, for example, if like life regen wasn't regulated, like, do you really think any player in the game, like this is, I'm not saying this is wrong or right, should just be able to AFK in that?
In what?
I'm just curious.
Yeah.
In what?
Definitely, I prefer that over watching people one-shot bosses. 100%. With enough investment.
Well, look, no, we won't disagree, but just like, I'm just curious. Do you actually think it should be okay or able to?
Yeah, I'm not entirely against something just being a straight up one shot, like failing the memory game, for example, in PoE 1. Like, I'm not inherently against that. But I do think the current ones are a little bit like too fast to be those one shots.
Yeah, I agree. I just think there is two problems here, which I'm interested in. One is mechanics feeling fair, which there are things here that are unfair, and that is bad, and they need changing. And I will get.
That is precisely how I felt when I faced Jarok the first time. And just for those that don't know bosses by names, Jarok is the Trial of Sekima's fourth boss. I did him when I first started. I did him. I faced him. I failed him twice before I passed him. The first time I went in blind, no guides or anything. I wanted to experience it blind, and I still remember clearly. Shit happened, like he went into the ground, the thing in the middle popped up, and I'm actively avoiding it, and I see nothing is happening. So I'm like, okay, I'll go in there and see. I go in there, and then I see all these white things come out of the ground. And keep in mind, up until this point, those white things, if they show up, they've been bad, they pause you. So I'm like, okay, we avoid those things, we know they are bad. And then like and then the time starts going, and I'm like, after a bit, I'm like, nothing is happening. Wait, am I supposed to pick them? And my character is actively getting slow. I'm like, oh shit, maybe I'm supposed to pick them. I go to start picking them, and keep in mind this time I don't have blink, because in my head there shouldn't be anything in the game, especially if it's at the end of like a 1 hour 30-minute trial or Sekima run, that should require X or Y ability. Yeah, so I should be fine, right? I would think that's how it would be balanced. Nope. So I start picking them up, and of course I don't have enough time, and then I die. Cool. Now I know what to do. Let's run it back. 1 hour 30 minutes lost. It is what it is. I did it again, and same mechanic pops in. This time I'm ready. Okay, we can do this. And then I start going for the mechanics, and oh my god, I realize how slow I am with the like, even when I meant to do it, I realized just how how obnoxious the action speed slow was, and I still died. I'm just like, bruh. So you're telling me I've wasted 3 hours of my life doing this, and I don't have an ascendancy to show for it? Like, I was pissed. And I mean, my opinion on that fight still hasn't changed. I don't think one shots like that have a place in something like Trial of Sekima, where I don't think it has a place in Trial of Sekima where it takes so long to get to the end for like 4 floors as an example. I don't think it is right so there's a one shot, especially in the kind of mechanic that it is, being an honor based system. They want you to die via attrition, taking damage. I don't think it has a place in that state.
Adjusted today, and I'll get that on live as soon as I can, which might even also be today.
You what?
And they need changing. Feeling fear, which there are things here that are unfair, and that is bad, and they need changing. And I will get that adjusted today, and I'll get that on live as soon as I can, which might even also be today. The other thing would be that the bigger thing, which is that investing in defense is not
non-existent,
allowing you to mitigate it. It's like, so different from the corridor skill. There's just like whether or not investing in defense enough, it gives you enough defense against things in general, against the bosses, which maybe isn't the case. It might be that yes, you investing in defense needs to be more advantageous right now for sure. And like, don't get me wrong, there's nothing more, and I've spoken about this before in the past, there's nothing more demoralizing than putting, you know, hundreds of hours into a boss and then it's just like deleted, and it's like, oh great, that was
But it's also
like nothing feels.
to just watch someone sit there and face tank it and just attack it with no, like, having to not even having to move. Like, that's also
especially without the gear.
Like, it's kind of it's almost a bit ridiculous to discuss like which of these two horrible outcomes is better. Like, you know, like, surely the actual answer is like neither of them should be happening.
No, I agree. It's just that it's pretty rare that we've seen defense be the really OP one. That's all, right? Like, we very often see offense.
Maybe it is, but like, I think that's probably also a lot around the fact that people like building glass cannons. Like, that is a thing people just like doing.
That is fair.
And so,
because like I said, in PoE 1, there are so many tools for defenses that you can technically come up with a character that's next to immortal. But if you're doing no damage, no one's going to make that build. No one's going to make that character unless they just want to, like, unless they want to shits and giggles it. No one's going to do that. So he definitely has a valid point there.
Like, the amount of incentivization, and so then there's the issue of like, well, I mean, let me put it this way. Even if right now, and I don't know whether this is the case or not, like, it probably isn't, but even if defense was overtuned compared to damage, I think that you're still not going to incentivize people to do that until you get to the point where they're immortal. Like, I don't think getting 80% of the way to immortality is actually enough even for people to still not want to build glass cannons. And
it depends. If it's 80% of the way to immortality for Arbiter, that means we're basically immortal in mapping, and that means yes, we are incentivized to do that. And I personally would be all for getting a lot of damage, not at the expense of clear speed, of too much clear speed, of course. There's a middle ground in there, and I would ideally like to find it.
And so you kind of got like that issue of like, it's just really, really hard to get that balance right. So
I'm getting pretty hungry. I should get food.
But I'm just saying that, like, it is people. There just tends to be an erring on the side of offense for that reason, and I don't think either immortality or insta-killing bosses is right. So, like, you know, the people probably concentrate on the damage more.
Yeah, especially, I mean, we have a bigger problem, especially with just in general, just thinking about it, like, damage also now resulting in crowd control amplifies the problem even further. Because that, having the boss be heavy stunned and or frozen or whatever, like, majority of the fight is just even more of a reason to just go ballistic on damage. There are problems here 100%. I'm just thinking of random other things that
I have other questions about defense as well.
We don't have access to as many layers.
I would say, like, effectively disables armor, right, as a defense for hardcore. It's sort of like when it comes around, it kind of like shuts down your main form of defense. You're feeling like very tanky if you do invest into armor. Well, ideally, I do still armor needs a buff. But I guess the problem I have with armor break and physical overwhelm in PoE 1
is everything else.
It's just so crazy to me to have something effectively shut down your defense from time to time. So yeah, are you happy with Armor Break and Fist Overwhelm being in the game?
Well, in PoE 2 context, I am not happy with the current state of Monster Armor Break. No, that is also on my change today list.
Ooh, change
so
today.
I need to. There's a few things. It was meant to be that they're breaking flat amounts of armor, and that isn't. So if the more you stack, the less significant the armor break becomes from the enemy. I suspect there might be some sources of percentage based in there, which are just like
It's I think it's flat, but it's flat based off of how much damage a monster does or something weird, and you just end up getting your armor broken pretty often.
it disincentivizes. I mean, it just means that the more you have, the more punish. The more you're relying on armor, the more punished it's going to be. So
Yeah.
I just need to do a quick audit. There's not that many sources, thankfully, so it won't take long, and I just need to make sure that it's working. And then there are possibly cases where it is just doing too much, and yeah, it's just like, yeah, it acts as an insane weakness. But yeah, I know 100% agreed it is not in the right spot, and also on the today list. So I need to make sure that we go back, get the community team to go back through this afterwards and make sure I don't forget about all these things. But no, that one I already have. There's that and the speed and a bunch of these other, and Arbiter, and there's a whole bunch of stuff here. Yeah.
We've gone over a lot already. Do you think in the short term we could see just like a straight up number buff to armor while you're trying to work out a long-term solution?
Oh no, but I'm not talking about a long-term solution for the armor break thing. I'm talking about it'll be solved.
No,
today.
I know, but like that's what I mean for armor too.
I see what you're saying. Sorry, misunderstood. Yeah, sure. I can't
In order to
be able to immediately say that.
In order to change armor, we'd need to be able to understand why it's bad. And I don't think just changing the number right now is right for that.
Okay, that's fair.
Like, I don't think we've fully understood the
we
issue
did a
there.
few things. Like there was some overwhelm on some bosses, and we removed it. And there was there were too many skills converting too much into element. And I think we pushed back a lot of that. So like, it obviously makes the armor more effective against those abilities, and like there's a lot more of that we probably need to reevaluate as well.
That means if you don't have armor, it's rough. It's rough for you, eh?
But that stuff.
I also think there's a very severe lack of physical damage reduction for non-armor builds. I can't think of many sources of physical damage reduction, to be honest. Unless like it's coming from an ascendancy, I guess. But like as a lich, I don't know that I have any access to it whatsoever. I'm thinking about all the different layers of like of where I could get like defenses. I don't think I have good access to physical damage reduction. I kind of just have to take the brunt of it because I'm not scaling armor. And I wish we had more sources of like that as an example.
Really fast to change. As for just a global number shift,
but that's an example right there of why just changing the number wouldn't have even helped, right? Like if the problem is elemental damage, then making armor stronger wouldn't have done anything for that. So like, it's so important to understand the reason before we just make changes.
Obviously, the danger there by moving more fizz is it then makes it worse for non-armor builds as well, but that increases the power of armor differential to the others, and so there's you've got to be careful with that. But well, maybe.
Because
maybe there's something we can do more imminently.
Anecdotally, I would definitely love more access to different forms of defense, and I know that is definitely an EA problem where just not everything is in yet. But just to like anecdotally run you through my experience, I am a Smith of Kitava, so I have like the shared res and the shared max res. So I'm 89, 90, 90. And for a long time, I was like 85, 86, 87. So very high alley res. And on top of that, I was wearing a
which means, yes, currently moving more into fizz is probably going to be to your detriment.
Yeah, sure. But even with that, and a Cloak of Flames, and I can't remember the name, Hollow something, but there's the unique helmet with like 15% fizz reduction. Even with all of that mitigation, I was like, at the start of today's stream, I was very rough until I got my 4th lab. That I was able to like improve it a little bit, but it felt a little bit weird to me as a player that I've like my entire ascendancy was defense based. I picked up every defense I could on the tree, and I was trying so hard to get really good gear too, and it was very rough on defense.
I mean, what I immediately probably will do after is I'm just going to grab your character, put it locally, and then just kind of have a look at that, just so I can get a better exact understanding. But
I think it's just fizz
Sure.
I
damage.
can give you a snapshot before I because now with regen it has been
We can.
We have it all.
We have it all. Don't worry. We can
perfect.
just- we can take anyone's character from live and just play with it. It's not a. not a-
Perfect. Yeah. The regen did make a big difference, but I'm still seeing a lot of issues there. Another thing that has been brought up a lot, and I thought was a really good point, was we see chaos damage very early in PoE 2. In PoE 1, it was like generally something we'd see a lot later. Would you be open to considering something like the Chaos Soul Core being a rune instead, something that we can like get early? It's definitely a big part of what makes Viper so scary. Is it's almost impossible to get Chaos Res early on. Yeah.
It's such a rare start. Like even to this moment, I still only have my base. I only have my base 10% chaos res. So like it is so. I mean, I can invest my gear and get better. But like, it is such a premium start to have right now.
Sounds like a sort of more of a hardcore related concern because in standard you wouldn't like it's just balanced to be okay, but in hardcore where you're wanting to definitely not die, it's like a different concern, and I don't think we would have thought about it in that way previously.
It is sort of a medium core
chaos-
concern because like if you can't get past the boss, you are just stuck there.
Oh sure, but like I mean the damage, like it's balanced.
The damage is not what
right?
is.
So like
well, Viper's hard.
it is hard. It is a hard fight. That's just a side note that's separate. But
Yeah.
like in terms of just the fact that it's chaos damage, I don't think is as relevant in standard play because like the
I need to get
we're
water.
balanced
Give-
assuming you have no chaos
Once
resistance,
we're done with
sure,
this-
Do that's chaos. Obviously, the big purple meteor storm that
Her poison barrage of like
because it just creates too much
literally
mess on
just
the ground,
riddling you
so
with
that, like,
poison
the clarity
bullets.
or that fairness
Well,
problem. And then
the
how many
spare
of us
things,
skills-
right? I'm assuming.
So the way it works is aside from poison itself dealing chaos damage,
Most
the
monsters do
only other
physical.
things that are chaos damage are anything that is purple.
Yeah.
So
So
all of
just-
her green stabs and slashes, none of
Physical.
that is chaos, and none of it
So
should
it's
be
physical.
chaos,
It's
I should
physical
say.
hits, and then the poison. If it poisons you, then it is
Yeah.
chaos damage. But because the poison damage is based on the hit, your armor effectively mitigates the chaos damage because it reduced the hit size.
Right.
So yeah.
So
You know the funny thing is this is something I noticed going through as many specters I have so far. It's that they just aren't like because I've been hunting for chaos damage specters. They aren't many, which is why I was kind of excited about. Wait, that isn't entirely true. That is not entirely true. Here's why. If we look at the specters from yesterday, we look at the specters from yesterday, the Treant specters. These guys have a big ass green, this is what they look like, right? Yet I believe I should still have their PoE. It's chaos based damage. It adds this to this, added chaos damage, added chaos. There is no phase damage. The only thing that does phase damage is their melee attack. Everything else is just chaos damage. Their projectiles, all chaos damage. And to my knowledge, there is no flat damage other than what is added here. So this is a big example of it is green and it is chaos damage. It is not phase. Like I've seen what they're talking about. Many green hits are physical damage and then it's converted, then maybe has like just poisons on hits. Seen that a lot going through all the specters that I have. But like there's also just like there's some examples of like this where that is not entirely the case.
yeah, the meteor thing is a problem, but it's like more of a fairness problem because ideally you should be able to dodge that pretty reliably every time. Right now, it's a bit of a mess.
It is hard to
Um,
dodge that.
Yes, but aside from that, it would only be the poison, of which, yes, your other defenses would, armor in particular and evasion would mitigate.
Right.
But yes,
Wait, evasion, so it's blockable?
That if a thing like any snake spitter that's spitting at you with some green poison thing, that aside from the poison
Like that's a good example of something I checked. Slither spitter. This guy. Snake spits green thing. Mortar should be good. It is physical, chance to poison. Like these are just safe chance to poison, which means it's just base fizz, no conversion even. Like there's no chaos damage in the hit. It's just pure fizz, and then there's poison chance. So
debuff, which I believe you said kind of wasn't that dangerous earlier in general, and maybe there are certain cases where it is.
It's definitely dangerous if you're playing an evasion card. Like that poison feels lethal, and that's once again because the armor didn't.
The hit is never chaos damage, just to be clear. Which in PoE 1 it is. It's like half chaos, half fizz.
Yeah. No, I did not know that. I fully thought the spears from the side, which a lot of people
Hey,
say
look.
is the most dangerous attack.
we knew something Ziz didn't, mostly because we've been fucking combing through all the specters looking for something that's viable.
I thought that was chaos. So it's a very heavy
Just
hit.
fizz.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's probably just more of a Viper is too hard problem.
Right. Makes sense.
Oh, sure. Before we continue this, there's a forum post we should look at. Just real quick, upcoming changes. Today we are continuing to work on changes based on. So this is how they should have communicated the first one. We're talking about today. Now we know this is more imminent, and even if they don't all, what's the word I'm looking for here? Even if they don't all make it through today, we know it's coming soon. It's just a list of changes that have been made so far. They're not only the changes we are investigating, and they do not represent a full list of what players are reporting to us. Stock specific changes. Arc does lightning explosion when it hits a shocked enemy, but it can no longer shock. It does not consume the shock. Eye of Winter now gains bonus this. Incinerate exposure has been increased to 8 seconds. Good. Mana Tempest used with all spells. Yeah, I don't care about that. Frostbolt explosion radius increase. Ice Nova freeze build up increase. Frost bomb exposure duration increase. Remnant has been changed to work with other elemental ailments than just shock. Oh. Wait. Hold up. Chance to spawn on killing a shocked enemy. Spawns a remnant on critically hitting a shocked target. So if it works on any ailment, that means just by having them with the ailment, you can now spawn remnants, which would then give value to like Infernalist Dog. Oh my god, what if this is a huge defensive layer for Infernalist? You have the Demon Dog spreading ignites, which I hope this covers the proliferation. But you have the Demon Dog with that, and then you wear Grave Binds. So then your minions' kills are counted as yours, and as such you're dropping mana remnants, which then allows you to overcap on mana, which when combined with Mind Over Matter means your mana is giga. I'm probably gonna try that out if they make that change. Holy shit, that'd be nice. Lowering the delay for ignites. Woo! I like that. But 1 second, really? But the radius has been decreased slightly. Why is it 1 second? This is still obnoxious. I mean, I guess it should be more reliable at the very least. So I guess I can't complain too much. CI now prevents bleeding. Didn't it already prevent I guess if you went, it's only damage to life that affects bleeding, right? They haven't changed this, right? Let me just see. Bleeding. Bleeding is a that deals physical damage, and last this damage from bleeding bypasses ES. Bleeding deals this, or if the junk is aggravated. Physical damage from his contributes to bleeding only. Damage does not contribute to bleeding chance, so it cannot be inflicted without explicit. Base magnitude of bleeding is 15% or premedication of physical damage. Modifiers and debuffs that affect the enemy's ability to mitigate damage can affect the damage taken from bleeding, but any such modifiers that specifically apply to the hit damage does not affect the bleeding damage. We should pivot to CI after you see the next point. Oh my god, please. Don't be what I think it is. Please don't be fucking what I think it is. CI now prevents bleeding. The passive clusters that grant you stun threshold based on your max ES now also increase your ailment threshold, so you will no longer be ignited, shield, / shocked as often while using CI if you take these passives. Makes sense. Contrast specific changes. Parried enemies can no longer evade your attacks. And the shield no longer prevents. Okay. It was what I thought it was. I don't know how I feel about this. That is rough. The spears look. That is rough. That is rough. Okay, let's see. Temper weapon or Smith or Cardona adds 3 empowerments per strike and is 25% faster. The damage might need to come down a little. Shield wall is now detonatable with war cries. Armor break being applied to players when monsters no longer has the extra phase damage modifier that was intended to only be a buff to players. And we have also reduced the duration to 4 seconds from 12. Oh, nice. In addition, there was a bug where partial armor breaks were never removed on the player. Oh, sure. Ranger specific. Lightning rod, lightning arrow, stormcaller arrow. New support gem called inhibitor that prevents charges being consumed but increases damage as well as by 4% for each type of charge you have. Lasts longer. Crafting. We've added several artificial orbs to fix locations throughout the campaign. I need to craft them more often. Also added runes for attributes. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. This is all I've been saying. This is all I have been saying. Thank you. Thank you. We're also updating all runes to apply to wands and staves. Wait, what? Wait, what? All runes to apply to wand and staves. This work will require adding specific mods for these items. We are unsure if soul cut sometimes we'll be able to add it at the same time, but it's our intention to make this change. What about scepters? What about scepters? What about us medium players? We need love too. The fuck? We need attention. Why are we the scapegoats? Why are we the ones that just we don't get nice shit? Why? So we're the only ones that now don't get a crafting bench for our weapons? Why? Please tell me this is just a typo and they meant to say one staves and scepters, please. During endgame, a common issue is missing a rare corner of the game. In order to mitigate these issues, we have changed rares to show up on the minimap at all times. Is huge. That is, I like that. Thank you. Thank you. To merge some sections of water together, reducing the average number of levels that you would encounter while playing it by 6 levels. One issue that's reported by Getting Swarm. My monsters are currently doing a past investigate issue and can probably talk about specific changes tomorrow, but the changes are likely to be targeted at specific monsters that are too difficult, especially in those that have a lot of fast monsters. Cool. A note about the ritual exploit. Recently, there was an exploit involving reducing the deferral cost of ritual items in combination with using a unique tablet that allows for unlimited rerolls. This occurred during the middle of the night and unfortunately due to an internal communication. We didn't fix the exploit until around 8 hours after. We have banned 301 accounts that were clearly exploiting this, and they will remain banned until the end of the current league. Thankfully, the incoming inside the banned accounts is relatively small, and that's all the changes we have. Just one person, eh, Arcade? Just one person, or just two? It doth make anything about this? Me and you disagree on this very hard. Like, I don't think they should have been banned personally. My take on it, and I don't know if this is controversial or not, but like, my take on it is they shouldn't have been banned because they weren't doing anything awkward, or like they weren't manipulating the system, so to say. They were using the game mechanics as they were intended. This is not to say there should be no punishment, and this is not to say that the world should not be removed. I want the world removed. I do not want the economic impact that comes with what happened, but I do not think going the extra mile and banning them is, you know, is the right call. That is my stance on it. Use this to get my first ever mirror. Gonna try this to use this shot to farm some more. 07. 0 fucking 7. But yeah, they should have been banned. They were setting an example, setting in an instance farming 50 DNR is literally manipulation. And other scenarios where people were banned, they're using this game style as well. GG's stance on it has always been clear. I don't think it's always been clear, but I agree to disagree.
I wanted to ask you a little bit about. She's very hard. I
Wait,
wanted
what?
to-
Yeah.
So that's probably just more of a Viper is too hard problem.
Right. Makes sense. I wanted to ask you a little bit
She's
about.
hard.
She's very hard. I wanted to ask you a little bit about pushing. As a player, I experience that sometimes, like as like it almost seems like desync to me, if I'm being frank. Is there an option to have more source of push resistance? Something, for example, like the more strength the character has, or wearing heavy armor. It does seem a little silly to a lot of people that like people maybe have 300, 500 strength,
So many ingenuities that nobody's going to use, right?
or they're wearing like full plate, but like yeah, a lot of monsters are just pushing you around very easily.
It doesn't currently exist as a concept of mitigating it, because it was meant to be more of a physical thing of, well, there's two things. There's like monsters pushing you because you literally cannot occupy the same space as them.
So here, are we talking right now about monster charge abilities, or are we talking about like a
Just like when
sword,
they-
a
yeah.
sword swing?
The number one thing that has been noticeable for me is that like little, I think it's called an antlion maybe or something. It's like the little like yellow
Man,
beast that like rolls on you.
exactly. He just
That
rolls
still
and
does
moves
take
you
for a
like
ride.
half a.
Well, in
half
that
his screwed
case,
away.
It's probably just a matter of fixing that particular thing. Like, I suspect
then-
that the answer to this one is not we need a mitigation. Really, it's more just like we just need to look at places that are like just monsters that are bad and just fix them individually.
There are certain things I wanted to do, like I wanted it to be, and there were technical limitations here that
The thing is, when it comes to liquid currency, they have always banned. They ban MP, ban gift card, ban this. Like I said, we disagree on this. It just is what it is.
we probably need to reevaluate. But I want it to be when you were blocking or parrying and you got hit, you got knocked less back because you technically did deflect them.
Right.
In the parry case in particular, and
In
like
some cases, there's just push direction. Like maybe the ant
Yeah,
lions
and
are
then
not
some-
pushing you
well,
side with that thing.
the
And
charges
Wait,
and
what?
things taking you a ride has been like honestly
Yeah.
the bane of my year.
that's just a
Yeah.
that's more of a just specific setup of specific monsters
Yeah.
and stuff like that. Like, did we fix what's his name, the lumberjack guy?
In theory, but it seems to regress.
still happens sometimes.
It
Like,
seems
there's
to
something-
just break every.
I don't think this is a like.
Just yesterday, I was facing the Field Queen, and she did the exact same thing where she did one of those attacks where she rolls and the moment she rolled, I tried to roll out of the way, and she just took me. She just like, whoop, you're coming with me now, and then bonked me at the end and killed me. If we are talking gear like multiple socket squares, those are obviously traceable, but like those kingdoms were all on currency exchange already. I mean, currency exchange or not, if those accounts, like, they would still need to remove them, right? Like those things being on currency exchange, it's still going to be something they would have to remove, whether or not they ban the accounts or not. So I think going the extra step and banning the accounts is just like, for me, that's the line where I'm like, they should remove the wealth. You know, if you want, strip the characters, delete them, strip the gear, strip whatever you want. Like basically just allow the people who are essentially like beta testers like we are, and just let us play. Like literally that's what we are. Like I found a minion yesterday, it got disabled yesterday. You know? It's like, should I have been banned for finding the minion? Does that mean like, and it wasn't like some obnoxious thing or some, they weren't crashing instances to have it happen, they weren't doing anything shady. It's just they were just playing the game with something that was obviously going to be used in a certain way. Because like this one is the one where like you can say all those ones they sort out how they were getting it. This one is obvious. This one is completely on GGG personally. Like that's what I think. Why do you keep referencing that? Because it's the minion case. I had to like do way more fiddling and going out to seek it and yada yada. But like with this one, it's such a no-brainer that it's like, it's just in my head, it's like it's just completely on them. If you give me anything that says infinite, I will try to do that infinite thing as much as possible. Oh, you give me a unique that says every time I swing my hammer, it does extra damage scaling infinitely. I will swing my hammer as much as I can. You know, it's like it's such a no-brainer. Oh, infinite rerolls. Okay, how can I reroll infinitely? Can I do it? What is the most I can do it? And if the answer is I can't do it infinitely, I will try to get as many rolls as I can, realistically. So it's not a far-fetched thing to say, oh, you see the tablet and that's the first thing you think about. Like, obviously it's on them for putting the tablet in the first place. Did the people who engaged with the activity, did they do shit that was wrong? 100%, yes. Like they should lose their shit. Yes, 100%. But like, I just don't think saying now you don't get to play this season is that's where I'm like step too far, personally. And I know you say they have no precedence of like wiping like stuff like that, but like the truth of the matter is why they can if they wanted to. Like they can. Now, if the people after having their accounts wiped or whatever choose to still play the season, good and fine. If they choose to quit, good and fine. That's the way I see it. I just think the ban is one step too far. I think they should be punished. I think the world should be removed. I just don't know that I agree about them being banned.
Like balance question. I think it's just a technical. What's his name? The lumberjack guy.
In theory, but it seems to regress.
It still happens
Hillock.
sometimes.
It seems to
It's always going to be Hillock.
I don't think this is a like balance question. I think it's just a technical, like we just need to fix some places and.
Yeah. I just wonder.
There is also some desync we need to fix because
yeah, sure. There's also that
annoying.
Too.
Yeah. Is pushing something you would consider temporarily removing until you have fixed the issue?
Not at all. No. It will make the game feel like dog shit if we do that. Like there's just lots of things that you need to have. You need to have some pushing in order to make work. Like
Okay.
I think it's more just specific monsters.
Right. Okay.
Guild Queen,
okay.
big example.
I'm 100% sure I agree with that, but we'll move on.
That's because you haven't seen it without it. Like yeah.
That's fair. That's true.
If
Like,
we
there's a
turn
lot
off
of
all
things-
sources of pushing, it would just be it would be a disaster.
Right.
I mean, I agree to a degree, like to the degree that say that the rolling the ant thing that rolls, right? That guy. If he were to roll and just slap into you and nothing happens, it might take away from the effect of the fact that he just did something. He just did an ability, but I don't think it needs to be pushy. I think you just need like extra effects to show you just hit and maybe make the hit more impactful. So we just feel that you know, when you see your health bar chunk, you're gonna know you just got slammed. You're gonna know your chest plate has a dent in it because of that fucker rolling. You know, you don't necessarily need to push me 2 screens away.
Okay. So during early access, we've talked about like respecs and lowering respec costs and stuff. And I wanted to bring up the point that a lot of players are using a large amount of their gold on gambling, because a lot of people are falling behind or feeling behind on gear.
Speaking of, I should gamble some shields.
Lowering costs and even like reopen the conversation on ascendancy respec during early access, especially since you've been talking about that you are going to be buffing things. So let's say somebody's like, oh wow, Flame Blast looks really cool. I would love to be able to try that, but maybe redoing the entire campaign again, which can be over 20 hours for a lot of people, feels very prohibitive.
I do find it to be, maybe not. Oh, I do find it to be very fucking cheap right now. Is the thing.
Exactly. I can't say personally I've run into that as a problem. Like, I'll respec my character all the time. I don't even think twice about it. Like, it's not been a concern really.
I don't think I've had any issues with respecing, and up until yesterday I had like what 150k gold until I ran a unique map that just gave me 600k gold. Doriani, come over here real quick. Wrong one.
Go on.
What the fuck is your refund passive? It's not alt, it's not control, it's not control alt, it's not control shift. Do you just not have one for passive? In any case, doesn't matter. Now it's about 2k gold. So if I needed to respec, how many points do I have at this point? We have all 24 plus what level am I? What level am I? Where's my level? 75. 24 plus 75, 99, 99 times 2504, right?
Go on.
2502. 99 times 2502 means if I had to completely remove all the things from my character, all the points, which I mean realistically, even if you're respecing, you probably don't need to remove every single point, but that would cost me about 247,700 gold, and I don't gamble, right? I haven't gambled for gear or anything, so this is all the all the gold I naturally run into just playing the game. And I have engaged with Alva quite a bit, buying and selling, so that has been my gold sink. So in that regard, I do think respecing is a bit pricey, but I don't think that is so egregious, what I just saw, that it requires for action to be done. Like, that is something that if I plan to respec, I would plan ahead and just save up gold beforehand. But then again, there's also the fact that if you level up, you know, it becomes more expensive. So maybe it scales at a more exponential level than I'm giving it credit for, and by like level 90 it's a lot more obnoxious. I don't know, but level 90 you're also clearing like content that's giving you a lot more gold, so can't really use the gold income I have now as a, you know, as a metric. And not to mention, like I said, I did a unique map that gave me 600k gold. That unique map exists, and if I was on a higher tier, I'd probably get more gold.
I guess it depends how much you gamble or not.
It probably
Well,
does.
at that point, yeah, but even like I'm saying, even if you're just like early, so I don't think it takes that long to actually do a pretty substantial
I
risk.
have to admit that I haven't been gambling in my playthroughs really. Like, I was like probably about 6 months ago I was doing that all the time, and I just haven't really been doing it recently.
When we did the like gold model and respec costs, we had assumptions of like, here's how much people will spend on vendors,
Right.
and here's how much, and there's
Yeah.
probably look, those assumptions assume a perfect world of that person exactly doing that thing. And so, yes, if anyone was to stray from that assumption, they're now not going to be able to afford one thing over the other.
What I'm actually hearing right now, by the way, from this and an earlier conversation we had, is that I need to not be I need to do some disenchantless runs, because apparently I'm not testing something that players are actually doing. Like, my runs are entirely, like, I disenchant every rare on my runs, generally. And so if that's a different behavior, then I need to test that and see what the experience is like. Because, like, the whole, like, there's not enough currency thing, there's not, you know, like, stuff like that. And, like, and if you're telling me that you're, like, selling your rares and buying, gambling all the time, and then you're also saying you don't have gold for respecs, it's like, well, this is just, like, a materially different playstyle that I'm not currently testing myself.
Right.
So, like, I think that that's what I need to do to see what's going on with.
Sup, Heliax? I owe you a last epoch planner, right? Was it tools? It's planner. I guess it's tools. Who would have thought? Let me see. Do I need? Is there any? It remembers me, bruh. Oh my god. Okay, thank you very much. My builds. You said minions, right? Now again, this is going to be very old, and you will probably need to change it if like there might have been things that changed. I don't think there's gonna be anything egregious that changed, but as of when last I played, this was what I was running. I mean, it doesn't matter really. There you go.
With that.
And with the last point I made, would you, especially with the fact that there are going to be buffs coming during this, would you be?
I don't think that anything changes between early access and not early access regard. By the way, like, I think that if the argument is that it should, like, I think the argument is the same regardless of whether it's early access. Like, I don't think the early access is a part of this decision regardless. It's just, what is the price supposed to be? We should get it correctly to that.
Well, sure, but I'm
think
talking about
otherwise
ascendancy respec was what I wanted to.
Yeah, otherwise
sure.
it depends a little bit on the severity of the change. But like it depends partly also on just how much we change. Without knowing the you know, how big those changes are, because I needed to get in there and actually do them first and then make that decision, really. Like, there are certainly options there. It is important to me to make sure that I understand exactly where I sit on the Ascendancy class respec thing, because the moment that's turned on, it ain't going back. So that is blocked by me, and I will take whatever is necessary on that one. I understand it.
Well,
it is more.
Can I ask you a
I
question
will have
about
a
it
solution. Sure.
Do you feel like it is absolutely necessary to have those both be permanent choices? Because you already do have the character class itself be a permanent choice, right?
Oh no, and I'm like, I do understand. Do be clear. I am on the fence about this. Like, I can't say that. Like, I'm like, oh, I can't believe PoE 1 has Ascendancy class respecing. Like, I'm all for that as well. It's just I'm also for the more permanent decision. I'm just like, I need to find the variable that makes me be able to, or the articulation to be able to go one way or the other. And it's very easy to just fold on that. Like, very easy. It'd be very easy to just be like, we're going to change it right now. But it's not. When you have the things that you can't come back from, like, you definitely want to be certain to some degree. There are some other staff that share the same sentiment as me, and I might just go and have a bigger discussion and actually figure that out. And like, it is true, it's not really fair to make people have to wait for that decision on my behalf. I kind of was like, look, by release, post early access, you will have that decision one way or the other, and that will be the way it is. But yeah, fair enough. If the argument is like, if it's going to come up every single time, which is fair, people care about it, then I probably need to press the decision sooner than later. So I'll just get that answered sooner and not have people wait so long. Hopefully, for everyone's sake, it's the answer you want. But if it isn't, well, you might just have to deal with it.
That's fair. That's fair. I think I was curious about like, so you went with the decision.
I mean,
to
right now we're
keep-
dealing with it, so like, it can only get better. Not gonna lie, that interview made me feel things and not things I wanted to feel. I mean, so far it's been a good interview. We, as you can see, we're almost done, but like we've been live for 4 hours 26 minutes now. All that time we've basically been only reacting to this. We've literally just like, I digress a lot. I like to talk about things when I react, right? I like to share my opinions as much as I can. So I've had moments where I agree with like Jonathan. I've had moments where I disagree with Jonathan, and I do think the conversation is thus far has been productive. Just as a good politician, let's say it that way. He made you feel hope. Is that what you didn't want to feel?
that Energy Shield does not get bled.
Oh
it's sort
my
of like
god, this is
giving
this
monsters
is
form to be immune,
it.
right? Like it feels very similar, but just sort of like giving monsters a form to be immune, right? Like it feels very similar to like a monster.
I don't think that we've actually come to a decision on this really. Like there wasn't like I think after the last time this was discussed, we never actually went back and talked about it. So I wouldn't say we've decided that. It's more just that it just went in like that because we didn't get another chance to talk about it. So I don't know that we have a real answer as to what we want to do with that.
Wait. Well, here's the thing. Currently, for my build, I know Arcane mentioned this earlier. I'm not bleed immune because I don't have ES, right? And I'm not mind over matter, so I'm still taking damage to life, so I can still be bled. And I'm having a swell all time. So I don't think it's a case where you want to be bleed immune and you go CI because. No, I don't think that's a play.
Okay.
Like we probably will revisit that.
I personally am just all for changing it, to be honest.
Okay, well, sure. Then I mean, I have no objection to that. I was not,
we
I
made the
was not-
decision a while back. Like, I don't see why it can't.
I did want to bring up, if you do make it like that on players too, remember to put bleed immune on CI.
We will definitely change CI, but it is a thing that the players are now going to have to deal with who aren't CI, just as a a note as a thing that will happen.
Yeah, but I wouldn't say that bleed is exactly breaking the bank right now, is it? Or it was for a while. There was a period there where like bleed was just brutal. Like what changed to make that not the case? Like I'm talking pre-release.
It.
Like, could you remember when the freaking like prowlers and G14 bled
Well,
you?
we
and, like, it was
had
horrible?
we had bleed on a lot more,
Yeah.
and then there was some crazy damage multipliers on
Right,
it. Some that I can't remember. Why,
That would have made a
but,
good
I mean,
Spectre, eh?
pre-release
Maybe.
things,
Cool.
which was also unfun, by the way.
Oh yeah, the reason I removed it. I'm just saying, like, I don't remember what happened.
Yeah. I have a question about Ignite Prolif, specifically with the monsters needing to stand still for, or like needing to be near the source for 2 seconds to be able to proliferate.
It probably needs to be buffed.
It's on the today list.
Okay.
It was actually on my yesterday list, and I didn't quite get to it, so
Cool.
it sucks.
I know we've had a lot of heavy questions, but I have a bit of a lighter question for myself. Like, how are you feeling about the current like Blessed Orb and Divine Orb being bundled together?
I don't have a problem with it. I mean, is there anything?
I would say I don't have a feeling one way or the other, really. It's just how do you feel about it?
I definitely like. I don't know if this is just a PoE1 player thing.
I don't want to
definitely
divine
feel like
orb for
it's
the
missing.
implicits.
Because like I would never divine an item, like because the divine it's a big investment, right? Like we use it a lot on like uniques or like when a main weapon is like in need of it. But
Like, are you saying that you believe that
Blessed
is
orbs are
reducing the-
necessary.
desire to actually use divines?
it's just that I would never use it for just an implicit on an item, so it just makes an item feel like pretty much permanently worse than what it should be, I guess, is like my personal anecdotal feeling as a player.
I agree, especially rings. Especially rings.
I mean, is that partly also just because the ranges and/or power of an implicit is just too weak as well?
Yeah, potentially.
They're not exactly impactful in most regards. Some are good, some are very good.
I can't say this is something we've really thought about.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's just
It's
goes
just
on
a
the
thing
list
that
of
kind of
stuff to think.
happened, and then
Yeah.
like, yeah, we honestly it just went under the radar the whole time. So
Yeah.
if there are more opinions on that, I'd be like really happy to hear them.
Yeah. It was just something I was curious about, so far to bring it up. The next thing is about movement speed. In PoE 1, we have a lot more things like Whirling Blades, Frostblink, etc. And in PoE 1, I feel like it's a bit more viable to completely forego movement speed on boots and go for like triple energy shield. But obviously, movement abilities aren't in the same spot in PoE 2. Is there ever a world where you either like think about like removing the hidden movement reductions on shield and armor, give like a implicit movement speed to boots or something like that, so they scale a little bit with like the higher bases?
Well, I mean, are you just saying here just make movement speed on
Movement
the player faster?
speed.
So, for
Oh,
example,
the light big trade
one
is
idea
telling
that I
you
saw
guys, lol.
was, if you let's say that some bases have 5, 10, and 15 movement speed, so like that the higher bases are slightly better, and maybe even like scale less, right? So that some of your movement speed is guaranteed, or make it like a lot easier to roll movement speed, like increase the weight that it can roll.
Well, I don't necessarily think it's bad to have a base type where you've got a mod that, that's somewhat mandatory. Like that's okay. But it sounds like but if you're
Well, as a
like,
player, it just
like if honestly, because I mean the thing is in PoE 1, are there really people going around like? Surely it isn't common that people don't have movement speed on their boots in PoE 1. Like, I mean, I guess
I've
it's
done it on
technically
quite a lot.
viable if you just. You reckon?
Frost
Yeah,
Blink
quite
or
a lot,
Wintry
yeah, like
Blast.
triple energy shield boots and stuff. Or
Right.
especially different in PoE 1 because we have
It's
the
specialized
influence
knowledge.
things
Right,
and
right.
stuff
Again,
like that.
seasoned players, not like
Right.
Yeah,
just
not new
like
players, sure.
random.
Frost Blink or Wintry
But it is an
Blast.
option, and it isn't really
Lightning.
limited, like, movement speed is a lot more mandatory.
The Lightning Storm. I forget the name of the one. The Lightning Warp. That's the one.
I don't know. To me, like I mean, sure, I do not disagree with the fact that there can be scenarios in PoE 1 where that's not the case, but I would still say it's basically mandatory there for them, like for most of your PoE playing career.
I swear to God, whenever I have no movement speed, I'm about to quit the game. I agree.
would
I
even
hate
argue,
not
like,
moving
the
movement
single
speed.
best boot in PoE 1, which is the Ralakesh and Patience, they don't have movement speed on them, and like they're still considered like
Right.
pretty much the best boot.
Right.
They're gonna get
But, I mean,
nerfed.
isn't it fundamentally then just back to the question of like, you want to move faster?
Yeah, for sure, it is.
Sure. So I mean, I guess that would be the so
At the
really
end of
it's
the day,
goes back
what
to
people
that.
want. Move
Right.
faster implicitly and less dependency on mod, right?
Yeah.
But I mean, whether or not it's implicit
Which
or
is the
based
key.
on the mod or anything, it's just I want to move faster, right? Like it feels like that's really the core.
Which
of it.
comes back to the we
Yeah.
need to have those discussions and
Right.
Yeah.
It's similar.
A difference in PoE 2 is that the implicits of uniques, especially things like Life Spring, will scale into the endgame. Where, like, if I find it,
I'm hungry.
on my level 80 character now, it's never going to be usable early game. But the explicits.
Let me go heat up. Let me go heat up his snack. Give me a second. I am back, and I know I said I was going to get a snack, but I ended up with a whole damn meal. So I'm gonna be eating. They signed off the movement speed question and never even answered a single thing. I mean, they said they need to have discussions around it, and they don't make any promises that people will hold them accountable to, or have people get people's hopes up just to just to say like it didn't work out or something, which is fair. So it's one of those things where like it's already been said earlier in the interview that it's it's a discussion in the making. So you can't have them try to make a decision on like now during the interview, So it's not like I would like to know personally, but like it is what it is at the end of the day.
On Lifesprig, sorry, and a lot of other caster uniques and things like that, they don't scale either. So have you explored the idea of the actual explicit scaling or the implicit not scaling so that you can find these like twink leveling uniques? Like what are your thoughts around the uniques there?
I don't think we would want uniques to have the explicit scale like that. That's kind of not what uniques are about.
Yeah.
So that is not a particular solution. That
The
I would
bigger
want.
question's about whether or not the implicit, the skill should or shouldn't level up with the item.
Well,
I mean, it currently does, right?
It does.
Yeah, it does.
A good solution to this would be to make it so the required level doesn't scale, but the level of the skill you would be using is dependent on the level of the skill you actually fulfill its requirement. So if you're level 10 and that is what is required, and you don't quite qualify for a level 3, but you do for a 2, you'd be using a level 2 skill even though the item says grants level 18 as an example. And this scaled until you get to the point where you're actually getting 18. That is how I would imagine the solution of this would be. So yeah, let me just use the unique I dropped in Act 1 at level 868 because it dropped high skill level. Oh, that's not the situation. I think you might be misunderstanding. Currently, it doesn't work that way. What Ziz is saying is, you drop something in end game, it's going to have like the level for the zone, and the very high item level life sprig as an example will have it like level 18 of the spell, which means the item would then require level 78 or level 60 something, and it's supposed to be a leveling unique. So that is obviously counterproductive. Whereas if you drop the life spring in Act 1, it would not have any requirements and you could use it. Does that make sense? Keep in mind, the reason you use life spring is not because of the skill, it's because of the levels it gives. So it doesn't matter if it's a level 1 or level 78, you just want to use the extra levels that the unique has on the explicit modifiers.
But something that could be interesting is that if you find a life spring on a level 80 character, it can scale up to that level, so it would scale with your character. That would make it
exactly
really good as a leveling item, for example, that you can use it at level 1, you hit level 3.
I really don't like that kind of thing, the whole like item that just scales with your character. Like, I don't think that we want to move in a direction where you'll have less times when you put items on your character as you level up. Like, that doesn't feel like the right direction to me.
But there's also more whether, and there's a second part to that, which is whether or not life sprig should even have high level requirements ever, which is that's come up a bit.
That's
more,
a separate question. That it's come up. I'm kind of not quite sure about that one at the moment.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Well, there'll be more discussion.
I mean, so one thing that was proposed and as a potential solution to this is that just the, like, I feel like maybe you didn't like this. I can't remember who didn't like this. Someone didn't like this. Because I proposed that we make it so that the implicit skill on uniques has like a cap level, but then that does level up as you go through the game. Like it's not that it levels up. It's that like it is capped to the level of where you are.
Yeah.
So that way, even if you get a level 80 life sprig, you can still equip it at low levels, and then and then that will go with you effectively. And somehow I see that as different from like
wait, what?
capped to go through the game. Like not so it does not that sorry, okay, it's not that it levels up, it's that like it is capped to the level of where you are.
Yeah.
So that way, even if you get a level 80 life sprig, you can still equip it at low levels, and then and then that will go with you effectively. And somehow I see that as different from like
Right.
your items changing as you level up. That to me, that's not like quite the same thing. So like that would potentially be an option. I don't remember why there was some reason why we didn't do that, but like it might still be on the cards.
That's fair.
Wait, so you're saying what? You're saying if you find it at level 80.
I'm saying if you find it at level
let's say
80, 16 skill, but you can still equip it. It doesn't change the level requirement, but then the skill gets down leveled to the maximum that it can be for the.
Oh sure.
Yeah,
I
and then-
thought that's
That's what Ziz recommended, but it's just it was attached to your player level instead of zone level. I mean,
what he's proposed just a second ago. But
No, he's talking about the explicit scaling.
no. There's a
No,
second
no.
thing there.
The
What
second
was
one
it?
was that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Maybe I misunderstood then. Okay, right. So
Yeah.
in that case, then sure. Like,
I mean,
that's
I
the
would
thing.
personally prefer to just be like, you can drop a low-level life sprig, and that's you use a low-level.
Yeah, but I
life
don't love
sprig.
that either, honestly.
But I don't hate that.
Yeah.
And
I
like,
hate
there's
it.
a part of me that also kind of liked the idea that there were some uniques that were more valuable to find at lower levels, which I thought was kind of interesting. But I don't know
Right.
whether players actually like that or not. So that's just kind of like a random other thing.
That's fair.
But
I don't hate that.
yeah.
What you
Yeah, I was
proposed.
just curious because we do find them a lot. Another question is about the minion resurrect timer.
yes,
Um,
please.
It keeps resetting like the entire timer every time a monster dies, and that can feel very frustrating. So I wondered, how do you feel about that? That the entire timer resets.
Well, if you don't have that, it feels a lot more frustrating. Let me tell you. Like that was how it was until we changed it, and like it was so bad. Because what happens is that like the monsters that your minions just die one at a time, and then they can never really accomplish anything, and it's just like trust me, that was a buff, that change. Like that was a massive improvement. So yeah, like until you experience it the other way, like yeah,
I see what Jonathan is saying here, and in that sense, it can be seen as a buff. However, the real buff here would be saying the moment your first minion dies, there's a restart where the respawn timer, and that doesn't get reset. And then once it's run out, all your dead minions get respawned. And then you can choose to make it so it's a lot longer than 8 seconds, or it starts off, I don't know. There's ways you could do it, or it's 8 seconds and you can't scale it or something. But like, I think there's improvement to be made, and I don't want each individual one to be like individual timer. That'd suck as well. But I just don't think that the current system is that great. I don't know, man. They made that perfectly work in period 1. Why fuck it up in period 2? Why not just copy paste the working system? I don't like the idea of copy pasting the working system. Let's if you guys want, we can talk about that idea. So here's the thing that people are missing as to some of the behind, I guess the reasonings behind some of the decisions that DGG makes, as I understand it at least. When it comes to copy pasting systems that already work in period 1, that is fair. But a lot of these systems are working in the context of PoE 1, and there's every possibility that there could be hiccups along the way in getting it to work in PoE 2 without just making PoE 2 PoE 1 upgraded, you know. And they clearly do not want PoE 1 upgraded, and heck, I don't want PoE 1 upgraded. I like PoE 1 for what it is. I don't want to play PoE 1 and PoE 1.2 and then PoE go back to PoE 1. I want a break in if there's ever any universe where I'm playing like PoE 1, then PoE 2, then PoE 1 in like the promised cycle format, I don't want them to feel the same. Otherwise, once I'm tired of PoE 1, I don't want to play PoE 2. So if you copy and paste enough systems from PoE 1, you know what you're gonna end up with? PoE 1 upgraded. Now, I'm not saying they didn't go too far on like testing all this shit out, but like if there was ever any point in testing, I guess I don't say the preconception of, but like if there's ever any point you would test a core system and why it's this way, or play around with the idea of changing the way the core system works, it is now, when there is nothing, you're not taking away anything from the players. You are literally starting out here and working your way up. Now is the time, because like has been said previously, no one likes to get nerfed. if you start off with something that is too strong and then you get nerfed, that feels bad. Which is why GG have the whole make it 2 week buff later, which they obviously take too far sometimes. But like if there's ever any time to challenge what makes PoE 1 great and potentially come up with something even better, it would be now. Now, there are some things that honestly could be copy pasted and that would make PoE 2 a better game right now. But like, I think that one is more of a case by case basis, and I would rather they were to experiment and fail and then, you know, go with what works than to not experiment at all. Because if they didn't experiment at all, we would just have PoE 1 reloaded. That's just the truth of the matter. So that is how it looks like. That is what it looks like to me is your goal. But again, this is from my perspective, and I could be wrong. And yeah, I don't work at GGG or anything like that. But this is just like this is what the culmination of like all the interviews I have watched and all the conversations Jonathan has had in different interviews and like Mark and all of those things put together. This is like what I believe is the reason. I could be wrong. It could be slightly inaccurate. It is what I believe anyways.
Like you will understand if you play it the other way.
There might be an intermediary there. I want to explore some options.
Well, it's
for
also-
example, like instead of resetting the entire timer, it adds to the timer based on like the cost of the minion or something like that. We might be able to do something like that. So
But
it
I don't
doesn't-
know. But that's not going to fix the fundamental issue, which is that minions work best when there's lots of minions. And so the issue that we had is that you just get into a situation where they just trickle in and die one at a time.
No
and
matter what, they have to revive all at the same time.
that has to happen. Yes.
I'm just saying it could be that like, okay, let's say
Oh, I see
everyone's
what you're
dead but
saying.
one.
Right. So it doesn't. It increases a bit, but not as much.
And
Okay, I
so
understand.
instead of like, all about to
Sure.
revive except for one, oh, he died. And
Yeah,
now
that's that actually is viable, and that
Okay.
maybe is a change we could make.
And like, would you ever be open to adding a keystone that changes the behavior?
I was actually thinking about that earlier today, and I mostly, like the troll in me was like, we should do this just so the players can see how bad it is.
Yeah.
but yeah, that was probably a negative thought I shouldn't be having.
No, that's fair.
but,
I mean, I think a lot of people would like
yeah.
to see it.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, no, I think the thing Mark just said is much more reasonable, and so we should probably do something more like that.
Yeah.
Convocation.
I
Is
like
something
that.
on the table? It's like maybe a
Please
spirit
be.
skill or something.
Please be.
I don't love it.
That's fair.
Please.
I don't love it.
I'm kind of like,
Yeah.
I could see a world where reservation cooldown, or you have to earn it, or something like that. If they're not-
If it to go in, it would have to be different enough that players probably wouldn't see it as convocation anymore. Like, I suspect that's kind of the reality. Like, yeah,
Right.
like as Mark said, you'd have to add some kind of conditions, or you'd have to do something, and it's like at that point, it's not even doing the thing the players want it for anyway. So it's like,
Yeah.
you know, like
That being said,
Yeah.
it might still just be better, and there might be some room for it.
I don't love it.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, I
I
don't
know,
love it.
I know.
Like, I would
You
much
can have it as
rather
a
find
baseline
good solution to
feature.
that issue.
Okay. When it comes to map completion, obviously there's been some changes this patch. But one thing that easily feels the worst is when there is one monster just like really far away, and the checkpoint system doesn't really cut it there. Would you consider making the completion of a map be like 90% of the rares instead of 100? Because the bad feeling is very often tied to just one monster, the other side of the map, and I have to like do so much backtracking.
Sure. Well, I want to solve this problem. I don't know that that's the answer, but I understand the issue. Like, there's been a few
we
different
straight
approaches,
up
yeah.
we straight up discussed last night that like
Well,
just having the minimap
Yeah,
icons on.
There was a
always
discussion of
prob-
doing
That'd be
icons on
good.
all the time, right? Because you're not going to miss the monsters if you
The
see them.
The
in
main
advance.
reason for that is like the current way it works is that it's like when 200 remaining they appear, and on some maps that's like you kill 3 packs and they appear, and other maps it's like you got to clear 80% of it before they appear, and honestly that's kind of weird and bad anyway.
Yeah.
It's just that we kind of want to, like, the main thing we're worried about with
Yeah.
that change is the whole you just play on the minimap, like you're not
Yeah.
even looking into the game.
But
And so,
but I think that fear.
I'm very in favor of that.
We do that anyways.
Well,
Might as well have the-
do we just turn off?
Yeah, literally just showing from the start. Like I love that initially for sure. At least for me.
Okay. Sorry, I thought you said you loved the idea of not looking at the game and only playing off the minimap.
I kind of do that anyway.
Yeah, like I do it. I do it anyway. So like just make it.
Yeah.
The one of our developers like tried playing with just the graphics turned off, like they just had the minimap, and they played literally to the end of Act 2 with just no graphics, and they're like, and the funny thing was like, what the hell? How did you even manage to get through 2 acts like that? And he's like, oh, Huntress OP. I was like, so it is actually possible to play entirely with the minimap, no graphics at all, apparently.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
That's fun. No, I would love that.
Yeah.
Hey, league
I
idea.
want to change that imminently. The thing with the 90% thing you're suggesting, by the way, there is like, let's say the map only has 3 rares. Is it just
Right.
2 out of 3?
Sure.
Is it like round down? Does it round up? Is it if there's only 2 rares? Is it literally just
Probably
one?
just enable seeing the res on the
I
minimap.
agree.
It's probably
I
better
like that.
just to do
I
that.
agree.
I like that. Another quick question about Delirium. It seems very fast. Obviously, we're a bit slower now. Any thoughts on Delirium speed?
On the note of speed, sometimes like when I decide I want to do wisps, those fuckers time out way too quick. Like when I didn't care about them, sure, I didn't care, go away. Sometimes they even lasted too long. But like, now that I do care about when I see them in my maps, how fast do you think I cleared this map? It's slow. Can you wait for me to clear this pack before you decide to start threatening me of leaving? Like, can you chill?
I very specifically made a number of builds and tested them just before this 020 release, and I was actually surprised how well I was doing. And I was like, okay, like I thought this was a big problem, and I was like, I'll just actually go and actually test it myself. So it could be like, okay, here's I'd like to know a bit more here, I guess, which is like, is it certain maps over others?
Yes.
Yeah,
Because of it.
100%. Like,
Yes.
'cause it
Okay,
still
so
expands like
there's
a
a good-
donut, right?
Yeah, which we do, and we do kind of have to balance it around probably the bottom. Maybe
Because like some maps have you going like this. There's one I have in mind that does that. It's like it's a kind of like a square, but you have to do this. And if the fog is going in this direction and you go this way and then you go back, you're out of fog and you have 4 seconds to come back up. But like there are monsters here and here. So like how do you do that? It's not just like linear, you know?
maybe it's yeah, sure.
Same as in PoE 1, I barely look beyond my minimap. There's all the information I need. I'm not gonna lie, their game graphic quality is not HD. I'm not to be stunned while looking at it. To be fair, the question would be, are you playing on high graphics? Because if you were, you know, might be a different conversation, but like I don't, as an example. And even then the visuals were kind of nice. Max? I mean, then fair. But like, I think their graphics are fine. I don't think you want to be a developer and create graphics that nobody looks at. I mean, just look at Diablo. They just straight up don't allow you to bring your minimap to the middle, which is still, in my opinion, a very, very bad design. Because right now, all I do in Diablo is I pause the game, look at the minimap, close, go back, pause. Like, but I'm digressing. For me, I personally still look at the minimap. Like I'm like whether res are there or not, I'm still just looking at my minimap. That's just the truth of the situation. Like you can't stop me from looking at my minimap. Let's just put it that way. It is not going to stop. So you might as well just give me more information.
There's probably a point where it's balanced around an assumption of like being more acceptable maps instead of the worst ones, and so I just need to shift that assumption and then change it. But yeah, I did specifically personally test this on a number of characters pre-020, and I was actually I expected it to be way worse than it was. That being said, I wasn't using like a massive range of maps for testing that. I was like, you know, probably 5 or 6 different things on many different characters. So, yeah, sure. I will look at that as well. I'll add it to the today list.
Yeah.
It's going to be a big day.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you guys doing this. So obviously PoE, you're not necessarily tied to like the warrior being melee, right? Like right now I'm playing artillery ballista. Would it be possible to implement some sort of favored system that I can just tick like artillery ballista with a little heart on it? So then when I go to like level up those gems, I don't have to in the bottom left search artillery ballista and
Well,
tick the.
I would suggest just having a tab for equipped gems would be the way to do that.
Yeah.
Like you just have a tab
Yep.
that just shows you the equipped gems. You just click on
Perfect.
and you level up that way.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
all the classes, then
then
my
that's what- yeah.
gems, and then all gems is
Right.
probably what it should be. Yeah.
Another question: the Smith's hammer ability. I was watching. I have not used it myself, but I saw Quinn69 using it, and it looked pretty painful with like a little like tink, tink, and then going out and hitting it twice. Any improvements to that?
So there were meant to be some changes that were made to this that I even specifically spoke about. I think with maybe Darth and Gazzy or whatever when we had that last one.
Yeah.
And those changes didn't occur. They have
Okay.
occurred locally. They should be in a imminent patch coming out. Like
Awesome.
that's it somehow got missed, I think, or I don't know. I actually don't know what happened there, but that was a sheer mistake. Straight
Awesome.
up.
All good. Whenever, so there are multiple skills that can use chargers. A few players have reported that like they might want to use chargers on a specific skill. Would there be a way to like deactivate that a skill uses chargers, but you still want to use that skill, but you don't want it to be empowered?
This was something that came up like
Me,
probably
Bone
about 3 or
Storm,
4
and
days
zombies.
before we shipped, actually, with I mean, you talk because I mean the obvious case is barrage on the Huntress, right?
Yeah.
Like whether or not you want to do that. So I think like I'd have to look into whether or not this is going to be okay, but we could have a support gem that does that like gives some other power boost, but says it can't consume charges or something, and then that way you could use that with barrage if you wanted to disable it for that or something like that. So I think that'd probably be the way. But I have to think about exactly what that should be. But something along those lines would be the way.
Should
I'd do
work.
That.
Yeah.
I have a little like just interesting question about how do you feel like class identity revolves more around weapons, right? Because like I'm a warrior build, but a lot of people inherently think like warrior is maces. But yeah, like the class identity is more around the weapons themselves. And I was curious how you feel about that.
Well, we explicitly moved to having 12 classes partly because of that, like to make that the case. Like we want that, and this is actually was driven part like I mean, so when we were talking about like adding weapon types and so on, there was this thing where we're like, okay, if you're, you know, actually, you know what? Okay, so we had the spear base type, and we're like, okay, because this is like way back, like a long time ago, we're like, okay, what is going to make a person who selects a ranger ever switch to spears and do that? That's just incredibly unlikely to actually happen. It's like ultimately the purpose of the classes at the start are kind of to give you a stereotype to like to go to. Now you don't have to follow that, obviously, like everything's open, but giving players like a thing where they're like, okay, like I know
I've
what
heard
I'm
this
gonna
answer
do, like,
before
I'm
in the
gonna
previous
do this
interview.
thing. It's like it's kind of important for new players to have that happen. So I think it is overall very positive and kind of like why we did that in the first place. And I mean, like an evidence of that in PoE 1 is like, yeah, players who select ranger, like even though there's all this whole thing about being able to become a melee ranger, like it takes a long time before someone would even experiment with that if they're a new player. Like they just wouldn't even cross their mind to like change weapon type like that once they've already started. So effectively just due to that, we needed to have some way to make it so that, you know, from the very beginning, you kind of know, like you've got some idea in your head about what kind of thing you want to play.
Yeah. Yeah. The next question is about corrupted items, and you added, in my opinion, a very fun new unique strongbox. Actually, whoever made the Ventor strongbox, chef's kiss. Love that thing. Please put it in PoE 1 as well. Cool as that word. But
The fuck is the Ventus Strongbox? Ventus Contraption. Researcher Strongbox can be reopened 4 times. Gold cost increased by 950% to 50% each time open. Cost 200 gold to open. Drops items from Ventus Trove. Clicking this. Jesus Christ, I need to drink water. Clicking the strong box spends your current gold to roll a random currency reward, which can range from scrolls of wisdom to stacks of currency to high level uncuts and perfect jeweler orbs and other items. Oh, I haven't run into this. I want this.
I find
I saw a video with Twitch clips about that box. I think I saw one where someone dropped a perfect jewelers, and that's all I've seen. But I even know I didn't understand what the box was or anything like that. What do you mean by cost your whole gold? 200k gold for opening and scroll of wisdom. Didn't it say 200k? Did it? It said 200. So it starts off at 200 and then it's increased by like 1,000%. So 200 times 100% would be what? 100% would be double. So 1,000%. Well, it's just 1 plus 1, right? So that's 1 plus 1,050. So that's 1,150. And so it times 11.5. So first time is 200, second time is 23. And this is worst case scenario times 11.5. 26k for the third try. And then this is number 4, 304k. So like the last one is the one that, yes, it costs thousands, hundreds of thousands of gold. But I assume the rarity goes up with each time you click it. All right.
find corrupted items a little frustrating too, due to quality and sockets. I don't know if the answer is just like that they always have quality and sockets, but obviously it's items that we can't recombinate anyway. And I just want to hear your thoughts on a balance pass.
Wait, what?
I find corrupted items a little frustrating too, due to quality and sockets. I don't know if the answer is just like that they always have quality and sockets, but obviously it's items that we can't recombinate anyway. And I just want to hear your thoughts on a balance pass from that. It's very frustrating to get a really cool unique that is or rare that is effectively useless.
Yeah, something needs to change there. Like it isn't right.
We actually removed some corrupted drops before 020 went out, and then because we were like, wait, hold on, getting corrupted items just sucks.
Yeah.
Like this isn't a good thing you want. So like corrupting an item of your choice is great.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let me get
So
it.
we
Let me
just
get a
straight up,
bottle of
we
water.
need
Give me
to
a
start
second.
Removing the corrupted drops.
Corrupting an item of Chelsea's dopamine. Getting a corrupted item. Yeah, basically. Like unless it's already perfect, you're probably not going to want to use it versus an uncorrupted one.
And find a different way or a different item mechanic, or do something with them.
Yeah. Cool.
This 100% just like, what is this random white corrupted item on the ground? Like that is never going to be of use to anyone.
Right.
Yeah.
So, we just need to fix that for sure.
Cool. Is there a possibility of the runes being added to the currency stash tab?
I believe we would.
I think it goes into
So
frag.
We're adding a socketables affinity.
Yeah.
We're adding a bunch of affinities. I think it's like socketables, fragments, which will include tablets.
Yeah.
And obviously fragments. Breach and or catalysts.
Cool.
Expedition and thus also logbooks and the currency. You know, we're adding a whole bunch of them. I think there's 5, 6, 7 maybe different affinities that we're meant to be adding within, like, you know, I would expect to see that within a week probably is my like guess. We're not going to add that. This is like currently it has the whole you have to have the stash tab in order to have the affinity, and we're like having to divorce that a little bit so that we can just have the affinities with, because the tabs take longer to make. And so that we're doing that work currently, and I would expect to have all of that. So you can use your premium quads, whatever, you know, to stash all of those.
Cool. Actually, almost through with all of my questions here. So this isn't something, sadly, that I've been able to interact too much with but I wanted to talk a little bit about recombinators anyway, and just see if you guys have looked into it, looked into the data a little bit. Obviously, I've seen a clip of, for example, Karn having like the 0.91 chance to recombinate. Yeah, just what do you guys think of recombinator use this early, basically?
I don't think we've even had enough real
Yeah,
experience.
kind of
with it.
waiting for
Yeah.
more info and data there for
Yep.
sure.
Yeah, yeah.
I did worry that there'd be that people would start seeing those very low values because they're using extremely rare item modifiers
Yeah.
or numbers of mods and getting like, oh my god, it says less than 1% or less than 2. This whole system sucks.
There was a real like. It's interesting because like with recombinators, I feel like every time we've ever even looked at them, they've always got this thing of like this tension between like they're so OP and yet also they look so underpowered. Like when you know,
Yeah.
like, they've got this like horrible tension like that. However, what I do think that this system is compared to the previous one is so much better is that if you're using them for the like low number of mod cases, then like you can get relatively good weights. But we do have the ability to do more specific balance here if we want
Yeah,
to.
yeah.
So like
Yeah.
we'll just adjust it. Like honestly, I have to admit, like I haven't even recombinated anything on live myself yet. So
Yeah.
like, you know,
It's-
like it's just not it's not I can't really say anything about
Yeah,
like,
that's fair. It's
whether or
something
not
I
that's right.
haven't.
Like I just don't know how it feels enough, you know.
There were
ha-
2 major item systems that I
Yeah.
was like expecting to get a bunch of feedback on and then would calibrate. One was
Yeah.
recombinating, and the other, which I am very thoroughly looking for, and maybe you have some opinions on it, is how the new map drop progression works. And I know there is
Yeah.
there's one thing I changed last night, which is to make it a bit easier to get guaranteed maps from the fixed last rare and last final boss. But the other thing is there is currently a bug which I saw, which is sometimes the boss's drop isn't +1 level, which, yeah, I don't know how that happens, but I saw
Okay.
that bug. But assuming those are fixed, I am very curious to know and kind of just get people's, you know, feeling on that. I've seen some people get through the tiers very, very quickly, which
Yeah.
is fine because they
I
have
have
proven
not
that they
I have
can,
not
and that's fine, and they
gotten
weren't at
that
the whims
luck.
of the RNG as much. But I'm looking for a lot of
Yeah.
feedback on that, and I'm hoping to start getting a bit more of that as people get into endgame.
I
more.
have anecdotally heard people telling me that they're happier with how in-game is now than how it was in 0.1.
I have also heard that, but
Yeah,
again, very anecdotally. So
especially when it comes to sustain, I'm the wrong person to ask because I was shocked at one of the previous podcasts when people were saying they were struggling with sustain. So I thought it was funny when you basically said skill
Well,
issue.
that was
Yeah.
also the case for us, which is why we
Yes.
changed it.
so that's why
Uh,
we just were like,
so
let's
I'm-
fully redo
Yeah,
this.
so I'm the wrong
What is it
person to
gonna be?
ask for about sustain, and obviously there's no issues for me with sustain now. I've talked to my community a little about this, and it was pretty split with the new like how you unlock Atlas points. A lot of people didn't like it. I personally like it a lot more. I had a strong dislike for the do 10 tier 1 maps, do 10 tier 2 maps. So
Also
I love the new way, but a lot of people in my community didn't. So you're definitely gonna have to get more feedback there. I'm just not 100%
Okay,
sure.
okay.
I think
Pros and cons, because I'm in the middle where I don't know how much which I prefer. But the pros of the old system is that the pros are you could properly play the mechanic you wanted. Like right now, you can see I have a lot of expedition here. I can't really play with it. Why? Because I need to come here for this nexus to get my next point. And after that, I need to get here to find the next corrupted zone, to go find it and get my next point, and go find it and go get my next point, and so on and so forth. Whereas previously, the way it would work is you just run the highest map you can, because it was like tier 1 or higher. It wasn't forcing you to do tier 1s. It's just all higher. So all you would have to do is run 150 maps, and you would have all your Atlas points. So you would use, let's say, this tower, and you just start running them for the mechanics you like, and then you're possibly getting the point. So that's the biggest pro for the previous system. Now the pro for this system is, as you can see, I've done tier 4, so I've done 3 of them. I don't think I've done 30 maps yet. Maybe I have, maybe not. But I could count them, but I'm not gonna do that. Fuck that. But I may have done 30 maps, I may not have. But you can in theory get much quicker clears, because it's like 3, let's say it's 3 to get, like right now 3 zones to get to the nexus, then like a 3 to get to the tower, which shows you where the next one is, at like a 6 or an 8 to get there, and then that's your next point. Then another 3 to get to the tower, and then C, like that essentially. So those are the pros and cons of both systems, and honestly, a part of me prefers the old system where it's just run your maps and you get it. But at the same time, I also understand why this one is more appealing, just because it's more engaging. You know what to do. You're actually actively seeking the points, but it does give you that lack of progression if you just want to play the game and just make like a mechanic and really just play around with towers and shit like that. So yeah.
The issue that people in my chat were saying was that they were struggling to see the corruption. So maybe even like some sort of indicator of like not an arrow, but like more.
When you say C, do you mean in the, like out of the fog of war or in the fog of war?
Both, I guess. Like just
like for me, I kind of have. I think I've been lucky. I don't think this is guaranteed, but I've been lucky that whenever I'm near here, I see like this guy. And I'm like, oh, there's a corrupted zone here. All right, I can go do it. Like, I know there's a corrupted zone here. And typically, I notice that, you know, they are typically like outside the edges of the towers. So like, I know if I reveal this tower, odds are it will probably reveal the edge or maybe a corrupted zone. This has been my experience so far, because like, I started in the ziggurats. Bruh, close. I started in the ziggurats and I already had like this zone, it's cleansed, as you can see. Then from here I saw that I think I saw the edge of like this zone, so I went here and I cleared it. I think this was the nexus, and then I went to the tower, and from there I saw the edge of this guy, so I came here, did that, and then from here, just off of this same tower, I saw the edge of this guy, so now I'm going here. So like, that has been my experience so far. So it's been actually very straightforward. But I don't know if this is how it's actually like, it's guaranteed that there's one at the edge of like your tower radius. I don't know. It's just been my experience so far, or my luck so far, at least, you know, and that's all I can speak to.
like, do you know the way we have the beams towards the pillars right now?
Yeah,
I guess people
that's
want,
why I'm asking. Like,
there can't be too many beams, I think.
Just before the patch went out, we were like, we actually did go, do we want these to be visible in Fog of War or not?
Yeah.
And they were, by the way. And then we were like, I think maybe actually we don't, because you're going to spend too much of your playtime just looking in Fog of War, and I want you to be looking in the revealed section more. And so that's why I did change it. So that some things are in Fog of War, but it's like not that many. So towers and citadels being that. And then
you could have like a very short distance, maybe. Or
yeah,
something
so
like that,
but we don't currently have a distance in Fog of War. You can see it's just either it is or it isn't, and so maybe we can mess with that and have it be like you can see
Makes
like
sense.
You know, some depth in or something like that, just to make it a bit better. But
but
I mean,
at
it's
least
good
for
feedback.
myself,
It's
I
good
like
to
it.
know.
Yeah.
So that's about the Atlas points. If you do get any more, and of course if you happen to get a collective from your community in particular as well, and of course people are going to post it, you have my Discord as well, just tell me, because I'm very curious about the map drops and how people feel about now that it's like way more deterministic for both sustaining and going up the tiers. Now obviously not a huge amount of people collectively as in the end game, but like it's enough to start getting stuff. So I'd really like to make sure we got that right. So if any of that comes up, just give me a yell.
I have one last question about PoE 2, and then I have a few quick fire questions about PoE 1, and then we're done. How do you feel about the removal of clear speed, things like Herald of Ice, but then sort of adding it back in with effectively, a few players were telling me the Lightning Strike and Aroa effectively just swaps it from Herald of Ice to the Roa and the Lightning Strike?
Well, lightning.
I don't know whether or not the balance of those is correct, quite frankly.
It's not quite like there's probably misbalance here, 100%, but it's not quite the same as what the Heralds were doing. But it is still a balance anomaly for sure. Like I certainly have people playing. I know people who are playing Lightning Archers right now, and they're like, "Why am I suffering like this? I'm going to swap to Lightning Spear," which I assume is what you meant.
Root 2 made me promise to ask that.
Yeah, so look, it's pretty clear it is their number one play build right now is
Mhm.
Lightning Spear Amazon, and that for good reason, right? Like, it wasn't the intention to be like we removed this thing and added this thing. That isn't intentional. That it ends up playing that strongly and that powerfully, and is like a clear like. I mean, just use it and the whole screen implodes,
Yeah.
right?
But the trouble we have now is, like, you know, this is what people are doing now.
Yeah.
And we nerf that. Like, you know.
No,
like,
that's fair.
The answer is usually that we can't very easily.
That's fair.
So, you know.
Yep. So, a few PoE1 questions, and then nothing. Do we have a rough estimate at all for 326?
I mean, are we telling people? Have we said anything about
Yeah, I
that?
think we were like, I think last we said was A and around that territory, or at least towards the latter half
wait, you
of
cut
May.
out. You cut out.
No, sorry, I said nothing.
No!
I was just pretending. No, towards the end of May was what we
Okay.
last said, and the intention is still that is currently on track. Obviously, all these things are kind of like, you know, up to within a 2-week
Yeah.
kind of band because, you know, things happen. That being said, if you're not hearing about things by the end of May, or at least, then I'd be very, very surprised.
Yeah.
You should be, for sure.
Cool.
Should be
Um,
around.
Yeah.
Awesome. Any chance of WSD and PoE1? Have you thought more about it?
It's not really a question of thinking about it. It's a question of like, I mean, I would put it in tomorrow if we could.
Yeah.
The problem is that the character rigs are just not set up for it. And so
Yeah.
I will just mention like kind of like the long-term plan here. So once every microtransaction from PoE 1 works in PoE 2,
More mentioning
at
me.
that point it will mean that we could then port the character rig.
I choose to be the optimist here, so I'm gonna say we're getting positive information. I mean they've given me no reason to believe there'll be yet another delay. They should already know that, you know, PoE1 players are not unhappy with how long Settlers has lasted and all of that, so they wouldn't make a mistake like that.
Rigs from PoE 2 back to PoE 1 and rig the old character models and items onto them, and that would then mean that we would have access to the animation library and everything that we have in PoE 2
Wow.
in PoE 1, which would then mean that we could put WASD in, basically.
Okay.
So what I'm saying
Remember when people were saying that PoE1 was getting forgotten? That sounds like a lot of work for a game that's being forgotten. Just saying.
is
Yeah.
that like in the but this will take a while, right? But like
Yeah.
in the long term this can happen, but like it would effectively like yeah, we always sort of imagined that we would take the PoE 2
Lol,
characters and
Settlers.
port them back to PoE 1 once the microtransaction had all been ported over.
Yeah.
But it requires 100%. 'Cause obviously, we can't turn a microtransaction off in PoE 1 you already bought. So, like, therefore, we have to wait until we've
The
got full
thing is,
compatibility before we
and
can do that.
another thing is like incentivized to make a change.
Yeah.
And the reason for that is
That we have to rig everything to all
we
the
currently have
stupid
to-
PoE 1
yeah,
character
we
models
have to
every time.
currently do
Yeah.
So the moment that we can finally get rid of those PoE 1 character models, like character rigs, that means
Okay.
that it just reduces our workload a crap ton. So, yeah, and then
Also,
at that point we could add WSD.
We've got a pretty large rigging department right now,
Yeah.
and they are spending probably the majority of their life all rigging microtransactions to
Yeah,
PoE 2 characters right now. That
So-
is
Awesome.
what they're doing. So
So I mean, eventually it will get to the point where that is the case.
Cool. I have the same question, but with pausing. So for PoE1.
That one, I think that they even tried to do that.
it was almost there.
It was almost there, and then there was like a couple of
What was
things.
the
So, like, it is our intention to get that in.
Awesome.
Nice. That's
another
huge,
thing that I
actually.
really love in PoE2, the highlight effect. Like when I right click a transmute and it shows like, what items this works on. It's really nice quality
Oh,
of life.
right. Well, I mean, there shouldn't be any reason we can't do that, right? Should be fine. I mean, I don't know why that would be a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, should be
Sure.
fine. Yeah,
I
we
mean,
can
stuff
probably
like
do
that,
that.
100%.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
either,
yeah.
either we're just not going to. It just
Yeah, yeah.
won't. It
Yeah.
won't,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
it won't just happen.
Cool.
Sure.
Final question is, Val orbs in PoE2 can change the magnitude of unique items. Is that something we could ever see in PoE1?
Probably
Well,
not.
the amount of work that it would take. So here's the thing, right? Like that.
They
thing
would
is
need
really unique.
to balance the uniques.
We, have manual work to do to work out what to do there.
Yeah.
And obviously in PoE2, given that there weren't all the uniques made already, like, we were able to do that. So, like, I'm not going to say never in PoE1, but just the amount of work it would take to like look at the balance of every single unique and do that work would be quite
And then
large. Like,
most would take only like 2 seconds and would just be
sure,
fine.
sure,
but
but there's like implications
it's
for a
not-
lot of
Yeah.
like yeah.
Like,
There's just a
imagine
lot
Mage
you
Blood
need to
getting
do, like,
5.
a lot.
Awesome. That was all the questions I had. Thank you so much for taking time to do this. I know this was super welcome by me and the community. We really appreciate it. I know it was a bit combative today, but I promise it's from
Sure.
love for the game.
Well, actually,
and,
so I at the beginning, I obviously got out of bed on the wrong side of the bed this morning because I was feeling a little bit anxious, probably more than I should have done, and I apologize for that because that was
That's all
probably
good.
not great. But yeah, I don't know, for whatever reason, I just kind of, yeah, as I said, was just feeling a bit this early,
No,
but, yeah.
I appreciate it. I actually, compared to most, I think we came out of this one with like, here's like actually like 15 changes we're just going to go make like immediately, which is
Right.
awesome. And some we knew about, some we didn't, and some
Right.
and a whole bunch of discussion. So like, I actually, the value coming out of this, I feel very, very good about, honestly. And I'm hoping we can get a lot of those changes, and I'm hoping it. Obviously, it'll help, but like, it is good because I mean, at the end of the day, it's just creating that.
But also, this was a really good interview so far. Like, this was really good. And Jonathan acknowledging that he was in a bad mood at the start of the interview. Honestly, impressed. Like, it's not something he could have just let it slide or whatever, but like, it's accountability taken that was not asked for but was done, and that to me is what's what I'm looking for here. I appreciate that. That's what I want to
collaborative
say.
environment between developer and player base, that and using users as the intermediary, and I'm sure all of these opinions yourself, you're part of that, but it is very important that we keep doing this because it will create greatness.
Yeah, no, I really appreciate you guys coming here. I've actually, like, as a rule for my podcast, I actually took something Jonathan said to heart really, really hard that I really liked. And you said that you really like when the interviewer, like, when it's their questions and not just on behalf of others, because they're able to do better follow-ups and stuff. So I've
Yeah.
tried hard to focus on that as well, that it's things that I am able to do follow-ups on. So, but yeah,
Alright,
thank you
awesome.
guys so much for your
Thank
time.
Yeah,
Awesome.
thank you, and thank everyone for watching
Yep,
and playing.
we appreciate it. Bye.
W interview. God damn, it's really good. Yeah, like, honestly, I feel like they should be pinned. It's really good. Like, honestly, like, I think it takes a certain, I guess, character type or personality to own up to something like that without even being pressed or asked about it, or like, you know, there was no reason he could have just not said anything, and it would have been fine. But like, he went, he did, and you know, props where props are due, you know. And overall, even at the start, like, the interview was still good. Like, it wasn't like he shut down anything, or it was still like a back and forth. And overall, I like the information we got. I like the it does sound like where the game should be headed is where we would like as a player base, even though it's slower and whatnot. Let's hope that the whole fine balancing that they hope to achieve is not a fairy tale, and it's actually achievable on a league to league basis, because like, realistically, I don't know. I do not know that it is the most viable, but hey. And then these upcoming changes, pretty much all W except a certain one that we are not going to call out specifically. Nobody shall be calling out any one specific change that is that feels unnecessary, I guess. All changes were made equal and they were all very good. We are not singling out any single one change. We definitely are not. We are it's all good. I am hoping they allow scepters to have runes and soul calls personally, but like, we'll see how it goes. Like they just forgot scepters exist. Like, god damn, wands and staves, like that's fine, but like what about us? What about scepters? What about the scepter users? We deserve nice things too. All right, that was a long ass reaction. We finished a 2-hour 17-minute video in 5 hours. For those that sat through, thank you. For those that came in and out, again, appreciate you. Appreciate anyone that stops by. Appreciate anyone that engages with my content, because it helps. So just want to put that out there. Then what else are we gonna do? We could run some maps. Honestly, I kind of want to run some maps. I don't know how many maps I want to run before I end stream, but I'm gonna run a few. I want to, before I forget this, there.
On with the work.
Kind of didn't want that running out. And then I said I wanted to replace some gear because, oh, this is atrocious. So what we're going to do is we're going to find Rog in his little corner. We're going to talk to him. And we're going to hopefully find a shield that we can use. My gloves are alright. Yeah, my chest piece is not changing. The main thing I would like to change are my shield. Rog, go sit in the corner real quick, Rog. What is this? Holy shit. Oh my god, what the fuck? Rog is a mad lad. What do you mean I don't have enough currency here? Rog, give me all your boots.
I've an entire vial of black chimeral blood in stock today. Could turn out very well for you.
Why don't I just take the item? It's double cold res. Like mine, this is double res. It's worse movement speed and no life.
Let's apply a paste of crushed thornwolf heart and see what happens. If I crush up a dried thornwolf heart, the powder will have some. I've got a special stash of rare golden.
Kind of hoping it will give me. I don't think I even needed to do anything there, but anyways, these are just really big boot upgrades. Like the mana I lose as a flat affix, I more than gain it in the ES I'm getting from the boots. So like, can't even complain, man. It's huge. Like I don't think y'all realize how insane that is for me. We're capped on res. That literally caps us on res. We went from this with 20% move speed to just this off of an item Roar gave us. Rug is Pog in every game. All right. I think Alva is where I need to go, and let's gamble for some shield, shall we? It should be armor. Yes. I think. Well, this has block chance. So if I can recombine that with something really good, like high level life, that would be amazing.
Indeed.
I could also go for high level fire rest, to be honest. What is the highest, I guess, res road I can roll, or the tier? We should check that. It's here. Offhands, strength int, res. It goes up to 40 something. What about block chance? Goes up to 81. All early res, lightning res, fire res, block chance. Well, this is better than any shield I have, that's for sure. But one thing to note is I don't have strength. So whatever I'm putting in the soul core of my shield will probably be converts requirements to ints, just so we don't have to deal with quite as much strength scaling. Because we still aren't at the intelligence levels we would like. But this is good block chance. Like really good block chance. And pretty decent res, like 30 to all res. And then an extra 15 and 9. Like, sheesh. Only thing that's missing is Exalt Slammed Life. Yeah, I say life. How much are the soul cores for converting requirements? Yeah, 5 exalts. Okay, so what does that look like if I change 20% to int? 70 times 0.8. 56. It's still 56 strength. How much int do I need? 151. I'm hard overachieving on that front.
Speak.
So I need to get 4 strength nodes. And dexterity can be reduced. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Now we're at 56. And honestly, to get to the strength requirement for this would be 3 more strengths. But I think at that point we go under 151. So we either reduce the green gems we're using so we can drop dexterity, or we get dexterity, like attributes runes. Now, of course, with the changes we just saw, there are going to be new runes coming, i.e. attributes, which would be nice to have. But it's not in yet. Okay, I think I much prefer the soul core idea. After all, I'm not even using a soul core here, and this guy would be a much bigger upgrade. A much bigger upgrade. So let's actually just solidify that, shall we? We're going to sell the others. Because I'm not willing to spend more. All right, next we do this. And then, honestly, I kind of want to go back into Ultimatum, I'll be honest. Like, I think I really want to. So yeah, I was right, 56. And then we can... I'll put this in the 1x dump tab and hopefully it sells. All right, so we are actually trying to get to the Nexus, so let's just go do that real quick. We have a boss in this zone, which means let's run a T7 map. Oh, we have tier 8. Let's try that instead. Let's restart the game just in case they do the change for monsters and it ends up being like a restart to get it. Just in case. It likely isn't, but you never know. I still can't believe I got those boots. Rog is a mad lad for giving me... He just handed to me, like, here, take these upgrades. They're better in every single way. Have fun. Like right now, I can actually put in a Chaos Res Soul Core in the boots too, so it would have Chaos Res. That's how insane it is. So I guess... I guess let's see how much Chaos Res is. Also, let's see how much TFT has bulk buying trials, because those are in theory something I would like to farm at some point. Bulk trial key, want to sell PoE 2. They are already 1x a piece, 2x a piece. Woo! Why does that excite me? Do I love trials this much? Sure, I think I just love trials. Like Trial of Chaos. Eesh. That excites me. So we're going. That just means we're going to be doing trials. So I guess the goal now is to get to the amount of power I need to be able to go do that. And to be fair, I think I am close to being. I feel like I almost have enough. Well, I guess I don't know in the current state of the game, but I should be able to handle trials in many ways. So like right now, honestly, I can get my third ascendancy via Trial of Chaos, if I so choose to, which I probably should, to be honest. There's no reason why I haven't gotten my third ascendancy. It's going to be Giga Mana region, so like, why the fuck not? Like, genuinely, why not? And I can't come up with a suitable reason to not. Look at all these cleanse zones that I just can't run because I'm trying to beeline for my points. All right, map tier 8, let's go. We're about to level up as well. And now, as usual, I'm going to have to just breathe, let the game load, because if not, I will die very quickly to mobs that are just being rendered and spawning and whatnot. So we remembered beforehand so we do not die. Surely we don't die to it, right? The game loads them before I need to move. Actually, we both know that's not gonna happen, but we'll see. Does this have a corrupted modifier? None that I can see, at least. This is already 34 seconds. God damn. See what I mean? It's already starting. The sound of the hits and whatnot are just coming in. Bruh. That's my level up. Ooh, for the next 3 levels, we're gonna get tankier. That's huge. Brother. This is borderline unplayable. Jesus Christ. What is this? Oh God. That's not what I wanted. There's somebody I can't remember who. There was a corrupted mob I thought I saw. It had additional projectiles, but it felt like it was additional projectiles on top of like. It was additional projectiles on top of like what do you call them? That's the Faridon Plague Bringer of Splintering. Alright, we found the name at least. Now, of Splintering is the modifier, i.e. the extra projectile. But the Faridon Plague Bringer, does it already have baseline multiple projectiles? Question mark. Base is projectile 1. So I guess additional projectile as a modifier. DD explode, locust explode. 18-second cooldown, big damage. Degen only spell damage, and it's an area spell. I'm not seeing a projectile. This is the only projectile, and this is Degen. Can he stack? Did he hit me? He did. Is Rend in the game? Or is that just this guy exclusive for now? So Rend is not in the game, but he has Rend. PoE wiki. I'm pretty sure there's a skill called Rend in PoE. Is it a dot skill and does it stack? Because it didn't look like it was a bleed or something. It just seems like it's damage over time. So there's no skill. So there is no skill. I don't see this as being all that great, but I will take this just in case. Wait, it's 80 spirits? Do they have any variants? No, it's just that one. Fuck it. Fucking DD, man. I was too focused on trying to get hits so I could see the debuff or read it. And I just ate the DD to the face. So can it stack is my question, I guess. These look like they should be essence modified. Because if they are doing physical damage over time and it stacks, then realistic... Oh god. Then realistically, it shouldn't even have to worry about armor. Because armor is very worried about hits, right? Ooh, it brought me right to my expedition. Are you taking me to the boss? Okay, you're not.
None now.
Hmm. All right, let's go do some few things here. Let's do the expedition first and foremost. Immune to phase is no biggie, but rarity, quantity. These big three.
Are you sure about that one? Seems risky.
Or better still, why don't I do this? No, these are chests, so they encourage me to go find chests, which I guess is fair. So now I'll be looking for chests, as many as I can.
Are you sure about that one? Seems risky.
Oh my god. Oh, turns out all damage can poison mixed with some explodes is kind of dangerous. Yowzers.
Another corpse to serve me. Now.
Ha!
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. For a split second, I thought I had blink. All right, and now we have this guy. I guess let's clear this next zone. Just so we aren't absolutely screwed if this guy runs elsewhere. Because he's gonna run. Where do you think you're going?
Now.
Okay. And I guess last but not the least, let's go get the shrine and then just run straight to the boss, wherever it is. I suspect it's going to be in this direction though. So might as well get the movement speed shrine. Like look at how nice this game would be with movement speed. I mean, to be fair, it does trivialize like the monster's danger to a large degree. But like, you know, like it really does. But that's not as much movement speed as we're asking for. Listen, when I think movement speed, that's not it. White mobs should not be dangerous. Change my mind. I mean, if white mobs weren't dangerous, then rare mobs would have to be extra dangerous to actually pose the threat of dying, which is what would make you not just get bored of doing the exact same thing. That would add some variety. Because at the end of the day, like, I do think the sense of what the fuck was that? I wanted to know what that icon in the middle was. I couldn't hover it or something. And it's a sense of death and always being like and being on edge in many degrees is like a reason why not to get bored, because it feels different. Oh, this is the Mastodon or who? Is this a new boss? It is. I don't know your mechanics, my guy. I kind of maybe I can have an idea just based off of what you're doing. Lol. Tier 9, thank you very much. I'm out of space. I love getting 3-minute ads for trash. Oh, the Twitch experience, eh? The Twitch experience. Okay.
Speak.
What am I destroying and what is... Oh. Huh.
Dying is not on our side. Find more breach remnants for my research.
Yena's extra lightning spell damage.
Until speak.
Which one are you? This is the boss one. Then I think you have my logbooks, you have my tablets. We got an 8, we got a 9. We just completed an 8 as well, so like now we have access to some 16s. It's gonna be a while before we get access to some 17s, but one thing I do want to keep is I want to keep this guy. The Spirit and Code Res is nice. Maybe I can recombine it with something with Decent Life and go with that. So we'll see. And then for these guys, is there anyone? Crit and Area of Curses. I mean, if everyone's playing Hex Blast, maybe that's... Ooh, fire damage chance to ignite. That'd be nice if ignite wasn't trash. Mark skills and crossbow. Mark skills are mostly used for what? Lances at this point? Like that lightning lance skill. Yeah. I'll put in my 1x dump tab and see if anyone comes for any of them. Then we have 1-9. And we should probably save that for the Nexus. So we're gonna do this guy into this guy. This one isn't a special map or anything, so I'll probably just run an tier 8. I guess let's do this. Maps, tier 9. We'll run tier 9 for the one after. Keep in mind my requirement is just tier 4. Okay, for that one, we're just going to throw an arc on it. Yeah, that's fine. That was a bit too quick. Crit damage zones for attack, increase damage with hits. Bruh. Where the fuck is it? You? Alright. Fair. Now let's figure out how much this is worth. Jesus, it's 20 exalts? 30 exalts. But these guys are rares. I will put it up for 25 and see if it goes. Maybe 20x since you still have to kind of slam it yourself. And then if you bring that amount, I will sell it. I guarantee you that. The crypts. This has Delhi, right? Yeah. See, this is how I would have completely missed the Delhi. Meaningful combats. Let's try Vulcan again. Maybe that'll help. Finally done with torture. Oh, the ads. Welcome back. I can hear the low life heartbeats for my character. And for me, like, I really hate starting a map because that is always the time where I'm most likely to die, just because shit hasn't loaded in. Sekiman Crash Shield. Like, look at this, look at this, look at this! Delirium is even worse for me, because, like, I know shit is typically bad in terms of loading and whatnot. Delirium is even worse. Like, things are literally popping out of the ether. So Vulcan isn't really helping me much here. Okay, fuck Delirium, man. I think it's not even delirium. I think it's a mix of delirium and beyond. Like, when delirium is up, the beyond mobs don't spawn quick enough, like, on my screen, so I just don't see it. I think that's it. Like, they spawn, come out of nowhere, but, like, I don't see any of the animations regarding the beyond. Who is the guy that has been using this cloud? It hasn't been a DD skill either. Is it like the Viper Legionnaire? So yeah, it's that animation I think is just wasn't playing or something during Delirium, and there definitely wasn't sound. Wait a second. I wonder if this obelisk of corruption also gives them I don't know what's hitting me.
Obey me. None can oppose me.
I'm really looking forward to the change to res always being visible. Like I don't think I realized how much I wanted it until they said they were bringing it, and I'm just thinking, no, it can't come soon enough. Because I remember the last time they announced that they were buffing that number. The last time they said they were buffing the number, it was very quick. Oh yeah, I did capture a Spectre that I wanted to test out, right? In the last map. I mean, you're being funneled into this tiny area is just, it's huge for me.
Now. Another corpse to serve me.
Like all I'm thinking about now is surely res show up at some point, right? What if we do something like this? Hold up. I want to test something. They've been revealed. Okay. Not great. I wanted to see if we could use their skill on, I guess, an offering. That was kind of weird that the rare is already in the newest patch notes, by the way. Oh no, I know the last time what I'm saying is the last time they said they were going to improve rares, like they said it, let's say they said it by like 8 p.m. that same night it was there, and this was like week 1 of like early access launch. I was like, I was very early into maps. I think by day 2, day 3 I was already in maps. I think like close at the end of day 2 to start of day 3 I was in maps. So like I was well into maps when they said they were going to make the change, and that same day it was in. So like I'm hoping that today, since it's in the patch notes, it ends up being something that just happens soon, or sooner rather than later, you know, during my play session, so to say. Do people not understand that they shouldn't be throwing trade requests? Thank you. And PS, don't trade the seller. It gets very annoying very quick. Delhi there. I was loading as well. There's no switch here, right? What are those flickering lights down there? To be honest, I can't wait for early release. You want to know my honest advice? Try not to get your hopes up. That would be my honest advice. Like, don't get your hopes up and then be positively surprised, rather than get it up and then it doesn't live up to like your expectation. Does that make sense? Like, taper your expectations is my advice. What the fuck is this? That's gonna be painful for my minion army. Oh, it's a beetle. It's the blood thief queen. Scumshell is her name. From me, it's more about Ellie having more ideal minion playstyle than PoE. I don't know that Ellie has more ideal minion playstyle. Like, there's one thing that Ellie does that really feels bad when it comes to minions, and it's the minions always trailing behind you thing. I've never played, like, they trail behind you so much that there is no, even if you had like insane clear or something on your minion build, they trail so much. Like, it is actually, like, every single time I play it, I can't, like, it's just there. It's kind of, it doesn't feel good. Is it TLDR? Oh, what is this? And this is not to say that PoE does minions well, because, I mean, the minion community for the most part is typically, oh sure, Mantle still trash stats, but maybe I'll get something good. Okay, I mean, I wasn't expecting that, but okay. Now, if I could invest in a mantle that just has spirits, we'd be in business.
Now.
Can we move closer so you're actually doing damage here? Anyways, like if there's any one game I think does minions satisfactory to in the form of like minion AI, I'd say Torchlights. Torchlight is very underrated with minion design, but like Torchlight minions are actually quite interesting with the abilities they use and just how aggressive their AI is by default, and they do not trail. I think that's the biggest thing. Ellie, this is Ellie. You see how close my minions are? Ellie, your minions are like here, and I'm talking about like even melee minions. So then you meet a pack, and then they now have to catch up and then go forward to the point where you kind of like you're like at some point I was hoping like maybe I could just direct them in front of me as I was moving forward, so that they would be, you know, actually ahead of me. It doesn't work, by the way, in case you're wondering, but like it's one of those things. So let's see. We're looking for something. Maybe I should use this tab. Yeah, I probably should use this tab actually. Let's do spirits, body armor, spirits, implicit. I'm not willing to spend 8x, but like I just want to see what I have available to me. Let's check PoB2 to see what the best base is for armor ES with spirits. It's Conjurer's Mantle. So the one I'm buying is definitely the best base type. I don't know if the one I have is also the best base type, but we'll see. I want to see what the odds of actually landing the two mods are and if they're egregious. Oh, they are both Conjurer Mantles. I deleted them. Okay, so it's a 40% chance to get something decent. A decent baseline. That would put me at like 80 spirits, which is less than this. But I guess a big difference between this and that would be I would then gain a ton of I would lose spirits, but I would then gain what's 80 best case scenario. If I get 60 and 30, that'd be 90 actually. So it's, let's say 80, right? I lose 20 spirits, which is like a minion, give or take, like a DPS minion, that is. But I would gain like 600-ish mana. No, 300-ish mana. Yeah, about 320-ish mana before increases. And I would need to also get like res on them. So it's something that would probably take me more currency than 21x to craft, but it's doable. It's doable. I think I said I wanted to do tier 9, right? So let's do tier 9. 2 revives available. I'm just praying that the game doesn't kill me at the start like it always does. Please, I beg of you, don't kill me at the start. I would really like to not die at the start. See what I mean? It's just so bad, man. Like, I don't get why it's so bad at the start of the map. Like, everything is loading in. Why can't it load in before I engage my first enemy? Why does it have to load in like after? Oh my god, please.
Death is my power now. Get out of my way.
Who the fuck is pushing me this much? Notice I'm still going very slowly because this shit is not done loading yet. It's still kind of stuttering, but I think it's getting to the point where it's almost fine. Ooh, strong box. I'll take it. More damage taken from mana before life. Thank you very much. Let's stay with them, giving them unholy mites.
Obey me.
The fuck was that? Oh god. We have volatile cores, we have chaotic plants. I refuse to stand still. I think it's all gone. I am very paranoid. You haven't looked into Torchlight yet? I think you should. If you really like minion playstyles, they do. I mean, I shouldn't say you should, because there's a lot of like pay to win elements of that now that I just don't agree with, like monetization problems. So I guess it's not a. It's, but I would say they have like what I would consider one of the better minion AIs in ARPGs.
Is my power to wield.
Because like their movements are very their minions are very snappy. They do try to make them have like interesting skills, interesting ways to skill them. They do feel strong, stuff like that. I disagree with their monetization practices, but like I can objectively say like, yeah, their minion design for me has been like, that was, they are up there in the RPG space with minion designs. Is it TLDR? Okay, Kandumas, let's do this.
Too soon.
All right, big bad. Big bad and ugly, let's go. Zoom.
Remarkably efficient creatures.
And that is another point. Which are the 4 torchlights? Infinite. Torchlight infinite. That's the that's the one.
We found a handful of survivors in here. Speak.
Fizz, lightning, early damage with attacks. Nine to 16, 1 to 45. Yeah, that's like about 5 exalts. That's a waste stone, whatever. Okay. I do think the investment would be worth getting that chest piece, the one with life and spirits. Should we try to get it? We'd have to replace the 13% to all early res. Well, lightning, that's not a big deal if we don't get it, but for cold and fire, it kind of is. And keep in mind, we already have... we have lightning in here, so like that's not a big deal. That's 23 to it. It'd be knocked right down to... actually, it will still be a bit overcapped. Cold res would be knocked down to 62. Fire res would be knocked down to ish 13. Would put it at 69. And then fire, the 10 from fire would be 59. So we might then need this spot if we don't get any res, but that's if we don't get any res. If we do get res, then it's a decent upgrade. So let's just look at base type, shall we? Let's make this 2. And let's put the highest spirit we can get. So like you. Honestly, even just off rip, this is a pretty decent chess piece. Actually, no, it doesn't have res. What the hell? Then what is T1 life on strength int body armor? Near 200. What the fuck? Let's look. Let's shoot for vigorous. So that is 189. 175. 189. Let's look on the higher side of vigorous. I want to see one thing. And I guess what I want to see is if... Wait, what? Oh, my bad. Thank you. I want to see what the chance of success is. Eesh. Okay, I'll send it. But like, odds are I will fail. And if I fail, then 50%. I either get it or I don't, eh? One. Let's spend 3x on this. I got it. And he picked the better base. All right. That's cool. Oh shit. This is Giga. Reduced attribute requirement is honestly not bad because of the strength requirements. Now, unlike the last one, I cannot justify using this soul core. So what I need to do, told you 50%. So what I need to do is I need, this is like 90 spirit, god damn. I need to get strength somehow. I have 56. I need 4 strength nodes to go to 76. That would allow me to switch 1 and then 2 cores here. And then that would give me a lot more flexibility with my gear. Which means I need an amulet that is actually decent. Which means it needs +1 minion. It needs at least a decent level of minion. Baseline. I guess they haven't implemented the click thing. But it needs a certain amount of intelligence baseline. It needs mana. And I think most of all it needs +2. But like I don't know if I can afford a +2 with decent stats. So let's just look. Amulets. I would like it to have level of all minion 2. Some sort of count, intelligence, explicits, or intelligence. Honestly, intelligence implicit is not even worth mentioning. Intelligence, spirits, just by having spirit is too expensive. What about +2 armies? No corrupted, please. Yeah, about 10x. If I had to, I would pick one that's on a decent base, i.e. I don't know, a rarity base is not bad. I don't have the currency for this, so I have to go for a +1. Well, it's not a bad idea to hunt for this eventually. Well, yeah, in the ideal universe, we go for something with a pretty decent base that helps what I This has rarity. It has max, increase max. I don't care about increase max. Yes, it has life and it has all minion. I need stats. I need minion and I need strength, int, dex. Dex is kind of fine. I just need a certain level of attributes on it. Now for amulets specifically, what range of these roll? You can get like 30. So I guess if I decide I want a rarity base, because I do like the idea of it being on a rarity base or in a solar amulet base for these slight extra spirits. What base do I think appeals to me more? 15 spirits makes it so I end up with like net neutral spirits, but at this rate I can afford to lose 12 spirits, and if I go 12 spirit less than this Enfolding Dawn, that would be 88 spirits, and this is giving me 89 spirits. So this is more than enough spirits to end up with the same amount of minions. So that means we can afford to go like solar amulet on the base for the little bit of rarity, since I don't have rarity anywhere else. I don't think. Yeah, I don't think I have rarity anywhere else. So we'll go for the solar amulet base. Or I guess we could get a ring that has rarity as well. That's always an option, because like my rings are still kind of trash. Everything I have is trash. Like nothing is really good. I haven't like, aside spending on like a 5 link and stuff, I haven't really spent money on this character. So I guess what I should go for is +1 and just 30 something res, 30 something stats on, like, if I go like in, actually, here's the thing. I can't force 2 stats unless I give up on +1 to all minions, right? Or maybe I can. I haven't looked at the percent chance of success, but I imagine it's not great. I imagine it is really not great, so that's why I'm a bit hesitant. I guess what we could also do is, instead of trying to craft it with recoms, we can just look for something that has what I am looking for. In my case, it is going to be count. There's going to be 2. It's going to be dex, int, strength of at least 20 each. And ideally mana. See what I mean? 2x and I get something very close to what I want. Like, this is exactly what I wanted. The dexterity is unfortunate, but like, I have dexterity on my tree, so I'll just swap out those dexterity nodes for like strength nodes, and then we can call it a day. I'd have preferred strength and int, but like, it is what it is. Can't be too picky. It's too exalt and pain. Can't be picky. Plus, once those runes come out with attributes, then like, this would be less of a problematic situation. Thank you. I feel like I traded this guy recently. So we end up with slightly less mana, but more int, more dex. I almost feel like slamming the extra 2 mods and seeing what I get. Not bad. I mean, this armor, this is actually not a pretty decent amulet because it had the mana, it just got the ES, it had ints. Honestly, it's really not bad. Maybe remove this. Yeah, now it's worth like 15. But I guess this is also just searching gold amulets bases. It's worth a bit more than that now. Not bad. So that is dexterity. So that means we can now go on the tree. And all the dexterity nodes we have can get changed to strength. And because we also got ints, we can change some ints to strength. That gives us 76 and the ability to do that. We end up with 0 spirit, so basically perfectly where we want to be. End up with a shit ton more mana, like 300. We just gain 500 mana, which is a lot of we gain 500 mana. 500 mana is about 6% damages extra chaos, which is kind of nice. And yeah, the attributes requirement is actually kind of clutch, and we end up with positive, like more chaos res. So now we just need to use fire and cold. Yeah, fire, cold. Cold capped. Fire pretty much capped. So I will still do what I wanted if I can afford to. Of going, I cannot afford to. All right, cool. Thanks for this discussion. What do I want to do here? What soul cores do we have? We have armor evasion, increased life recovery, flat mana, regen mana. Honestly, regen life might not be so bad. Flat life is obviously really good. Lesser mind runes. All right. So in order, what can we do? Stun threshold, trash, mana regen, meh, max life, regen. I'm thinking the regen might be pretty decent. 0.3 of max life per second is not great. But if I can get 2 of them, or 0.35, I think it is, that would be 0.7. 0.7 of my life is also not great. 10% of my life is 163. 1% is 16. So it's going to be less than 16 life regen per second, which is just abysmal. So unless I'm going like one, what is the best absolute case scenario for regen? Ignoring Mahuzotelo shenanigans and Moria Invictus. It'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. $2.1. Let's say you have 2,000 life. 2,000 life times 0.021. That's still just 42 life. Jesus, that's trash. That's still just 42 life every second. and then you increase this by like 15% or whatever, like sources of increased life regen, you're better off just, you're honestly better off just getting like flat life regen on your gear. Like at least on the chest piece, it's like on the chest piece, what is it? Body armor, strength, int, life regen. You're better off just getting like 36 here, like literally 36 there, 40 something there. You're almost up to 100 life per second. It's still trash, but at least it's better than nothing. Yeah, nah, we're not doing that. So I guess we've answered our question. That means the only solution is body runes. We need the best body runes. So what we're going to do is we're going to check for body runes. That puts me at 80 life. And now we're chilling. We're 1,700 life and 1879 mana. And for our next few levels, which by the way, I should probably spend my Atlas points. So now we have a much bigger chance of that. Then I'll go for this guy and this guy. And then finally, I'll go with this guy. This guy. This guy. And that'll be it. Because I don't plan on going on scaling shrines. And then past that, I don't know if I plan on going ecological shift yet, but I plan on getting some waystone chance. I don't know if I want waystone chance on bosses, but I guess I don't have to worry about that until I start playing high tier bosses. So I guess what I want to do now is I want to do the next trial that is going to give me ascendancy points. And if it's this guy, but like, I kind of don't want to do Trial of Sekima. Like, I kind of don't want to do that. Because right now it's late, and if I were to do that, then, you know. I guess what we can do is we can just buy an inscribed ultimatum as well. We can genuinely buy like an inscribed ultimatum and just run that. I don't know that I can beat Trial Master. I don't know that I want to try. Inscribed ultimatum. I suspect I need to do a 10 trial one. Because the ascendancy thing is at the end of the 10 trial, right? Let's try it. What's the worst that can happen? We fail. It'd be less of a time commitment than Trial of Sekima, and if we fail, just one. I don't mean uppercase. Just one, please. Oh, jeez. I didn't even know people sold it in bulk on trade. Why is your portal so close to this? I can accidentally click it. Thank you. And this should also be a gauge for how ready we are to farm Temple of Chaos. So win-win. I do think we can farm it. We just aren't as ready as we should be. Like we don't have. Okay, let's do something. Let's get a jewel. Minion. Minion attack has speed. Corrupted. Blood cannot be inflicted on you. Implicit. Really? Okay, are people really trying to pass these off as being a divine? Because you're not. So just for corrupted blood, it means I'll have to pay quite a bit of money. All right, I guess we just don't get that right now.
Where will your choices bring you this time?
Has Enfolding Dawn really dropped? Like price-wise? I guess it has. So that means I can just keep this. Let's hope we don't need to get corrupted blood. I mean, to be fair, we probably don't want to get corrupted blood because we don't have as much PDR on our minions, and that'd be a very painful experience for them. That is the rotating beam. When we do get more PDR on them, then sure. But until then, yeah, we can get corrupted blood immunity and they should be fine. But realistically, we only have like 24, 40. We can only get like 44% PDR, and I don't know if that would be enough or not.
It was not mere chance.
This is actually, here's something people don't know. This is huge for minion builds. This is actually really nice because debuffs expiring, what do you call it? Buffs expiring faster. Minion respawn timer counts as a buff with the way it's been programmed. So by getting buffs expire faster, you're effectively reducing your minion respawn timer. By a considerable amount, by the way. Oh my god. These stutters are crazy, man. We're going to play it very slow because it doesn't matter how fast I clear it so long as I clear it. Unlike when I'm farming the trials, this one like see? Look how fast my minion respawn timer. Like, look at this. This is how long it typically takes. But then when you see that blue timer, it means it's ticking down faster. And that's what is happening when you're, I guess, between rooms.
Confident just because you beat the first room.
Less defenses is not a big deal. Neither, I mean, AoE, prod speed, it don't matter too much for me. Less defenses is, it's honestly kind of free. Yeah, it's more free than AoE because simply because AoE has my curse is an AoE, right?
Outlive my expectations.
Like, look at this. Watch how fast they can respawn already because of the modifier. So now AFK, more or less. They really need to make it so that this reduces in time. They need to make it so it reduces in time the more you kill, because right now we're not incentivized to actually kill.
None can oppose me.
This is a lot more chill than totems, I'll tell you that much. Even like with fully stacked totems. Now the question is, will spinning Max Spinnerson be problematic or not? Grasping Vines on hit and Tornado are a very bad combo.
Lightning descends.
I don't want to do anything that makes spinning Max Spinnerson more problematic. Am I bugging? Where the fuck is this statue? Oh, I didn't see it. Did it just not render, or was it just me completely like just being blind? Because I know it could be anyone. This is so much more chill than totems were. Like, I don't have to react to them. My minions just do it. Now, minions that are have more quality of life now than they did last season. Well, I guess not last, because than they did when I played them, with not body blocking themselves in like some certain areas and all of that, and like even if they do, they can kind of wiggle through. Because like it's very noticeable how much less they get stuck in like passageways than they did before. So like that change was actually very impactful. So, you know, like before they could get trapped here, they could easily get stuck here. Like look, they got stuck, but then they got unstuck, which was the change. So big props to GG for that change. Because like I know that so far I haven't noticed them getting really stuck, and that's because they are very quick to like reduce the hitbox and move through spaces. I don't want to give spinning max experiencing at skill speed, so we'll do this.
Weighs you down.
Oh, so we're starting out with Chimera. Okay, cool. %30 movement speed feels so good. Can I just say that real quick?
The Vaal engineered some of the fiercest creatures to ever exist.
Now!
Like the respawn time is so nice. Like, oh, they're dead. Oh shit. It's like, oh, they're dead. Well, nope, they're back. Like dead, back, dead, back. This is what they should be like. Is there anyone that thinks differently?
I need more time!
I'm running out of flasks. This guy hasn't taken damage in a bit.
Too soon! Now! It's about time.
He hadn't taken damage in a bit. And I think it was just one of those situations where my storm mages were trying to do DPS
Understandable.
from further away than they should have been.
But the trial yet continues.
ES fire projectiles.
Slay them amongst the flames.
My current block chance is 41%. Look how slow this fills up. Bro, can I? For some reason, clicking it wasn't working. I don't know why.
I think you'll like this next one.
Screw that. Oh god.
Feel the weight.
I'm not doing impending doom. I am not doing that. You can't make me. Especially with spinning Max Spinnerson still being a thing.
Offer up their lives.
Like I'm just not doing it. I'm sorry. How are you spawning before I've dealt with the other one?
Obey me. None can oppose me.
Oh shit, this last 10 seconds because of the mods I have. I guess we just stay in this circle as much as we can. But like there's so much overlapping red here that it's like I can't tell where if I'm stepping on a rune of gold or any of that. I don't know. Rune of gold, rune of storm, or whatever the fuck is this it's called. I'm about to level up, so that's kind of nice. Hopefully I'm able to get more damage taken from mana before life. Can I see it anywhere here? 22%, yeah. Oh shit, and that's Akati. Huge. Deal more damage, take less damage, but just having more res. This is something I need CI for, so it's something I have to consider.
They adapt to your assault.
Bosses taking less damage is honestly, oh god, spinning Max Spinnerson is last. Okay. I mean, that means we get the most expensive, at least as of last league.
Well,
A bird will do
not
anything
you
to
respect.
feed its young. Ego rushes ahead of aptitude.
Is that a bug? Or did I just need to outrun it or what? Cause like, huh? For those that didn't see what happened, let me see if I can pull up a replay. So like I kind of need to stay inside this circle, otherwise I become more vulnerable. But like here, it starts raining things. And I have no idea if it's supposed to rain this much. Chetsa the feathered plague. I guess we'll find out soon. Because that doesn't look like an ability that's supposed to be like raining. Bird storm. So what does this trigger? So the vomits, dog fights, bird right, left, yada yada. Bird storm triggerable. Bird storm. It does this damage. Deals less AD. Melee strike range is increased. 2-second attack time. Way less AD. Doesn't exactly tell me what I want to know. It was area level 79. So let me see the actual numbers at least. 648 to 973. With a less multi. I don't know if that was genuinely a bug or I don't know. Either way, that was a fail. Could we have completed it? I think so. Like honestly, I would like to have more damage, right? But I would always like to have more damage than less. And what I guess what are our sources of more damage going from where we are now to where we want to be? Mana is obviously a big one. Levels is huge. We can get modifiers here that we do not have. We can get mana. We can get like actual stats on my helmet, you know, +2 and other stats that are decent. We can get +2 and other stats here. So like these two are probably the biggest ones. This is an extra level waiting to happen. So eventually I'll go for +4. Doesn't even have to be now though, but eventually I will. It's going to be a decent investment, so I want to make money before then. But I do think I believe I had the damage to do it. I just got unlucky with the mods I had, because if I didn't have this circle thing also, it's possible that blink there would just feel really good. Speaking of, I want to test these guys. I forgot. Let's test them before we end stream. We're going to test them. And oh yeah, we only have 3. I want to see if the damage over time they inflict stack to the point where if they do, then could be good. I mean, not many things have PDR to mitigate physical dots, so already we're starting out with a huge positive. And seeing as it's not bleed, We don't even need to worry about the size of the hit as far as I know. It's just going to be that damage reduction, and then all we have to do is scale the damage itself. And if he has multiple projectiles, like 3 proj base, which I don't know if it does or not. What is igniting me? So it looks like it's just the one. Do I think for them we need to have scatter shot? No. Do I think what they need wall charge? Wall charge would be really nice for them. Yeah, I think wall charge is mandatory. But I don't know that these dots stacks. And honestly, it doesn't look like they have a, I mean, they have a summon ability, and those minions help body block. Like, those are, I guess with my clerics healing, they are just not dying, question mark.
Now.
So the clerics heal the bugs as well. It looks like. Can you see how he's just running through my minions like it's nothing? I think this is that is problematic. Like, I don't think you should be able to do this. Regardless of anything. If you're supposed to have what did they say? If you're supposed to have like weights, I believe I'm supposed to have weight as well, and my minions are supposed to be present. Also, they are supposed to be exploding these bugs. So maybe it's a bad thing that my clerics are keeping them alive. Now, keep in mind, I don't have damage supports on them right now, so like, but like the damage supports, if this is the base damage, I don't know that it's going to save them either. Now, there is one big advantage, and that is if I can get them off with just wild shards, then I can get them on like 4 DPS, more damage, multi type situations, and maybe that's enough to scale it to a decent point. I don't see it as having potential. I don't think so, at least. I don't think it has potential. But hey, oh, we tested it. Okay, now I'm actually getting tired. So we shall be ending stream soon. Might as well disenchant that. All right, time to end stream. Yeah, because like I'm getting pretty exhausted. But I mean, this was a very good stream. We actually got to finish the reaction, which I mean, I was kind of surprised that it took a while. But I was very happy with the results over all things considered. And how we've been live for what, 7 hours? And I think it took us like 4 or 5-ish. Not bad time for a 2-hour video, wouldn't you say? But yeah, I shall be back, I guess, later today, or I mean, it's later today for me, but probably around my typical stream time. Thank you for stopping by. Appreciate y'all. I'll be back then. Good night.